Becoming an ancestor in another world from this day on. Chapter 151, Arrival of the Reinforcements. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Who is creating a scene in the territory of the Nicholas family clan? A voice suddenly sounded from the sky. The onlookers in Winterfrost were all stunned. What was going on? Could it be that the Nicholas family clan had so many old acquaintances? However, everyone expressed that this show had been worth it, and the climaxes came wave after wave. However, it was obvious that the members of the Nicholas family did not know who it was. They looked surprised and looked in the direction of the voice. Upon hearing this, Primo and the rest knew that the person must be here to help the Nicholas family. What should they do? They might not even be able to deal with just Xibola alone, but now there was a mythical beast and this unknown person. Romo, who was in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, smiled in satisfaction. I have not sacrificed my life to save you all. You have come at the right time. 1. However, all of you have chosen a good time to come. All of you have only appeared when you can show how powerful all of you are, Romo thought to himself. This was because he could immediately tell who they were from the voice. In the beginning, Romo had looked forward to the few of them coming, but he was not sure. After all, he did not know how they were getting on now. Primo looked toward the side of the voice and saw clearly who it was. There were a total of 5 people. It looked like each of them had very strong internal energy, and all 5 of them were of the divine power realm. The 5 of them had not concealed their cultivation bases, and the person in the lead was actually at the peak of the divine power realm. This made Primo panic. If he had had some chance of winning earlier, the probability of winning now was very low. Although the arrival of Xibola and the divine beast was a little unexpected, the few of them could still barely deal with them. With the appearance of these 5 experts of the divine power realm, the situation became difficult to handle. The few of them had lost their confidence and even regretted coming here today. Not only were they injured and humiliated, they had also failed to take revenge. Until now, they still could not figure out how the Nicholas family could keep having reinforcements, and each of them was of a high cultivation base. Seeing this scene, Xibola relaxed and understood why the entire Nicholas family did not seem to care about the revenge by the 4 large family clans. As for Caramon, who had been watching the battle, he finally felt relieved. He no longer had to struggle with how he would die. He did not expect his master to have so many arrangements left. After staying in the Nicholas family for so long, Caramon thought that he had basically understood the family clan, but it seemed that the Nicholas family clan still had so many secrets. Even so, the battle now had nothing to do with him anymore. After all, with so many people at the divine power realm, it was not his place, a mere level 4 person, to fight. As Caramon was thinking, in an instant, the 5 people who had come to support the Nicholas family flew into the sky above Winterfrost, directly above the Nicholas family palace. In this way, they formed a triangle with Caramon and the 5-color peacock. Of the 5, the one in the lead with the highest cultivation base was a mage at the peak of the divine power realm. He was an old man with slightly white hair, and he looked to be of advanced age. This person was Harris. And the other 4 were Leonard, Mike, Shirley, and Edward. It was the few people whom Romo had befriended and saved when his soul was out. Before Romo passed away back then, he had instructed them to help take care of the descendants of the Nicholas family. Unexpectedly, these few people had come at the right time. When these 5 arrived, the situation on the field became very clear. They took a look at the 5-color peacock and were very shocked that it was here. However, they quickly locked their sights on Primo and the rest because they knew they were the ones bullying the Nicholas family. However, seeing that Primo and the rest did not make any move, Harris and the others also did not do anything. They lowered their heads and said to the people in the Nicholas palace, "Are you from the Nicholas family clan?" Norton immediately became serious. "That's right, Senior. We are from the Nicholas family clan." Harris glanced quickly at the others. Instantly, Ron caught his attention, and then he smiled and nodded. In fact, it was just that Harris did not know what to ask. From the energy emitted from them, it could be seen that they were Romo's descendants. Harris explained why he had appeared here. I'm old friends with your family's ancestor, Romo Nicholas. I came here specially to pay a visit today and never expected to encounter such a thing. I naturally have no reason to sit back and do nothing. Harris did not say much. After all, there were too many irrelevant people around now, so it was not convenient for him to talk too much. However, it was obvious that everyone was more interested in the ancestor of the Nicholas family whom Harris had mentioned. Perhaps it was because of him that the Nicholas family had so many powerful helpers. However, no one understood why they had not heard of the Nicholas family having so many helpers. During the peak of the Nicholas family clan, they should have had many friends, but they gradually lost contact with each other. Otherwise, they would not have been forced to come to Winterfrost 50 years ago. Are you Mage Harris? The expressions of the four large family clans were very ugly. They all looked at Primo, indicating that he should say something. Yes, I am. Harris admitted generously. You must be from the Primo family. I've heard a lot about you. Although it seemed that Harris's tone was polite, he had already made his intentions clear. Perhaps ordinary people had not heard the name Harris, but in the circle of Magi of the Divine Power Realm, almost everyone knew him. He had been famous for almost 100 years. Although Alexander and Harris had the same cultivation base, they were on completely different levels of fame. Finally today, we're lucky enough to meet Harris. I'm very honored. Primo was polite to Harris. He also wanted to know who the rest were. How should we address the rest? I'm Leonard. Mike. Shirley. Edward. In fact, Primo should have expected that the ones who had appeared with Harris were definitely not ordinary people. Sure enough, they were all famous Magi. Although Shirley and Mike were not as famous as the rest, their family clans were very famous. Chapter 152, Since you're here, let's fight. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Primo had no choice but to continue. Fellows, the four large family clans have grievances with the Nicholas family clan. We must resolve them today. I hope you won't interfere with our private feud. Harris smiled faintly at this. What if we have to take care of this? His fierce words, coupled with his smile, seemed even more bizarre. Harris's firm attitude had discouraged the few of them. Are you really going to intervene? Of course, I have a great affinity with the Nicholas family clan. The smile on Harris's lips became more obvious. Harris had always had a legend in the pugilistic world. He never smiled. If he did, it was either he had encountered something very happy or he was really angry. Cut the crap. Since we're already here, let's settle this matter today. All of you have to rely on your own capabilities to take revenge on the Nicholas family. Leonard could no longer listen to them. All he wanted to do now was to fight them to his heart's content. Leonard had always been like this. He loved to compete with others, and his reputation had been built on his repeated victories with others. Whether he liked it or not, it was just a battle in Leonard's eyes. Moreover, their goal today was to teach Primo and the others a lesson. Although he may not be able to defeat Primo and Alexander himself, he could handle the others with ease. Do you think our four large family clans are to be trifled with? Primo had also been agitated by these provocative words. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy erupted from his body to strike at the other party. Without any hesitation, Harris also returned the strike, instantly causing layers of waves in the air. Seeing these people fight, the five-color peacock did not want to be outdone. It suddenly spread its wings and flew into the sky. Instantly, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning and thunder appeared at the same time. It was not expected that the last to make a move was actually this divine beast. The battle between the two sides instantly reached a climax, especially after the divine beast had erupted with energy. Harris and the others rested for a moment but found that there was only the divine beast fighting, so they immediately started the battle. Regarding today's matter, no side would back down, so they had to resolve it with a battle. Otherwise, Primo and the others would not let the matter rest. Harris and Primo held each other in restraint. The remaining few people had also started a bat, with people of similar cultivation levels as them. Although their cultivation levels seemed to be evenly matched, after what the four large clans had just experienced, except for Primo, the few of them were all slightly disadvantaged. There was no need for Xibola to intervene in this battle at all. He retreated silently to the side and stopped the waves which might harm the citizens in the city. To the citizens of the city, the current situation had reached its climax. Everyone walked out of the door and looked up at the battle in the sky. To these ordinary citizens, to see these magi of the divine power realm fight was the chance of a lifetime. Today was a very good opportunity. Although the battle in the air was already very intense, they were worried that the citizens would be injured, so they did not use their full strength. As the battle continued to escalate, the battlefield in the air had gradually shifted from Winterfrost to somewhere outside Winterfrost. This way, everyone could exert their full strength. The battle that followed could be said to be very intense. Lightning and thunder kept appearing in the sky. Even the ground was trembling continuously. What the citizens of the city would never forget in their lifetime was that two of the mountains beside them had already been destroyed. This magi are really good at fighting, look at that mountain. It has been damaged by accident. It's really scary. Finally, the five-color peacock unleashed its final burst of energy. A strong wind blew in the sky, and Pyre and Porter could no longer hold out. They spat out blood and could not hold out in the air anymore, falling down. In order to save the situation, Primo quickly ended the battle with Harris and threw an axe in the direction of the five-color peacock. However, the five-color peacock was quick to dodge. Instantly, the axe landed on the ground and split the ground in half, forming a deep ravine in the middle. Primo quickly descended and caught Pyre and Porter, who were about to land, in case they suffered more serious injuries from the fall. The four large family clans had suffered heavy losses. Primo had already stopped fighting and did not continue to entangle himself with Harris. This meant that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. After all, the four large family clans were not foolish enough to fight to the death. Currently, a few of them had been injured and were vomiting blood. If they were to continue fighting, the gains would not make up for the losses. Not only did they fail to take revenge on the Nicholas family clan, they had even lost some of their own people. Seeing that on the other side, Primo had stopped fighting, the others also stopped. The sky finally regained its calm. "We had a good fight today," Leonard said as he stretched his back. He sounded as if he had not had enough. Primo looked at the surrounding situation and said viciously, "I have seen your strength today. We are not in good condition today. When we have tempered our condition, we will definitely fight again." As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the Nicholas family palace, his eyes full of reluctance. To prevent himself from being mocked by everyone, Primo quickly shot a look at the others, indicating that they could not defeat them, and quickly flew away. After watching them fly away, Harris and the five-color peacock felt a lot more relieved. They did not continue to pursue them but just let them go. The commoners below did not seem to have had enough of the show. "Why aren't you chasing any more? I still want to watch more. Did you see that gust of wind just now? Those who are of the divine power realm are really extraordinary. I think the four large family clans are just so-so. Didn't they get beaten up so badly that they wet themselves? However, the Nicholas family usually keeps a low profile. I didn't expect them to know so many powerful magi. It looks like I have to build a good relationship with their family in the future." Although Harris was helping the Nicholas family, there was no need to force the four large family clans to their deaths, so he would not mercilessly kill them. If he were to really kill all the members of the 4 large family clans in this battle, it would inadvertently create more enemies for the Nicholas family clan. The old injuries of the 5-color peacock had not fully healed. In this battle, it had not erupted with all its energy. Romo did not let the 5-color peacock continue to pursue them. This could also be considered as giving the other party a chance. He believed they would not dare to come again in the near future. Chapter 154, Enlightenment Halo and Heaven-Tier Cultivation Technique. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. At the end of the day, Romo had not been of much use in this mission. He had not expected Harris and the others to coincidentally rush over at the right time. It was really better to be here at the right time than to hurry. Point 1. What Romo had done was to contact the 5-color peacock in advance. However, this was also all because of his previous efforts. In the cave, he had sacrificed his life to save Harris and the others. Although that step had also been in his plans, the outcome still pleased him. Harris and the others were also considered loyal. Romo had not made a wrong bet this time and had not sacrificed his life in vain. They had appeared in time to help the Nicholas family resolve this crisis. Although Harris and the others had a high cultivation base, offending all the 4 large family clans concurrently was also a great courage. Although there were many people in the mage world who broke their promises, because of people like Harris who kept his promises, Romo's previous sacrifice had not been in vain. Special Grade Experience Talismans X10, Family Clan Formation Enhancement Talismans X10, 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans X5, 10-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans X20, Breakthrough Protection Talisman X3, Heaven-Tier Secret Manual, Random, X1, Commercial Resource, Random, X1. God of Fortune Talisman X1. These were the rewards the system had given to Romo for completing the mission. For Romo, this was another great harvest. Command Confirmation, the Family Clan Formation Enhancement Talismans have been successfully used. The Family Clan's formation has received the effect of the Enlightenment Halo. The comprehension ability of all family members within the range of the formation has increased by 100%. This Enlightenment Halo was really useful. With this Enlightenment Halo, one would be exceptionally fast in learning whatever he was learning. To a certain extent, it was even more useful than the Cultivation Speed Talisman. Romo was secretly delighted. The tools given by the system were getting better each time. Command Confirmation, the Heaven-Tier Secret Manual, Random, has been successfully used. Received high-grade Heaven-Tier Cultivation Technique. As the system notification sounded, Romo felt a string of information enter his mind. That's right, it was a high-grade Heaven-Tier Cultivation Technique. This reward was even better than the previous. Previously, a medium-grade Heaven-Tier Cultivation Technique had been randomly selected from a Heaven-Tier Secret Manual. This time, it was a high-grade Heaven-Tier Cultivation Technique. With the upgrade, it would also be of great help to his cultivation. For a mage, sometimes the value of cultivation techniques was even more useful than a lot of magical chants. After all, magical chants could only be effective in combat, but cultivation techniques were closely related to the cultivation base of every mage. If one could find a cultivation technique suitable for oneself, it would be twice the results with half the effort. Although the cultivation technique currently being cultivated by the Nicholas family clan was already very good, it was worlds apart from the reward this time. Romo also knew that the best cultivation technique used by many mage family clans was only a low-grade Heaven-Tier cultivation technique. There were very few family clans who had high-grade Heaven-Tier cultivation techniques. In some of the family clans, which had reached the peak of the mage world, many of them were not limited to just one high-grade Heaven-Tier cultivation technique. They had many kinds of cultivation techniques for their descendants to choose one that was more suitable for them. Moreover, Romo had also heard some rumors that the 2 strongest mage family clans in the world possessed immortal tier cultivation techniques. However, it was already very good to be able to obtain a high-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique. With this cultivation technique, the descendants of the Nicholas family clan would be able to cultivate more smoothly. For example, Ron was currently at a bottleneck. If he did not change his cultivation technique, he might remain at a bottleneck and not be able to find a breakthrough. However, if he were to change to this high-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique, the opportunity to break through would increase greatly, and the success rate would also increase. Romo then used the commercial resource, random, and obtained the special grade wine brewing technique. With this winemaking technique, the business of the Nicholas family would advance to a higher level. Romo also used the God of Fortune talisman directly. After using all of this, Romo placed the remaining special grade experience talismans, 100-fold cultivation speed talismans, 10-fold cultivation speed talismans, breakthrough protection talismans and other tools into the store. He would take them out to use when necessary. As Romo was checking the rewards, Norton and Harris were talking in the hall. Norton was very curious about how the few of them knew the ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. From Harris's story, everyone leaned that Romo had sacrificed his life so that Harris and the rest were able to escape successfully. Before he died, Romo had instructed everyone to take good care of the descendants of the Nicholas family clan. Hence, the few of them quickly made a trip here. However, they had heard, on the way here, that the 4 large family clans were coming to take revenge. They had no choice but to speed up to eventually reach in time. Edward filled in many more details. When he told them about Romo's sacrifice to save everyone, the few of them looked sad. After hearing so much, Norton's brain was in sensory overload for a while. He remained in shock and did not speak for a long time. Apart from Norton, Ron, Zorro, and the others were all a little shocked when they heard the story. They did not know who the senior they were referring to was. Xi Bolette, who was standing by the side, was in even greater disbelief. He had never heard that the Nicholas family clan had such a divine power realm ancestor. Edward and the others did not notice anything wrong with the reaction of Norton and the rest. They continued to take out a storage ring. These are the treasures we obtained in the cave. Mage Romo had found them in the first place. I should return them to you now. As he spoke, he handed the ring to Norton. Norton then regained his senses. Are you guys really talking about our elder? Now it was Harris's turn to be confused. Mage Romo told us that his family is in Winterfrost. Logically speaking, there is no second Nicholas family in Winterfrost. Don't you know who this elder we're talking about is? I don't know. I don't think our family clan has the elder you mentioned. Norton shook his head and said. Norton had thought that everything had been arranged by the old ancestor, but he had not expected an elder from the Nicholas family clan to suddenly appear. No one knew who he was. What's going on? He might be an elder outside. He might not have contacted you for some reason, but he has you in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let us take care of you, Mike explained quickly. Mike expressed his understanding of the situation. After all, it was not surprising that the descendants of the Mage family clan did not know about their senior. There was once a senior in their family who had left the family early and had not contacted them. He only returned to the family clan after many years. However, by then, he was already of the divine power realm. Chapter 155, Unknown Elder. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. After hearing Mike's words, Norton and the others felt that it made sense. After all, the Nicholas family clan had a long history, so it was not surprising even if there were a few elders who had been lost outside. Moreover, Harris and the few other magi of the divine power realm must have seen more than them, so their words definitely had some credibility. After all, this world was so big. There were many seniors who had dedicated their lives to cultivating magical power and had left home. Many of them would not be able to return in their lifetime. To their descendants, it was normal not to remember them. If this powerful elder could return, then the Nicholas family would no longer have to worry about being bullied, Norton thought. Although the Nicholas family clan had once declined and was gradually rising up now, it was still not as glorious as before. After all, at its peak, it was also one of the 4 large family clans. At the time, the family clan had more than 10 magi of the divine power realm, so it was not strange for them to have an elder outside. However, Harris was curious. Since the elder knew that the Nicholas family was currently in winter frost, why had he not returned? Who would know if he was no longer around? Harris had not expected such a scene either. He imagined that the other person must have had a tragic encounter such that he could not return despite having a home. Even Norton and the rest were almost convinced that this was the outcome. However, they could not reveal the secret of the Nicholas family clan. He could only understand it this way. If it really did not work, he would wait for the old ancestor to visit him in his dream one day and ask him what was going on. "Thank you, seniors, for coming to our rescue today and also bringing back news of the elder of the Nicholas family. Thank you so much." Norton quickly delivered his gratitude. "Eyes okay, this is what we should do." Harris took a look at the ring and added, "This ring was brought by Romo back then. There are his items inside. When we're gone, you can see if there's anything familiar that can identify him." Although this was said, in fact, Harris and the others had already seen this ring. There was no information about Romo at all in it, but perhaps there was something that only those from their family clan could recognize. This matter was considered to have come to an end. The few of them chatted about many other things. In the end, Leonard brought up that since the few of them had lost some energy in the battle, they hoped to recuperate in the Nicholas family. Norton agreed decisively. In fact, Norton could understand that they had said this mainly because they were worried that the 4 large family clans would come knocking on their door again. Similarly, if the news of them staying temporarily in the Nicholas family were to spread, no one would come knocking on their door to cause trouble. After learning of Xi Bola's identity, Harris and the others were very surprised and curious. They could not help talking to him for a while. Everyone in the Nicholas family was very happy, but what they did not know was that news had spread throughout the city and beyond that the 4 large family clans had come to their house to seek revenge but failed. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone suspected that the news was fake. After all, the 4 large family clans being defeated by the Nicholas family did not sound real. However, more and more people were talking about this news, and there were also various details to support it, so gradually, everyone believed it. It was unexpected for the Nicholas family to have a deep relationship with the Sky Fortune Academy. Even a group of magi of the divine power realm had come to help the Nicholas family, and there was even a divine beast. Many people had also been slapped in the face by what they had said earlier. After all, many of them had blamed Ron previously for being too young and reckless, and for not thinking twice before acting to have killed the descendants of the 4 large clans just like that. But now it seemed that Ron had done this entirely because the Nicholas family was powerful and had the confidence to do so. In just a day, the name of the Nicholas family clan had reverberated throughout Winterfrost. Even the mage family clans all over the entire country had begun to pay attention to this family clan, which suddenly became famous. They had also begun to pay attention to the follow-up actions of the 4 large family clans. After all, everyone knew the 4 large family clans. After suffering such a huge grievance this time, they would definitely not let the matter rest. They might come with a greater show of force and better preparations to take revenge on the Nicholas family. However, everyone no longer underestimated the Nicholas family clan. They looked forward to this seemingly evenly matched battle and to how the feud would end. As such, Harris and the rest stayed in the Nicholas family clan. Arrangements were made for them to stay in the VIP living room in the same courtyard as Xi Bolet. As for the 5-color peacock, it had settled down on a tree behind the Nicholas family clan. It looked wary of people all the time. No matter who it saw, it looked cold. No one dared to approach it. Romo could not be bothered with the five-color peacock as long as it could protect the Nicholas family at the critical moment. Evening came, too many things had happened today. Romo quickly used a dream-appearing talisman. As such, Norton met the old ancestor again in his sleep. Old ancestor. Norton was a little excited. I'll know you have many things you don't understand. I'll explain them to you one by one. At the same time, I have something to tell you, Romo said patiently. All right, old ancestor. The appearance of the five-color peacock, Harris, and the others had all been arranged by me. The senior from the Nicholas family clan whom Harris spoke of is actually me. Upon hearing this, Norton's eyes were filled with confusion. How is this possible? Hasn't the old ancestor died long ago? Romo also saw Norton's confusion, and he continued to explain, of course, that's not the real me, you can consider it as one of my incarnations. After all, I'm already dead, but I will only appear as an incarnation under very special circumstances. Then, old ancestor, you, now, Norton asked again. If what earlier had been an incarnation, then the person talking to him in the dream was also an incarnation. TM only reborn in a different way now. I can protect the family clan. I didn't tell you all this previously because I thought it was unnecessary. Now that the Nicholas family was in danger, it's time to let all of you know about this. Understood, old ancestor? Do you have any other instructions? Norton did not quite understand, but this was good. The Nicholas family clan had someone protecting them. Right now, I can do many things that all of you would find unbelievable, but I also have many limitations. However, you must always remember that your worship of me is very useful to me. Chapter 156, Family Clan Reputation Increased. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Although Romo had already chosen a method which was easier to understand to explain this matter to Norton in his conversation, it was obvious that Norton had not digested this matter. He was still in a daze and shocked. However, this was the maximum he could say. After all, no one except him could know the secrets of the system, not even his descendants. Furthermore, even if he had told them the truth, they would still not be able to accept it. As such, it was better for him to explain it as such. Norton took a long time to recover his senses. With this, Norton had an explanation for the many questions he had previously. He could not help but feel excited. However, it's not convenient for the rest of the clansmen to know about me. After all, the fewer people know about this kind of thing, the better. Therefore, I'll visit Zoro and Ron in their dreams later. Don't let the others know for now. Romo continued after Norton had rested for a while. Old ancestor, I understand, Norton said solemnly. After he had finished speaking about this important matter, Romo taught Norton a new cultivation technique. While Romo was teaching him the cultivation technique, a few people were still awake in the guest living room of the Nicholas family, discussing the Nicholas family's situation. What if the 4 large family clans come again in the future? They seemed unable to resist them with their strength, Edward said. That's all we can do. After all, we can't stay in the Nicholas family forever, said Mike. But perhaps we have all thought too much. With the Nicholas family's background, they might be able to fight the 4 large family clans without us, said Harris. Mage Harris is right. I have a feeling that the Nicholas family still has many hidden secrets, such as the mage from the Sky Fortune Academy and that divine beast, said Leonard. Shirley said, that's right, I think the Nicholas family must have more secrets than we thought. Perhaps we were really overthinking. Without us, they naturally have other ways. However, I noticed the young man named Ron today. He is extremely talented and will definitely become a great person in the future. The Nicholas family will have a successor, said Harris. That's right, and that child called Anthony is that fated person whom Mage Xi Bola had taken a fancy to. He will definitely also become a great person, said Mike. Speaking of which, when the Sky Fortune Academy sent someone personally to take in a disciple, I didn't expect the Nicholas family to refuse. If it had been any other family clan, they would even celebrate for a few days, Edward said, perplexed. Perhaps there is some special secret which cannot be revealed, said Shirley. I also noticed a little girl with outstanding aptitude. Their generation alone has so many geniuses. The Nicholas family clan is really extraordinary. Really wanted to take that little girl in as my disciple, but now that I think about it, I don't think there's a need for me to invite snub when even a mage from the Sky Fortune Academy has failed to take in a disciple, Leonard said. As the few of them were chatting, they suddenly discovered that someone was gently knocking on the formation again. Is someone knocking on the formation? To facilitate their conversation, Edward had set up a formation to isolate them from others. The few of them discovered that it was Xi Bolet. So it's Mage Xi Bolet who wants to chat with us. That night, Norton learned a new cultivation technique in his sleep, and the guests of the Nicholas family clan chatted happily throughout the night. After the chaotic battle yesterday, the Nicholas family had a peaceful and normal life today. Harris and the others, the 5 of them, did not go out. They had been recuperating in their room. Although it was just an excuse to stay in the Nicholas family clan longer, the battle had still caused some harm to their bodies, and they needed to recuperate. Previously, when they were with Romo, the few of them had suffered serious injuries. They had just recovered when they had to start to fight again. This had exhausted a lot of their energy, and it would take at least a few days for them to recover fully. However, the situation of the 4 large family clans was very bad, in fact a little worse. In sharp contrast to the calm in the Nicholas family, the rumors outside had become increasingly more intense, and the sensational deeds of the Nicholas family were being reported everywhere. The citizens of Winterfrost were not the only ones discussing this matter. Others were also discussing this matter. The peaceful day passed like this. Romo was very bored and could only watch Lily's training from time to time. Suddenly, Romo heard the system notifications. Ding! Family clan reputation level has increased. Current reputation level, rising reputation. 1. Received reputation gift bag X1. Unexpectedly, the reputation of the family clan had increased inadvertently, and he had even received a gift bag. This was a pleasant surprise. Romo had something to do again, so he quickly opened the gift bag. Command confirmation, the reputation gift bag has been successfully used. Received, Family Clan Luck Free Distribution Points X50, Visitation Talismans X20, Fertility Enhancement Talisman X1, Top Grade Magical Weapon, Random 1, Night Travel Talisman 1. The rewards this time were in no way inferior to the rewards given after a successful mission completion. Romo counted the rewards happily and added all the luck-free distribution points separately to the luck for cultivation. At the same time, he also used the Fertility Enhancement Talisman. Command confirmation, a top-grade magical weapon, random, has been successfully used. Received top-grade magical weapon, Demon Binding Ropes. Another top-grade magical weapon had been added. Although the demon binding ropes were not like the magical weapons with strong offensive capabilities, it had a powerful binding ability. Especially when used against demonic beasts, its energy would be greatly enhanced. The 20 visitation talismans were not required currently, so he placed them in the inventory first. Finally, there was only one night travel talisman left. Night travel talisman, for the host's exclusive use. Upon use, one can obtain the right to go out for a night. Although this night travel talisman did not provide a cultivation base like the Yin Spirit night travel talisman, it was also very good that it could let Romo out for a night. To Romo, this tool was just what he wanted. Romo already had a thought in his mind, and he immediately used the night travel talisman. It was finally night time. Everyone from the Nicholas family had entered their rooms to rest. Even the usually aloof 5-color peacock was resting on the tree. Suddenly, it opened its eyes as if it had discovered something. It saw a figure rapidly disappear from its sight, and it did not have the chance to see who it was. In the Nicholas Palace, apart from the five-color peacock related to Romo, no one else had noticed anything. In a place where no one could see, a figure had already flown out of Winterfrost. Chapter 157 Night Travel Talisman, Pursuit for 1,000 Miles. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. This figure was Romo, who had used the Night Travel Talisman. The reason why he had used the Night Travel Talisman was because he wanted to go to the 4 large clans to settle the scores from a few days ago. Actually, Romo had this thought long ago. Previously, when he was temporarily reborn, he had wanted to use the remaining time to go and see the 4 large family clans. But he had not expected it to end early. This time, he had waited so long for this opportunity. Moreover, when the 4 large family clans came yesterday, Romo could not make a move at all. He had to rely on outsiders to force them away, otherwise, Romo would have killed them all long ago. However, after obtaining the Night Travel Talisman inadvertently today, Romo would be able to do what he had been wanting to do. Since the 4 large clans had come knocking on his door, Romo would also go personally to meet them. Como did not want to waste any time. He flew in the air at his maximum speed and arrived at the town where the 4 large family clans were located in just 2 hours. In this town, Romo kept looking for traces of the 4 large family clans. He suddenly discovered a flying ferry, and it was not an ordinary flying ferry. It was of very high quality and had 3 levels of luxurious configurations. The ferry looked very plush, and it streaked across Romo's eyes instantly like a dazzling meteor. Como hurriedly chased after it and stopped above the flying ferry. He saw a white-haired old man resting with his eyes closed in a room on the flying ferry. This old man was the person escorting the flying ferry. He was at level 5 of the Divine Power Realm, and his name was Ganas. Although the old man's cultivation level was not very high, and many of the guests on the ferry had higher cultivation levels than him, the flight route of this flying ferry was relatively safe. Usually, it did not encounter much danger, so a person at level 5 of the Divine Power Realm was more than enough to escort it. Ganas had been escorting this flying ferry for decades and had seen all kinds of situations, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation today. What's going on? Ganas opened his eyes quickly and looked up. I've never encountered such a situation before. Just now, Ganas had suddenly sensed the warning from the flying ferry, and there was a wave of energy floating past the flying ferry. This meant that someone was about to invade the flying ferry. Could it be that an enemy had appeared? However, when Ganas looked out, he did not sense anything. Could it be that the other party's cultivation base was much higher than his or that he had concealed the energy in his body? Regardless of the situation, Ganas knew that there might be big trouble. With Ganas' decades of experience, he quickly found the treasure which controlled the flying ferry's formation and activated the highest level defensive formation on the flying ferry. Suddenly, the entire flying ferry shook gently. Some of the light in the ferry also flickered, as if the hull's energy was insufficient. And at this moment, a golden protective shield appeared on the outside of the flying ferry, which was also a barrier. This barrier's energy was very powerful, many times stronger than the flying ferry Ron had taken to participate in the realm of trial. In the most luxurious room on the 3rd floor of the flying ferry, Alexander was recuperating. It was because of the battle with the Nicholas family that he had suffered great injuries in his body. The energy he had expended in his body had been fully restored here, but the injuries he had suffered still required some time to recuperate. He did not expect to fail in his attempt to seek revenge on the Nicholas family and even suffer such a serious injury. It was too embarrassing. This had completely overturned his previous impression of the Nicholas family clan. Now, the Nicholas family was regarded as the greatest rival of the 4 large family clans. The rest from the 4 large family clans had all returned home to cultivate in seclusion. They planned to deal with the Nicholas family after they had recovered from their injuries. What is going on? Alexander, who was recuperating, suddenly sensed an abnormality and he opened his eyes quickly. He felt a powerful energy locking onto him. Who is it? Alexander asked loudly, but no one answered. In the next moment, he saw the golden barrier outside the flying ferry. He relaxed a little. It would take some time for ordinary magi to break this golden barrier, so he did not have to worry too much. But just as Alexander was relaxing, he suddenly heard a deafening roar. The golden barrier shook and suddenly collapsed. What is going on? Who is it? Alexander could not believe that someone had broken the barrier. This was completely unexpected, and he had been able to feel the powerful energy, and it was getting closer and closer to him. Alexander even felt the approach of the Grim Reaper. Instinctively, he erupted with all the energy in his body and kept dodging backwards. He even took out a defensive magical weapon. All his actions were completed almost simultaneously. But it was useless. There was a swoosh and a sword with a golden light appeared. It pierced through the barrier, through Alexander's magical weapon, and finally through Alexander's head. The movement was smooth and fluid. Alexander did not react at all. He saw countless energies invading his body, forming a powerful attack. He had no ability to resist. Alexander felt that he could no longer control his body. Gradually, his consciousness became more and more blurry, and his soul disappeared in an instant. The sword, which was glowing with golden light, did not stop at all. It passed through the wall and went to the room next door. The person recuperating in this room was Primo. From the initial abnormality of the entire flying ferry to the abnormality in the room next door, Primo had sensed it all. In other words, Primo had sensed the entire process. From Alexander's eruption of explosive energy to the complete disappearance of energy. All of this had happened so quickly and so suddenly that there was no time for Primo to think who had such powerful energy to kill Alexander in an instant. Although Alexander had been seriously injured, his cultivation base was still there and ordinary people would not be able to deal with him. At the same time, Primo had also felt the threat of death. Even Alexander could not deal with it, let alone Primo, who was only at level 6 of the divine power realm. Primo instinctively wanted to leave the room quickly, but he was no match for the speed of the sword. Before Primo could turn around, the sword had pierced his head in an instant, and he died. Chapter 158 Killed 8 People. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. After Primo was killed, the energy in the other rooms erupted at the same time, but it disappeared quickly. That's right, that sword had quickly killed 3 more people in just an instant. It took not even a second. Seeing that there was no chance for them to fight back, 3 other persons took advantage of the moment when the sword was killing the 3 to run quickly outside the flying ferry. They had panicked expressions on their faces and only knew to run far away. This was because they had witnessed with their own eyes how several people of the divine power realm had been killed instantly. However, they did not have the time to run. A beam of light instantly passed through their body from behind. In that instant, they stopped breathing, and their entire body exploded like a bomb. There was not even an intact corpse. The remaining 2 were Pyre and Aiden. They were completely terrified. All they knew was to run out, but in the end, their outcome was the same. They were all killed. Before he died, Aiden had tried to struggle a little. He quickly took out his magical weapon and shouted, "I hope everyone can help me." Before he could finish, both his magical weapon and his body were instantly reduced to ashes. And Pyre was the last of the 8 to die. As he ran, he looked back. His eyes were full of despair, but he saw the golden sword, which had also brought news of his death. Ah, A shrill and desperate cry echoed throughout the sky, but soon, the sky regained its calm. Romo had killed the 8 of them easily. The entire process had only taken a few minutes. The other passengers on the flying ferry were all very afraid, as if they would be the next to die. But they soon discovered that the sword was very purposeful. In other words, it only killed those it had wanted to kill, but the passengers still dared not move for fear of being accidentally injured. As such, they witnessed the scene of the few magi of the divine power realm dying one after another. No one dared to intervene, otherwise, the next to die would be themselves. Even Ganesh, who was guarding the flying ferry, did not dare to say anything. Under such circumstances, everyone's first thought was to survive. Ganesh's responsibility was to protect the flying ferry, but when faced with such a situation, he could not lose his life even if he had to lose his job. At such a critical juncture, Ganesh could still differentiate between the two. Although he knew that his behavior was not good, Ganesh consoled himself. At least, in this way, he would not provoke the other party. Otherwise, what if the other party killed everyone on the flying ferry? His actions could be considered as protecting everyone on the ferry. As such, Ganesh dared not make a sound at all and waited for a while longer. During this period of time, the flying ferry fell into unprecedented silence. One could even hear a pin drop to the ground. Finally, Ganesh was certain that the person who had been decisive about the killing had finally left. It seemed like his goal was those 8 people, and that he would naturally leave after killing them. Later on, Ganesh also discovered that the 8 people seemed to all be from the 4 large family clans. And today, he happened to hear about the feud between the 4 large family clans and the Nicholas family clan. Could it be? Thinking of this, Ganesh quickly shook his head to stop himself from thinking about it. If he continued to think about it, he would probably lose his life. What was going on just now? The other passengers on the ferry took a long time to recover. They began to ask cautiously. Did everyone who died just now belong to the 4 large family clans? Could it be, too? Who killed them? They are too powerful. It only took a few minutes. No one could react in time. However, that magical weapon is at least a high-grade flying sword. That's right, this is too powerful. Although those 8 people had injuries, they were still magi of the divine power realm. They couldn't be killed so quickly without any chance to fight back. Who is he? Could he be from the Nicholas family clan? Logically speaking, it should be. Otherwise, it would have been too much of a coincidence. The feud had just been formed yesterday, and all of them were killed today. This is too much of a coincidence. But if the Nicholas family clan really has such a powerful person, they wouldn't have to ask for external help in yesterday's battle. That's true, but I still think it has something to do with the Nicholas family. Speaking of which, the 4 large family clans would be dumbfounded. Each family clan had lost 2 magi of the divine power realm. They would probably have been scared silly. Could this person have gone to their homes and killed everyone in their family? Fortunately, I have not offended anyone. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I would die. When everyone realized that the deaths had nothing to do with them, they began to discuss excitedly. And, that figure was flying toward the town where the 4 large family clans were located. This figure was Romo. He was the one who had just finished killing some people. Romo had killed 8 people in one go. He did not feel anything at all and was exceptionally calm. After all, if it had not been for Harris and the others, they would have died yesterday. Now, they had lived an additional day. This was giving them face. The weapon Romo had used to kill just now was the top-grade spirit sword embryo, which he had injected into Lily's little wooden sword previously. Although killing this time had caused a lot of damage to the sword embryo, he had to use it. At most, he would use faith points to remedy the situation later. A top-grade spirit sword embryo could only release the energy of a high-grade spirit weapon when used. However, with Romo's cultivation base, this was enough. Although these 8 people were already dead and the scores from yesterday had been settled, Romo did not plan to end it like this. After all, the opportunity to come out this time had not been easy to come by, and he still had a lot of time. It was enough to settle the scores with the 4 large family clans. As Romo was thinking, he realized that below him was the town where the 4 large family clans were located. After estimating the time remaining on the night travel talisman, he found a mountain and descended. This distance should be fine. Romo did not go directly to the 4 large family clans. There were 2 main reasons. First, there was definitely not enough time. Second, the 4 large family clans still had many magi with higher cultivation bases. If the 4 large family clans were to work together, Romo's strength alone would not be enough to fight all the 4 large clans. However, he did not want to waste the opportunity to come out this time. Moreover, if Romo suddenly appeared and was seen through, the matter would become difficult to explain. Therefore, Romo thought of a good method to deal with the 4 large family clans. Not only could it serve as a deterrent, it could also save time without exposing his identity. This was simply a good method to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 159 Snatching the Luck of the 4 Large Family Clans. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. Romo looked at his surroundings and felt that this was about the right place. Hence, he quickly circulated his energy and gathered the energy in his body rapidly. Then, he quickly stomped on the ground hard to unleash all his energy. Now that the first mission has been completed, it's time to carry out the second mission. This trip has been quite smooth. It did not waste much time, Romo muttered softly. With a buzzing sound, the surrounding mountains and earth seemed to move. With Romo as the center, a circular golden barrier was formed. Golden runes kept appearing in the air, forming a formation. This formation was the luck-plundering formation of the family clan. Romo had seen it before when he was alive. When he was killing the Smith father and son in the ancestral hall of the Smith family clan, the father and son had used this formation. However, based on Romo's impression, the Smith father and son had also used many supplementary materials at that time, including the ashes of their ancestors, relics, and so on. Moreover, their cultivation levels were not high, so they could only set up a small formation. Currently, Romo was no longer the same as before. His cultivation had greatly increased, and he was able to set up the spirit formation by himself without borrowing any external power. Romo himself was actually an important condition for this formation. Due to the system, Romo was a special existence. He was the old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan, and the luck of the entire Nicholas family clan was all on him. Romo was even able to control the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan. Hence, Romo was, to a certain extent, equivalent to the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan. And normally, this formation could only be set up by relying on the luck of the family clan, and it had to be in the family clan's ancestral hall. This meant that Romo was able to unleash this formation by himself without needing to borrow any external power. However, there were pros and cons to the family clan luck plundering formation, not to mention that it might not necessarily succeed, and that even if it did, it would bring some side effects to the family clan. Furthermore, the family clan had no choice but to take the initiative to bear the consequences. These consequences could be big or small. Sometimes, the calamity it brought might far surpass the family clan luck it plundered. Romo had once heard of a family clan that had successfully plundered the luck of another family clan. However, not long after, this family clan was exterminated. No one knew the reason, but most people attributed the cause to the family clan luck plundering formation. Instantly, the family clan luck plundering formation seemed to have become a prohibited item. Therefore, very few people would use such a formation. It would not be used unless there were special circumstances. In the past, there had been a family clan who had wanted to plunder the luck of the Nicholas family clan, but the Nicholas family clan had relied on their strength to plunder the other party's luck instead. Under such circumstances, the Nicholas family clan did not have to bear any consequences, even if they had obtained the luck of another family clan for nothing. The reason Romo had set up this formation now was mainly because the Nicholas family clan had always had a very deep connection with the four large family clans, and also had a very deep grudge. In this case, even if the plunder was successful, they would not have to bear much consequences. The luck-plundering magical power was a very dangerous spell. If one did not cultivate it well, one could easily go berserk, and it would become an evil spell. Moreover, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, Romo had not taught it to his descendants, nor had he planned to give it to them. Moreover, Romo did not plan to use this kind of spell often. After all, it was not a glorious thing. However, dealing with the four large family clans was another matter. There was already a great conflict, so he did not have to worry about the consequences if the plunder had succeeded. Romo still hoped that the descendants of his family clan could rely on him to strengthen his family clan step by step, and not use such a dishonorable formation. In short, setting up this formation here today to plunder the luck of the four large family clans was a matter of greater benefits than harm. It was also the best solution to deal with the current situation. Yesterday, the four large family clans had come to seek revenge on the Nicholas family. Today, all 8 of them were dead. Although no one had seen the murderer or had any evidence to prove that it was related to the Nicholas family, everyone would definitely guess that it was related to the Nicholas family. Regardless of whether the other 4 large family clans had any evidence, they would definitely think that the Nicholas family had done this, and they would definitely take revenge on the Nicholas family clan. It was just a matter of time. If they knew that each family had lost 2 great commanders, they might rush to the door of the Nicholas family palace in Winterfrost the next day to demand an explanation. When that time came, if all members of their family clans were to take action, even if Harris and the others were around, it might be difficult to deal with them. Although each family clan had lost 2 magi of the divine power realm, to the 4 large family clans, it was only equivalent to losing a leg. It would not affect their overall strength much. Therefore, Romo had much more to do. What he had to do was to resolve the future problems for the Nicholas family clan. If he were to just return after killing these 8 people today, it would only relieve his anger, and bring many problems and troubles to the Nicholas family clan in the future. When the time came, Romo would still have to resolve it. If he were to fail in his performance, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was better to settle it all today. Hence, Romo decided that after he had obtained the night travel talisman, he would first kill the 8 magi of the divine power realm, and then set up a magic formation to snatch the family clan luck of the 4 family clans. As Romo was thinking, the head of the Primo family clan, Damon, was near the ancestral hall. He suddenly sensed something unusual. What's going on? Damon quickly walked closer to the ancestral hall to see what was going on, only to find that the ancestral hall was filled with a strange atmosphere. He had never seen such a situation in all his years of life. Matters of the ancestral hall had never been a small matter. Damon quickly gathered everyone in the family and everyone hurried into the ancestral hall. After entering the ancestral hall, everyone discovered something odd. What's going on? Why has the ancestral hall suddenly become like this? That's right, and this ancestral hall is so cold. The members from the Primo family also realized that something was wrong, because the entire ancestral hall had turned cold. This had never happened before. Although there was no wind in the ancestral hall, it was still eerie. Some of the ancestral tablets were also shaking as if they were about to fall down. It was as if there was a wind in the ancestral hall. In reality, it was impossible for there to be any wind in the ancestral hall, but why were the ancestral tablets swaying? Chapter 160 The Ancestral Grave Exploded. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. What's going on? Family head, quickly think of something. Why are the ancestral tablets shaking? What's going on? This is too scary. Very few people had seen this kind of family clan luck plundering formation. It was a kind of forbidden technique, so it was normal that the people from the Primo family clan had not seen it before. They all looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Gradually, the news spread throughout the Primo family clan. All magi of the divine power realm came to the ancestral hall to discuss why this had happened. Suddenly, a figure entered the ancestral hall. Damon was shocked when he saw him. Big brother. Great uncle. Great uncle, aren't you in seclusion? Why have you come out? Big brother, what's going on? The person who had suddenly appeared was Damon's older brother, Tryler. He was the only person in the Primo family clan whose cultivation base was second only to Alexander's. He was at level 8 of the divine power realm and was about to reach level 9. However, Tryler was not good at taking care of family matters. He only wanted to cultivate, so he took the initiative to give the position of family head to his younger brother, Damon. He had been cultivating in seclusion mainly because he wanted to break through the bottleneck quickly. Tryler rarely came out of seclusion. Even the feud with the Nicholas family clan previously had not caused him to come out of seclusion. However, this time, he had come out of seclusion because he had sensed something. Tryler looked around and suddenly saw the ancestral tablets shaking. There was terror in his eyes. This. Although Tryler had some suspicions that this was a formation to plunder the family clan's luck, he could not be certain. After all, even he had only vaguely heard of such a formation. All of a sudden, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have become even more sinister. Many of the ancestral tablets on the table had fallen down. Everyone could sense that the invisible force around them had become stronger again. Everyone was instantly at a loss as to what to do. As it was not a good thing for the ancestral tablets to fall in the ancestral hall, so the few of them were scrambling to catch them. Only Tryler was quick to react. He waved his right hand, forming a wave of energy that caught all the tablets. Before the people from the Primo family clan could catch their breath, all of a sudden, before they could even react, they heard a bang, bang, bang sound. The ancestral tablets of the Primo family clan had actually exploded into pieces. No one had time to react. They looked at the tablets which had shattered into pieces and were momentarily at a loss for what to do. But before everyone could think of a solution, they suddenly heard a crack. This sound was enough to break everyone's heart. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the green jade plate that was originally on the wall. This jade plate was usually used to detect the condition of a certain place, and it was not an ordinary jade plate. And now, a crack had actually appeared on the jade plate, and it was glowing weakly. When everyone saw that something had happened to the jade plate, they knew something must have occurred at that place. 10 kilometers away from the Primo family clan, there was a precious feng shui land. This place was considered a secret of the Primo family, and no ordinary person knew about it. This place had been classified by the Primo family as their private territory, and a tall city wall had been built around it. It looked extremely luxurious. However, it was not a place for people to live in. In other words, it was not for living people. In an obscure place beside the city wall, the words Primo Family Cemetery were written. That's right, this was the place where the Primo family used to bury the dead, and the green jade plate was used to monitor this place. Crack! Crack! At this moment, the stone tablet at the entrance also suddenly started to explode. Dense cracks had appeared on it, especially at the spot where the family name had been written. The cracks were especially severe, and the name could hardly be seen anymore. At the same time, cracks began to appear on every stone tablet in the Primo family cemetery to varying degrees. In the night, the cracking sounds were especially loud. As the cracking sounds gradually became louder and then became weak again, suddenly, one tombstone after another exploded. Just like the tablets, the entire cemetery was filled with a dull rumble. After the explosion, the entire Primo cemetery fell into a dead silence again, as if nothing had happened just now. There was only the cold evening wind blowing against the shattered stone tablets. Just as the tombstones of the Primo family cemetery exploded, the other family clans had also sensed an abnormality. And the members of the Primo family clan had all sensed that something had happened to their family's cemetery. Quick! It's the cemetery! Everyone, let's go to the cemetery! Something has happened there! Quick, let's go! The moment the jade plate collapsed, the members of the Primo family started to become anxious and uneasy. They hurried to the cemetery to prevent more serious situations from happening. The moment Triler flew into the sky, he sensed the situation in the cemetery. Instantly, the energy in his body started to churn. He already knew what had happened in the cemetery. At the same time, it also confirmed his guess. How dare you plunder the luck of our Primo family clan? You're really bold! Triler roared in the sky and quickly flew toward the cemetery. Damon seemed to have also sensed that something was about to happen. He stopped everyone from the Primo family and said, "Not everyone should go. Leave a few people at home to watch. The few of you, come with me to the cemetery to see what's going on." He left a few people to watch the house and brought a few with higher cultivation levels to the cemetery. As the few of them were flying in the sky, they had also sensed the changes in the other 3 of the 4 large family clans. They seemed to be in the same situation as their family clan earlier. Everyone, the other 3 clans seemed to be. Triler did not have the time to care about what was happening in another family. Forget about the other family clans. Something has happened to our own cemetery. Soon, the few of them had reached the family's cemetery. Looking down at the entire cemetery from the sky, it was a tragic sight. At the same time, rage burned in their hearts. Who is it? How dare you destroy the cemetery of the Primo family and even snatch our family clan's luck? I'll find you, and I'll definitely make you die a horrible death. Triler, who was in the air, looked murderous. Big brother, calm down. Just as Damon tried to calm him down, he saw Triler vomit a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the ancestral halls and cemeteries of the other family clans were in the same situation as the Primo family. Almost all the ancestral tombs had been destroyed. As such, the night was over. It was time for Romo to return. Chapter 161 Upgrade in the Family Luck Level. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Ding! Night Travel Talisman's time limit has ended. When the first ray of sunlight appeared, Romo heard the system notifications. Hence, Romo quickly put away the magic formation. Instantly, the entire sky returned to how it was before. The golden runes around Romo had also vanished. Romo also vanished into the air. It was as if nothing had happened. When Romo regained consciousness, he had returned to the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan. Ding! Family clan's luck level has increased to level 4. Received level 4 family clan luck gift bag X1. This upgrade has been caused by the plunder of clan luck. It will result in karma. 50,000 faith points could be used to eliminate the side effect. Do you want to eliminate it? The system notification sounded in Romo's ear again. Romo had not expected that he could use the faith points to eliminate the karma. Omo did not hesitate at all. Eliminate. Command confirmation, 50,000 faith points have been consumed to eliminate the side effect of plundering the family clan's luck. System prompt, plundering a family clan's luck is risky. Host, please use it carefully. After hearing the system notifications, Romo began to suspect something. Since the system had already issued a warning, it meant that the consequences of this matter were rather serious. Romo did not know what would happen next. In fact, if it had not been for the time constraints and because the mission was grave, Romo would not have used this spell so readily. Although the karma caused by plundering the luck of family clans could be eliminated with 50,000 faith points, this was only if the side effects were relatively minor. If it were other family clans, it was unknown how many faith points would be used. In the future, I won't use this move if I can help it, Romo thought to himself. Since he had already used it, he might as well see what gift bag the system had given him. Command confirmation: the use of the level 4 family clan luck gift bag has been successful. You can select 3 from the following rewards. There were so many rewards. Romo remembered that the last time, he could choose 2 out of the 5 rewards. This time, it was 3 out of 5, and the value of the rewards was much higher than before. Omo looked at the rewards briefly. First, the official's luck could be ruled out. Although comprehension was useful, in comparison, Romo felt that longevity luck was more useful. Hence, Romo chose 1, 2, and 5. After he had made his choice, Romo added all the 60 points of the family clan basic luck free distribution points to the family clan's luck for cultivation. He could not see the effect of the remaining 2 rewards directly. However, what made Romo even more excited was the new child of destiny descendant in the Nicholas family clan. Omo thought for a moment. Currently, there were already 4 women in the family who were pregnant. Moreover, Romo had just used a fertility enhancement talisman not long ago. Perhaps, very soon, there would be another female family member pregnant. In the next year, the Nicholas family clan would be able to have many new descendants, and the family clan would be able to prosper and become stronger. The rewards, obtained from using the night travel talisman this time, were really worth it. It was not a waste of the night of operations. Omo's mood became very good. The other members of the Nicholas family still did not know what had happened last night. They continued to live in peace. Every day, they learned some new knowledge on magical power as usual. The family was harmonious. After Romo saw these scenes, he was very pleased. However, the town where the 4 large family clans were located was in chaos. News had spread throughout the entire town that the ancestral graves of the 4 large family clans had exploded. Actually, the news had spread throughout the entire town just as the sky lit up. If it had been possible for the 4 large family clans not to let the outside world know, for the time being, what had happened in their ancestral halls, it was impossible to hide what had happened in the cemeteries from anyone. Last night, some people had already sensed the hurried arrival of the few magi of the divine power realm from the 4 large family clans to their cemeteries. At the same time, they had also sensed the changes in the cemeteries. With a guess, they knew what had happened. The entire town was discussing this matter. Some people had even mentioned the Nicholas family clan. It was obvious that the Nicholas family clan was most likely behind this. After all, it was such a coincidence. 2 days ago, the 4 large family clans had just come knocking on the door of the Nicholas family to cause trouble, and the ancestral graves of the 4 large family clans exploded. The next day. However, there was one explanation which most people believed, and it was that someone had ruined the luck of the 4 large family clans. This had not happened often, but it happened occasionally. Even if it were to happen often, it would not have been too frequent. Many of the older generation remembered that more than 80 years ago, someone had ruined the luck of the Nicholas family clan, causing the Nicholas family clan to decline. At that time, there were also rumors that all this had been carried out by the 4 large family clans. Although there were also speculations about the Nicholas family clan this time, most people still did not believe that the Nicholas family had the ability to plunder the luck of other family clans. After all, in the eyes of the commoners, the Nicholas family was only a family clan that had relied on external help to barely defeat the 8 magi of the divine power realm. None of the descendants of the family clan had appeared, and they were not very powerful. As they discussed, the details gradually became clearer. Even what happened in the Primo ancestral hall was not concealed in the end. It was obvious, without thinking, that the same thing had also happened to the other 3 family clans. Although it was a nightmare for the 4 large family clans, for the commoners in the city, it was just an interesting topic for discussion after meals and was constantly being spread. However, the matter gradually became more and more serious. Everyone even knew that the 8 magi of the divine power realm from the 4 large family clans had been brutally killed on their way back in the flying ferry. The arrival of this news caused the entire town to become extremely lively. Everyone knew about this, and everyone was discussing this matter on the streets and in the alleys. What everyone was most curious about was who could have killed 8 magi of the divine power realm in one go, and they had heard that these 8 magi of the divine power realm did not have the ability to fight back at all. According to the rumors, the weapon used to kill the 8 magi of the divine power realm was a high-grade spirit weapon, a flying sword. Hence, everyone guessed that the murderer was a mage of the longevity realm. However, no one had any clue as to who it was or which family the person belonged to. After all, it was not uncommon for the 4 large family clans to have enemies, but there was almost no family clan that could produce such a mage of the longevity realm. Chapter 162 Who is the murderer? Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. In fact, the news about what happened on the flying ferry had been sent back through magical treasures from the beginning. After all, the 4 large family clans had to know the news. On the other hand, only some people of prominent status in the 4 large family clans knew the news sent back by the magical treasures. However, when the flying ferry reached the town, it could not be concealed anymore. After all, everyone on the flying ferry was a witness. They had witnessed the entire process of the killing of the 8 magi of the divine power realm. Thus, everyone spread the news like wildfire. In the morning, the entire town knew about it. Even the neighboring towns knew about it. Excellently, too many things had happened to the 4 large family clans in this town. A lot of complicated information surged into the minds of the local citizens all at once. Sometimes, before the news could be known, the next piece of news had already arrived. From the time all 4 descendants of the 4 large family clans died in the trial realm, outrageous things gradually happened. Then, the 4 large family clans went to seek revenge on the Nicholas family but failed in the end. Then, all the magi who went to take revenge from the 4 large family clans died, and the ancestral graves of the 4 large family clans exploded. Most importantly, it was still not known who the murderer was, and everyone was speculating. However, the most common explanation was that although the murderer might not be of the longevity realm, he must be at the peak of the divine power realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess that high-grade spirit weapon and be able to kill the people from the 4 large family clans in one go. From the entire story, one had no choice but to link the 2 matters together. In other words, the person who had blown up the ancestral graves of the 4 large family clans and killed the 8 magi of the divine power realm from the 4 large family clans was the same person. However, if it was understood as such, everything made sense. The murderer had killed the people first and then proceeded to plunder the luck of the 4 large family clans. However, as he had not killed his way directly to the front of the 4 large family clans, everyone speculated that his cultivation base had not reached the longevity realm. If he was really of the longevity realm, why did he not just kill the entire 4 large family clans? Now, the 4 large family clans would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly in the future and not let the murderer off. Everyone had an unreliable suspicion that the murderer was related to the Nicholas family clan, but they also felt that it was impossible. How could the Nicholas family have such a powerful person? If there really was, wouldn't he have appeared long ago when the 4 large family clans came knocking on their door? Why would he do such an unnecessary thing? With such strength, there was no need for him to hide at all. By showing himself directly, he would be able to scare away more than half of the enemies. Moreover, given the crisis that day, it was obvious that the 4 large family clans thought the Nicholas family was easy to bully. If he had killed Primo and the others, then there would not be much gossip. All the above speculations meant that the person might have appeared by chance, and it was just a coincidence with what had happened to the Nicholas family. However, if it had nothing to do with the Nicholas family clan, who would the 4 large family clans have also offended at the same time? Moreover, it looked like the grievance had been deep. As everyone was speculating, all kinds of rumors kept spreading, but everyone's guesses were also varied. There was no unified answer. Everyone was also very curious about this mysterious murderer. Whether men, women, the young, or the old in the city, everyone was concerned about this matter. At the same time, they were also paying close attention to the reactions of the 4 large family clans to see what clues they could find. Faced with the few incidents that had suddenly happened to the 4 large family clans, everyone had the same reaction. On the one hand, they were very angry, and they had issued a joint statement to the entire town, saying that they would definitely find the murderer and make him pay the price he deserved. However, everyone also knew that this statement was just empty talk. There were no clues at all. Even if there were suspicions, there was no evidence to prove who the murderer was. Furthermore, each family clan had lost 2 magi of the divine power realm. This was a significant loss. In particular, the Primo family clan had wanted to contribute the greatest efforts to take revenge on the Nicholas family, so they had sent Alexander, the most powerful in the family. However, they had not expected to become the family clan with the greatest loss. Even Triler, who was second only to Alexander, seemed to have suffered a serious injury last night because he had been too indignant. From the looks of it now, there was not much hope for him to become a level 9 of the divine power realm. While attention was paid to the situation of the 4 large family clans, there were also people paying attention to the situation of the Nicholas family. However, as usual, there was nothing abnormal in Nicholas family. TT might really have nothing to do with this matter. After knowing about this, everyone from the Nicholas family was shocked at first, and then they were very happy. The heavens had opened their eyes. No matter who had done it, this was excellent news for them. When Norton heard this, the first thing he thought of was the old ancestor. However, he could not be completely sure. He could not ask the old ancestor directly nor share the news with others. It was impossible for others to know. Even Xibola was shocked. However, he knew that the Nicholas family did not fight at all last night. Even the 5-color peacock had been resting on the tree. Although Xibola suspected the Nicholas family, he had no evidence. The only suspicious thing was that the Nicholas family might really have a powerful force that he did not know about. However, it was impossible to tell that the descendants of the Nicholas family clan had such a powerful pillar. Only Kariman knew his master, Romo, was also the old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. However, this was only a guess and he could not be certain. This matter had also caused widespread discussion in the Nicholas family. Everyone was speculating who had done this. A day passed very quickly. The next day was another ordinary day. However, to Romo, it was another special day, which was the day that ancestral worship gift bag would be refreshed each month. This was the day Romo looked forward to the most every month. Sometimes, when there was no major issue in the Nicholas family, Romo would count the days and look forward to this day. Early in the morning, the system notifications sounded. Ding! Your descendants have just completed the worship by the entire clan. You have received the right to a special gift bag. The special gift bag is available in the system shop. Omo quickly summoned the system and checked the rewards in the gift bag. Low-grade magical weapon, random. Special price, 2000 faith points. 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. Special price, 1000 faith points. The entire clan's business aptitude plus 10. Special price, 5000 faith points. Enlightenment talisman. Special price, 10,000 faith points. Chapter 163 Ron breaks through. Family clan upgrade. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. A total of 4 items had appeared in the interface which popped up in the system. However, of the first 3 items, only the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman was still of some value to Romo. The rest were not of much use. Only the 4th item had attracted Romo's attention. Enlightenment talisman. Upon use, it allows a descendant at a bottleneck to obtain a chance of enlightenment and greatly increase the probability of an opportunity appearing. This product simply made Romo's eyes light up. First, this product was not easy to come by and was very rare. Second, it had appeared at a very opportune time. Wasn't this all prepared for Ron? As Ron was coincidentally in the midst of upgrading, Romo quickly bought these 2 items. In the Nicholas Palace, after the descendants had completed their worship activities, they started to do their own things. In fact, the respect the descendants of the Nicholas family clan had for their ancestors had completely exceeded the imagination of Harris and the others, who had just arrived. They had not expected the clansmen to go to the ancestral hall every day to pay respect to their ancestors. In the many days that they had been here, they had not stopped for a single day. However, after thinking about it, it was reasonable. They even praised the spirit of these people. After all, Mage Romo, who had sacrificed himself for them, was a senior of the Nicholas family clan. Although they still did not know who he was, they believed that he was a spirit in the heavens and would be very pleased to see the Nicholas family prospering, and the descendants treating him respectfully. However, in the town where the 4 large family clans were located, the series of events that had happened to the 4 large family clans was still the main topic of discussion for everyone. However, everyone was basically no longer concerned about the tragic encounters that had happened to the 4 large family clans. What everyone was concerned about was who the mysterious assassin was. The day passed quickly. When night came, Romo took advantage of the fact that everyone was asleep to quickly use a dream-appearing talisman to let Ron advance his cultivation base quickly. This would also allow him to use the enlightenment talisman on him. If everything went well, Ron might be able to advance to the divine power realm tonight. In Ron's dream, he had seen the old ancestor again. Ron was very excited but also a little surprised. After all, the old ancestor had just visited him in his dream a while ago and he could actually see the old ancestor again. He had thought that the old ancestor would not appear again for a while. Old ancestor. Ron hurried forward respectfully. You've visited my dream again. Hey! Ron, I am visiting you in your dream today mainly to help you consolidate the spells I had taught you previously. They will be of some help to you in breaking through the bottleneck, Romo said with a benevolent expression. Breakthrough, it's still too early, old ancestor. Ron was very shocked to hear the word breakthrough. After all, he felt that he was still a long way from breaking through. He dared not even think of breaking through to the divine power realm now. I know, so I'm here today to help you. It's also a good thing to be able to increase the probability of a breakthrough, Romo consoled Ron. It would be good if you could grasp a little of it. This will be helpful for you to break through to the divine power realm. Moreover, no one can be sure about this. You must fight a prepared battle. Hence, Romo taught Ron some spells in the dream. Let me check if you have absorbed the spells I taught you previously. After Romo had seen Ron's absorption, he guided him for a while and imparted some new spells to him to get Ron into the right state as soon as possible. At the same time, he also used a 100-fold cultivation speed talisman on Ron. This way, on the one hand, it could influence Ron's subconsciousness through the dream realm, and on the other, it could also increase Ron's cultivation efficiency. This was killing two birds with one stone. Under the effect of the 100-fold cultivation speed talisman, Ron gradually entered a state of mind with Romo's careful guidance in the dream. Even when it came to the latter half of the night, when Romo no longer guided him, Ron was able to enter a very good state. Como saw that Ron was almost ready. It was time to quickly use the enlightenment talisman. In the guest room of the Nicholas family, Harris and the others were resting with their eyes closed. They suddenly opened their eyes and seemed to have sensed a different aura. When they went out to take a look, however, they felt that everything was normal. Although he had been living in the Nicholas family for a while, Harris increasingly felt that the Nicholas family had big secrets that had not been solved. Moreover, these secrets seemed to be related to the ancestors of the Nicholas family. Seeing that it was almost daybreak, it was time for him to end Ron's teaching tonight. Ron had basically mastered it completely, so Romo ended the use of the dream-appearing talisman. And just one night, Ron had a new understanding of the previous spells. Coupled with the effect of the enlightenment talisman, Ron's entire mind had been sublimated and greatly improved. Como returned to the ancestral hall. After calling out the system, he used a Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman. Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman, it can be used by a descendant when he is breaking through. Expending the corresponding faith points can increase the success rate of a breakthrough. The effect is proportional to the expenditure of faith points. It cannot exceed a maximum of 50%. Command confirmation: to use the Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman on the selected 17th generation descendant, Ron. Breakthrough level: from the peak of the innate realm to level 1 of the divine power realm. Please select blessing bonus effect. With the system's voice, an adjustable bar-like object appeared in Romo's vision. On the leftmost side was the minimum consumption of 5,000 faith points equals 10% success rate bonus. On the rightmost side was the maximum consumption of 50,000 faith points equals 50% bonus. Omo did a simple count of the remaining faith points and found that there was still quite a lot. Moreover, the effect of the Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman was instantaneous. The faith points spent was considered worth it, so he directly chose the highest blessing bonus. Command confirmation: consumed 50,000 faith points. The success rate of the target's breakthrough has increased by 50%. With the 50% bonus added and the 30% bonus from the family clan's formation, there was a total of 80% bonus. Coupled with Ron's own talent and his usual hard work, and the spells Romo had taught him over the past few days, his realm had reached a brand new level. That was the divine power realm. In that instant, all the energy in Ron's body erupted. A beam of light appeared above the Nicholas Palace, but it quickly disappeared. Ron had successfully broken through the bottleneck and reached level 1 of the divine power realm. The moment Ron reached the divine power realm, a system notification sounded in Romo's ear in the ancestral hall. Ding! A mage of the divine power realm has appeared in the clan. The family clan's rank has increased to level 3. Received level 3 family clan gift bag X1. Chapter 164 Romo's Breakthrough. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. With the system notifications, Romo was very happy because as Ron broke through to the divine power realm, the family clan's rank had also increased. He had previously thought about whether Ron would be able to help his family clan's rank advance after breaking through to the divine power realm. He did not expect it to really succeed. This was killing two birds with one stone, and it made Romo very excited. In fact, there were many conditions relevant to the family clan's rank upgrade. However, the most important was the cultivation base of the family members. It was also a combination of factors such as overall strength, family clan's reputation, financial resources, and family size. At this moment, the family clan had suddenly upgraded in rank. This meant that all these combinations of conditions had been met, but the only problem was the cultivation base of the family members. T was the same as when Norton had advanced from level 1 to level 2. Hence, Romo concluded that the conditions for the rank upgrade of the family clan in the early stages had not been particularly difficult. They only needed to increase their cultivation base simply, but the further they advanced, the more difficult it became. T was not just the cultivation base of the members. Many other aspects had to be improved in order to increase the family clan's rank. Moreover, a family clan with someone of the divine power realm and a family clan with someone of the longevity realm were two completely different ranks. In this place, the number of family clans with a mage of the longevity realm could be counted with one hand, and each of them ruled a piece of land. Thinking of this, Romo felt that he had thought too much. He should first do what was before his eyes. Hence, Romo quickly retracted his thoughts and went to see Ron's situation. He had to ensure that he had successfully broken through, and consolidate his cultivation base so that nothing would happen to him in the future. Como then quickly checked what was in the level 3 family clan gift bag given by the system. Command confirmation: the use of the level 3 family clan gift bag has been successful. Received: family clan luck free distribution points x 200, Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman *1, Special Grade Experience Talismans *30, Family Clan Protective Formation Upgrade Talisman 1, Family Clans Forbidden Ground Construction Talisman *1, Special Discount Store Beckoning Talisman x1, Guardian Spirit Beast Breakthrough Talisman 1, Talent Strengthening Talisman x5, 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman x10, Realm Breakthrough Protection Talisman equals 10, Dream Appearing Talismans x20, Lost Descendant Search Talisman *1. Omo instantly remembered a series of system notifications. These rewards made Romo very excited. The level 3 family clan gift bag was more generous than one of level 2. Almost every item was good stuff. The thing that had moved Romo the most was the Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman. Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman, exclusive to the host. It can be used to break through the bottleneck of the Yin Spirit realm. It can allow one to enter a state of escape and greatly increase the probability of a breakthrough. This Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman was the upgraded version of the Enlightenment Talisman which had just been given to Ron. However, this was exclusively for the host, and this was also what Romo was currently lacking. Currently, Romo was at the peak of the Yin Spirit realm, but he had encountered a bottleneck. Romo discovered that even after using the experience talismans, he was still unable to advance, so he did not use the experience talismans anymore. Even the 10 special grade experience talismans he had obtained from the previous mission were still in his inventory. Como had been searching for the opportunity to break through these few days, but he had not had a good solution. After all, it was easier said than done to level up. Omo had once heard that there were many magi at the peak of the divine power realm who had been stuck at a bottleneck their entire lives. They had not succeeded, and Romo was one of them. In the days of searching for the opportunity to break through, Romo had planned to use faith points to break through, but today's tool had come at the right time. Omo quickly took a look at the situation of the Nicholas family and did not find anything unusual. He immediately used the Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman. Command confirmation: the Yin Spirit Enlightenment Talisman has been successfully used. With the system's voice, Romo could sense a huge amount of information surging into his mind. He even felt that it had reached the depths of his soul. In that instant, Romo had an unprecedented feeling of enlightenment. Previously, those parts of the cultivation techniques which Romo was unclear about had become very clear. Furthermore, Romo had instantly comprehended the essence of it. Previously, When Romo was using the third-tier cultivation techniques, although he had briefly experienced the feeling of being half a step into the longevity realm, the feeling now was even clearer than before. Omo had already entered a state of enlightenment and was beginning to break through the bottleneck. Everyone in the Nicholas Palace was concerned about Ron's condition. After all, Ron had successfully advanced to level 1 of the Divine Power realm. How could it have been so fast? I thought it would take at least a few months, Harris said, looking surprised. That's right, he actually succeeded so quickly, Mike echoed. This Ron is too talented. Perhaps he has a special constitution? Or has he cultivated some special magical power? Leonard said, perplexed. He has already reached the Divine Power realm at 18 years old. Even the most talented person from before has not reached it, said Shirley, shaking her head. Mage Xi Bolette, do you know the special secret of the Nicholas family? Harris asked Xi Bolette. That's right, Mage Xi Bolette. You have lived here for so long, you must know some secrets, right? Edward asked quickly. After all, he really wanted to know the mystery behind it. I know about as much as you guys. However, Xi Bolette was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly discovered something abnormal. He looked in a direction in disbelief. Mage Xi Bolette, what happened? Yes? What's wrong? The others did not sense anything unusual, but when they saw Xi Bolette's reaction, they had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Xi Bolette did not answer immediately, but he was secretly mobilizing the energy in his body and calculating in his heart what had happened. A few minutes had passed, and his eyes were filled with confusion. As expected, he had not calculated anything again. However, Xi Bolette was already used to it. He should have given up long ago. Nothing, I had a wrong perception. Xi Bolette shook his head and explained to everyone. At the same time, the five-color peacock, which was resting on a tree behind the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, suddenly opened its eyes. It looked surprised and looked in the direction of the ancestral hall. Ding! The host's cultivation base has increased to level 1 of the longevity realm. When the system notification sounded, Romo had really broken through the bottleneck and reached level 1 of the longevity realm. Although Romo's figure was still floating above the tablet, he could clearly sense that he was completely different from before. He could sense the energy in his body at all times. It was worlds apart from before. Chapter 165, Constructing the Forbidden Ground. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. Romo could not believe that he had really reached the longevity realm. After all, only by reaching this realm could he become a mage of the peak. If he was only at the peak of the Divine Power realm, his normal lifespan would only be 300 years. However, if he could advance to the longevity realm, his lifespan would be more than 1,000 years. Furthermore, as his level increased, his lifespan would continue to increase. What a pity! Romo walked out from the joy of leveling up and sighed. He regretted his decision. What he felt regretful about was that if this enlightenment talisman had come a little earlier, or if he had used the night travel talisman a little later, with his current ability, he would be able to charge directly into the 4 large family clans and teach them a lesson. However, Romo thought carefully. If that was the case, it might be even more difficult to clean up the mess. The consequences would be unimaginable. Since it had already taken place, there was no need for him to regret it. Moreover, leaving the grudges of the 4 large family clans to his descendants to resolve was also a chance for them to train. After all, they could not rely on the old ancestor for everything. The old ancestor only provided protection at the critical moment, there was no need for him to do everything for them. In doing so, they would have fewer opportunities to train, which would be detrimental to their development. After all, Romo was already at the longevity realm and could be considered a powerful pillar of the Nicholas family. Even if he could not bring his descendants out to take revenge, if someone pursued them to their doorstep, he would be more than able to teach them a lesson. If the 4 large family clans were to come to the Nicholas family immediately, Romo was confident that they would not be able to return. With him as a strong backer, the descendants of the Nicholas family had nothing to worry about. When their cultivation base gradually became stronger, they would be able to protect the family clan. By then, they would no longer need their old ancestor. Romo then used all the 40 special grade experience talismans in his inventory. The host's level has increased to level 2 of the longevity realm. The host's level has increased to level 3 of the longevity realm. With the help of the 40 special grade experience talismans, Romo's cultivation base increased by 2 levels in a row. After reaching the longevity realm, the experience required would increase exponentially. After Romo had finished his advancement, he checked the other rewards. Family Clan's Forbidden Ground Construction Talisman. It can be used to construct a family clan's forbidden ground. Members of the family clan will receive additional bonuses within the forbidden ground. Romo had seen this tool when he was using the special discount store beckoning talisman previously. At that time, Romo had been a little tempted, but it would have cost 200,000 faith points. Romo thought it was a little too expensive, so he did not buy it. He did not expect the system to take the initiative to let go of one. This construction talisman was a type of spell that conformed with the family clan formation construction. Talisman. As long as the location and direction could be determined, the construction could be carried out directly. Romo thought for a long time about where to build the forbidden ground. In the end, he decided to build it under the ancestral hall. This was Romo's little idea. If it was built here, the entire Nicholas family would be under his control. Moreover, below the ancestral hall was a very well-hidden place that would not be easily discovered by too many people. Taking another step back, if something were to happen in the future, he could spend some faith points and change the location. The family clan's forbidden ground, as well as the family clan's protective formation, could be moved at will. Command confirmation. The use of the family clan's forbidden ground construction talisman has been successful. Please select the location and area for the construction. With the system notifications, Romo could see a 3-dimensional image of the Nicholas Palace. He directly chose the location below the ancestral hall without hesitation and decided on the area. It was almost identical to the size of the ancestral hall. The construction of the family clan's forbidden ground was basically the same as the family clan's protective formation. Subsequently, he would have to use faith points or tools to continuously upgrade and expand it. Family clan's forbidden ground construction completed. With the system notification, Romo could see that there was an additional 20 square meters of space below the ancestral hall, and the entrance was in a concealed place. The system also popped out a message for Romo. Family clan's forbidden ground level I. Capacity limit, 1 person. Special effect of the forbidden ground, 2-fold increase in comprehension, 10-fold increase in cultivation, 10-fold increase in healing. Faith points required for upgrade, 50,000 points. To put it bluntly, this family clan's forbidden ground was a special area in the family clan's formation. One could cultivate and recuperate from one's injuries here, and it had a certain bonus effect. Furthermore, it could be stacked with other enhancements. Although a family clan's level I forbidden ground could only hold 1 person, and its effects were not obvious, it could still level up bit by bit. In the end, there was only one tool left, which was Guardian Spirit Beast Breakthrough Talisman. This was specially for use by the family clan's Guardian Spirit Beast. It can assist it to break through a bottleneck. These rewards seemed to be simply tailor-made for Romo. They were all of use to him now. This tool was naturally going to be used on the 5-color Divine Beast. Currently, the 5-color Divine Beast was already at the peak of level 6. If it could advance to level 7, its strength would be equivalent to a mage of the longevity realm, and it would be able to move freely. However, Romo felt that this tool might not succeed immediately. After all, there was a certain difference between a human and a divine beast. Therefore, Romo felt that the current situation was not critical and was not in a hurry to use it. Next was the Family Clan Protective Formation Upgrade Talisman. Command confirmation, to use the Family Clan Protective Formation Upgrade Talisman. Family Clan Protective Formation has been upgraded to level 4. Base value has been increased. 10-fold cultivation. Halo has been upgraded to a 30-fold cultivation halo. Realm Breakthrough Halo's effect has been increased by 40%. The Enlightenment Halo's effect has been increased by 3-fold. Attack Rebound effect has been enhanced, the effect of the Inner Demon Purifying Halo has been increased. Inner Demon Purification Halo, within the range of the family clan's formation, the probability of an inner demon appearing among the family members would be reduced by 50%. Inner demons were troubles which everyone who cultivated was bound to encounter during cultivation. The higher one's cultivation base, the higher the probability of an inner demon appearing, and the higher the level of the inner demon, the more difficult it was to overcome. If one did not deal with it properly, one might go berserk and enter a land of eternal damnation. Previously, Romo had once formed an inner demon because of the death of his friend, and he almost failed. After that, the inner demon had not been completely eliminated and was always by his side. Therefore, in the end, he did not successfully reach the longevity realm, which was partly because of the inner demon. Currently, Romo could also not guarantee that the inner demon no longer existed. After all, Romo was constantly using the experience talismans to suppress the inner demon, and at the same time, he had cultivated a higher level of magical power. This was why the inner demon had never appeared. Chapter 166, Silence from the Four Large Family Clans. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. If the probability of inner demons appearing could be reduced to a certain extent, it would be equivalent to increasing the success rates of cultivation in a realm breakthrough. Moreover, the family clan's protective formation would also raise the success rate of a realm breakthrough. Now, Romo could now spontaneously control the success rate of a realm breakthrough to be as high as 90%. In other words, if the descendants of the Nicholas family wanted to break through in the future, there was almost no chance of failure. Romo then added the remaining 200 points of the family clan luck free distribution points to the family clan's luck for cultivation. This way, the upgrade of the family clan's luck this time would have a huge impact on the entire family. Although it would not have any immediate effect, it could still influence the future direction of the family clan to a certain extent. There were also the special discount store Beckoning Talisman XL, Talent Strengthening Talismans X5, the 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talismans XLO, the Realm Breakthrough Protection Talismans X10, the Dream Appearing Talismans X20, and the Lost Descendant Search Talisman XL. These were not needed for the time being, so Romo placed them all in the inventory. In fact, Romo had wanted to use the Lost Descendant Search Talisman, but after thinking about it, the Nicholas family clan and the four large family clans were currently in deep trouble, and although the four large family clans did not seem to be making any moves, they might have been observing the Nicholas family in secret. If they were to go out to search for their clansmen now, there might be some unexpected trouble. Moreover, the family clan still had Harris, Xi Bolet, and many other outsiders. It was not convenient for them to know too many secrets about the Nicholas family. Romo counted all the rewards in the family clan upgrade gift bag. On the other side, Ron's cultivation base had gradually stabilized after the upgrade. The Nicholas family clan were gradually developing in a good direction. In the room, Ron, who had already entered a state, slowly opened his eyes. There was no overly surprised look in his eyes, but his gaze was very deep, making it impossible for others to tell what he was thinking at a glance. This was the wonder of the cultivation technique which Romo had imparted to Ron. It did not look like much, but it had infinite possibilities. Moreover, it did not have any special requirements for cultivation. Anyone with a spirit base attribute could cultivate it, and there were many possibilities as to how well one could cultivate it. Moreover, the most magical thing was that during the cultivation process, it would adjust the cultivation method according to one's own condition. This would lead to the formation of a cultivation technique unique to the person after he had completed the cultivation. However, Romo liked this cultivation technique the most. It could become traceless after one had cultivated it. This meant that no one else would know that one had cultivated this cultivation technique. After cultivating for about a week, Ron's eyes no longer had a profound look. Only then did Ron know that he had finished cultivating. "I've finally reached the divine power realm," said Ron excitedly. Thinking back to the past half a year, Ron was still a loser in his own eyes every day, and he had felt that he knew nothing and could not learn anything. However, he had not expected that half a year later, he would become the first person in the Nicholas family to reach the divine power realm. Although the divine power realm was already one step into the ranks of powerful magi, it was only a small step in Ron's goal. After all, he wanted to become a mage who could protect the entire Nicholas family in the future. Ron told himself to not be arrogant, calm down, and work hard to learn magical power to become stronger. After thinking about all this, Ron prepared to go out and tell everyone the good news. So Ron got out of bed and walked toward the door. When he opened it, to his surprise, everyone was waiting anxiously outside the door for news. "Oh, Ron's finally out. How is it? How do you feel? Are you tired? Do you want to go and eat first? You have really reached the divine power realm. Ron, you're indeed the pride of the Nicholas family." As Ron came out, everyone asked questions one after another. Ron greeted all politely first: "Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa, second Grandpa." Suddenly, a small figure passed through the crowd and ran to Ron. She pulled on his sleeve and asked, "Brother Ron, are you already of the divine power realm?" This person was Lily. Ron smiled at Lily and said to her, "That's right, I've already reached the divine power realm." Although the other members of the Nicholas family were full of confidence in this matter, they were relieved to hear it from Ron's mouth. Everyone was praising Ron's talent and his hard work, and were teaching their children to learn from Ron. It was very lively. In the end, under Norton's order, everyone quietened down and went about their own things. At the same time, Norton did not disclose this matter to the outside world, and he instructed everyone in the Nicholas Palace to keep this news a secret. Previously, the reason why they had disclosed the strength of the Nicholas family was to let everyone know the prestige of the Nicholas family clan. However, there was no need for that now. The current path of the Nicholas family was to develop in a low-key manner. When Ron advanced to the divine power realm, Romo had used magical power to cover his aura. Coupled with Norton's instructions, no one except his own people knew. On the other hand, the outside world was still bustling with discussions about the 4 large family clans. Moreover, they were very much looking forward to what the 4 large family clans would do next. This way, they would have something to watch again. However, ever since the joint statement was released, the 4 large family clans had not made any moves at all. The only thing the outside world knew was that they had been crazily investigating covertly, but they had not done anything else. A small number of people were also looking forward to the Nicholas family's next move, but they also did not make any move. The 4 large family clans had become very cautious. Before they had sufficient evidence, they would not act rashly. Moreover, they did not have the energy to deal with the Nicholas family for the time being. After all, in this battle, the 4 large family clans had lost some people, lost the cemeteries, and also lost the luck of the family clans. Their losses were rather severe. There were rumors that it was precisely because the luck of their family clans had been ruined that certain problems had risen in the businesses of the family clans. However, no one knew if it was true or not. The 4 large family clans had also sealed the news to the outside world. There was also news that the 4 large family clans were preparing to deal with the Nicholas family secretly. It also said that the Nicholas family was about to suffer. The lively discussions outside formed a sharp contrast with the calm inside the Nicholas family and the four large family clans. They were all abnormally calm. Over the past few days, Romo had also imparted the cultivation technique to Norton, Zorro, and some juniors. Moreover, he had finally fulfilled the wish of these juniors to be visited by the old ancestor in their dreams. Chapter 167 Powerful Reinforcements Left. On the fifth day after Ron had reached the Divine Power Realm, Xibola found Norton and told him that he wanted to depart from the Nicholas family. After hearing that Xibola was leaving, Norton did not know whether to be happy or sad. After all, Xibola had helped his family a lot during this period of time. However, if he were to continue to stay here, Anthony would still not become his disciple. Therefore, leaving was a good thing. Thank you for your help to the Nicholas family these days, Senior, Norton said politely. Actually, I did not help much. Instead, I have caused you a lot of trouble. I had planned to stay for a while longer, but I suddenly received the summon from the Sky Fortune Academy last night to return. Therefore, I had no choice but to return, Xibola said. Senior, take care. If you have the time, you're welcome to visit the Nicholas family again. Yes, I was right before. I had thought that Xibola had taken the initiative to leave. I didn't expect him to be summoned back. It looks like he has not completely given up on taking Anthony as his disciple. Sure enough, before Xibola left, he said to Norton, "Can Anthony really not come with me? He will definitely study very well in the Sky Fortune Academy. I promise I won't mistreat him." Norton shook his head awkwardly. He did not know what to say. Seeing Norton's reaction, Xibola was not an ungrateful person. He sighed and said, "Forget it then, it looks like my fate with him is not that deep." It was unexpected that Xibola still could not take Anthony in as his disciple after having stayed in the Nicholas family for so long. This made Xibola very disappointed. He regretted missing this fate, but there was nothing he could do. He had wanted to stay in the family and find out more of their secrets. He wanted to grind the people in the Nicholas family and see if they could let Anthony be his disciple. However, he had not expected the Sky Fortune Academy to suddenly issue an urgent order. This meant that something big must have happened to the Sky Fortune Academy, and Xibola had no choice but to leave. In the end, Xibola got Norton to lead him around the Nicholas family palace. The first place he came to was the back garden. Lily and the few children were having a great time here. Anthony was quietly held in Donna's arms. At the side, the divine dragon beast was also strolling leisurely. Seeing Norton and Xibola walk over, Donna quickly bowed. Xibola smiled and walked to Anthony's side. He saw Anthony blinking his large eyes, and felt very regretful and reluctant. However, he could not force such things. Xibola stretched out his right hand and touched Anthony's head. He did not expect Anthony to reach out and grab Xibola's hand. At this moment, the energy of the Sky Fortune Academy was instantly injected into Anthony's body. If he could not take him in as a disciple, this would be considered a gift from Xibola to the Fated One. Although Xibola and Anthony could not become master and disciple, becoming Fated Ones, he still hoped that Anthony could succeed in the future and realize his dream. Although Xibola's action was very secretive and Norton had not discovered it, it could not escape Romo's eyes at all. However, there was no need for Romo to react. After all, Xibola's action did not have any ill intentions. Instead, it was beneficial to Anthony. Then, under the gaze of the Nicholas family, Xibola left the Nicholas family. This step was seen by the citizens of Winterfrost, causing another round of discussion. The next day after Xibola had left, Harris and the others had also recovered from their injuries. Seeing that Xibola had already left, the five of them also suggested leaving. Moreover, from the situation in the past few days, the four large family clans would not do anything overboard. If the Nicholas family is in trouble in the future, please contact us right away. We will definitely do our best to help you, Harris said before he left. Sure enough, the departure of Harris and the others from the Nicholas family clan had also attracted a wave of discussion from the citizens. The most common view was that as all the powerful reinforcements of the Nicholas family had already left, the 4 large family clans should be making their move soon, and the Nicholas family was in grave danger. However, to everyone's surprise, the 4 large family clans remained abnormally calm. They did not look like they wanted revenge at all. Perhaps it was really because of the previous incident that the 4 large family clans no longer had the energy to take revenge on the Nicholas family clan. After all, during this period of time, bad news from the 4 large family clans kept spreading, such as, the family clan's businesses were declining gradually and at the verge of becoming bankrupt, some clansmen had suffered accidents, and some had even gone berserk while cultivating magical power. This phenomenon also confirmed the saying that one would be unlucky once one's luck had been damaged. There were also rumors outside that the mysterious assassin would still target the 4 large family clans, so they were too busy hiding and had no time to take revenge on the Nicholas family. With the departure of Xibola and the others, the Nicholas family did not feel much. It was just a matter of a change in the number of people in their family. However, overall, they still felt a little more at ease. After all, with so many guests of the divine power realm, if they were to slight them, they were worried that they would be unhappy. Also, they dared not casually talk about the old ancestor. After all, they were worried that these secrets would be exposed. However, Lily was very sad about Xibola's departure. Actually, she was unhappy because Xibola's divine dragon beast had left. During this period of time, Lily had been having a lot of fun with Xibola's divine dragon beast. She was not used to the sudden departure. Every day, when she was free, she could only lie on the rockery alone. During this period of time, Norton had given a strict order to everyone. No one was to leave the house casually. On the one hand, he wanted his clansmen to cultivate well, and on the other hand, he was worried that the 4 large family clans would take revenge on those clansmen who had left the Nicholas Palace. Lily had been in Winterfrost for a while, but she rarely went out. Children of her age were at the stage of being naughty. How could she hold back? Moreover, Lily felt that she was much stronger than before. She wanted to find someone else to compete with, especially the few boys who had bullied her previously. Suddenly, Lily heard giggling. She quickly looked over and saw Anthony being carried by a maid. He was very happy looking at the peach blossoms and was already laughing. Thus, Anthony looked at the flowers, and Lily looked at him. Anthony is really funny, Lily muttered unconsciously. Suddenly, Lily realized that the sky was a little dark. She looked up and found that the 5-color peacock was actually flying down from the sky. Chapter 168 Spirit Beast Egg, Opportunity. When Lily saw the 5-color peacock, she suddenly became excited. Ever since the divine dragon beast had left, she had not been so excited. Perhaps the 5-color peacock could also play with her. Divine beast! Spirit beast! Lily shouted. The maidservant and Donna were also shocked by Lily's cry. When they realized that it was the 5-color peacock, they became not so afraid. With the old ancestor around, and also because this was the guardian beast of the Nicholas family clan, it naturally would not hurt them. He 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 he. Anthony, who was in the maid's arms, let out a loud laugh. He was blinking at the 5-color peacock in the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand as if there was something in front of him, and he kept grabbing. This was the first time the 5-color peacock had flown down from the tree since it came to the Nicholas family. Currently, it had already landed on a nearby pavilion. Although it had tried its best to curl up its body, it was still nearly 3 meters tall. It looked even taller than the tree beside it. Although it had tried its best to be gentle when it landed, the wind still caused the flowers on the tree to fly everywhere. As the 5-color peacock landed, with the falling petals, Anthony became even happier when he saw this scene. Suddenly, a figure landed beside Lily. Lily looked up and saw that it was Ron, who had been attracted by the five-color peacock. Lily was excited to see Ron. Brother Ron. Ron did not have much time to care about Lily. Instead, he walked directly toward the five-color peacock. At the same time, his eyes were full of curiosity. He could not figure out what the five-color peacock was going to do. Suddenly, the five-color peacock lowered its head and slowly moved to Anthony's side, afraid that it would scare Anthony. It stared at Anthony. The gaze frightened the maid so much that she did not dare to make a sound. However, she was also very curious what this divine beast wanted to do. The maid knew that the five-color peacock had very high combat strength. After all, everyone had seen the battle in the sky with the group of magi of the divine power realm. The five-color peacock was not inferior at all. However, when the five-color peacock sized Anthony up, Anthony was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled even more happily and gently touched the head of the five-color peacock. This scene had also happened when Xibole's divine dragon beast had arrived. Immediately afterward, the five-color peacock suddenly raised its head, took a few steps back, and opened its mouth. A ball of white light could be seen in its mouth. Everyone present, especially Ron, opened their mouths in surprise, because they had seen an egg behind the light. When this egg came out of the five-color peacock's mouth, it was only the size of a chicken egg. Then, it started to grow slowly and gradually. When it was very close to Anthony, it was already about the same size as Anthony. The texture of the egg was similar to that of an egg, but it was more transparent and white than an egg. Its exterior kept flickering with a white glow. He he he. Anthony saw this scene and started laughing again. He also showed his love for the egg. This time, he stretched out his hand and touched the egg like a toy that he had been playing with for a long time. He laughed as he played. When Anthony touched the egg, the light around the egg actually started to flicker. It looked as if it was responding to Anthony's touch. When the five-color peacock saw all this, it actually revealed a satisfied expression. It let out a soft cry, and the egg automatically flew into Anthony's pram on the pavilion. When Donna saw this scene, she was simply stunned. She looked at the egg in the pram with her mouth agape. She did not dare to approach it, nor did she know what to do. She was very lost. Even Ron, who was at the divine power realm, could not understand this scene. However, Ron had heard about the five-color peacock from the old ancestor and knew that the egg was called an offspring egg. However, he had not seen it since he returned to the Nicholas family, so the old ancestor was not sure if it had not brought it over or if it had deliberately hidden the egg. It was not expected that it would hide it. In fact, it was not just Ron, even Romo, who was in the ancestral hall, could not believe it. Is this the son of destiny? Romo suddenly started to laugh and said, however, this choice is very wise. This child, Anthony, is very talented. Romo had always been telepathic with the five-color peacock. They knew each other's thoughts, so Romo understood that the five-color peacock wanted its offspring to grow up with Anthony. In other words, he wanted his offspring to become Anthony's spirit beast. Hence, it had to nurture their relationship from the moment it hatched. Romo expressed his approval of the five-color peacock's decision. From his observation during this period, he believed that the five-color peacock had made its decision. At this moment, Norton and the others had also come to the garden and saw this scene. Ron, what's going on? Norton asked Ron in surprise. Ron just smiled and did not answer Norton. After a while, he said, Anthony has received a great opportunity. Then he pointed at the egg in the pram. What's that? The five-color peacock's egg. Norton looked at the egg which was emitting a white light and looked extraordinary. He was very excited and surprised. The egg of a five-color peacock? Why is it in Anthony's pram? That's the egg of a five-color peacock. It looks like it has chosen Anthony, Ron explained. Anthony is going to have a guardian spirit beast. Norton and the others finally understood what had happened. They were all happy for Anthony. They had not expected this child to be so intelligent. He had been selected by Xibola and the five-color peacock. He would definitely become a talent that could be molded in the future. After the five-color peacock had made its choice, it looked at everyone on the other side and suddenly stood up. It opened its mouth and spat out something again, this time it floated in front of Ron. Ron was stunned. When he regained his senses, he quickly took it. He took a closer look and saw that it was a storage ring. "Is this a storage ring?" Ron muttered. Upon seeing this scene, Norton became even more excited. He had long learned from his old ancestor that the five-color peacock definitely carried some treasures with it. Perhaps because Xibola was in the palace earlier, the five-color peacock had not taken these treasures out to give to the person it wanted to give them to. Now that Xibola had finally left, the five-color peacock had given its egg to the child it had chosen and also given the treasures to Ron. Chapter 169 Guardian Spirit Beast Breakthrough Talisman. After all this had been done, the five-color peacock let out a satisfied cry as if it had completed its mission. Finally, it spread its wings and returned to its original tree. All of this had happened too quickly. When the members of the Nicholas family clan had absorbed this information, they were very happy. Norton quickly reminded Donna and her husband to take good care of the egg of the five-color peacock and to nurture its relationship with Anthony. If Anthony and the divine beast egg were to be together often from young, then both parties would be able to sense each other's information. Moreover, the longer they spent time together, the more clearly they would sense their auras. In this way, the moment the divine beast egg hatched, Anthony would be the closest person to the little divine beast. This method would also be used in some of the more powerful mage family clans. In this way, the spirit beasts nurtured would be closer to their master and also easier to control. No one had expected Anthony to have such an opportunity. He was able to nurture a spirit beast from a young age and become the master of the spirit beast at such a young age. After everything had been settled, Ron and Norton hurried to the ancestral hall of the family. After all, they still had the mission assigned to them by the old ancestor today. Caramon was sitting on a recliner and had sensed what had happened in the back garden. He was very envious. To be born into such a family and to be able to encounter such an opportunity from birth, Anthony's background was really good. Ron and Norton nodded politely at Caramon, who also responded politely. He then continued to bask in the sun, imagining how good it would be if he were also born into such a large family. Then, his level would increase very quickly, and he would also have a guardian spirit beast by his side. However, immediately, Caramon discovered that the auras of the two people who had just entered the ancestral hall had disappeared. However, Caramon was not too surprised. After all, 2 days ago, just a few days after Ron had reached the divine power realm, when Ron entered the ancestral hall to cultivate, he could not sense his aura. Xibola and the others had all discovered the situation, but they did not pursue the matter. After all, they could not understand. Although Caramon was also curious, he knew that it was most likely related to his master, so he did not pursue the matter. The Nicholas family had too many secrets. It did not matter if there was one more or one less. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan, which was also the family clan's forbidden ground, Caramon could not sense it because there was a barrier in the forbidden ground which could block the aura of others. Although the bonus effect of the forbidden ground could only be manifested in one person, there was no limit on the number of people who could enter. Through a flight of stairs, one could see a space of about 20 square meters. Although there were no candles lit, the space was bright. The space here was really a little small. It did not seem like a forbidden ground but a secret room with treasures hidden. Ron and Norton had long sensed the special effects of this place. When the two of them came in, they saw the depression on the ground. Previously, the ancestral hall had never been sunken, so the two of them knew that it must have been a hint from the old ancestor. The two of them were not surprised. After all, the old ancestor had already told them in their dreams that he knew this place like the back of his hand. Norton nodded at Ron, who took out the storage ring he had just obtained from the 5-color peacock and waved it forward. Instantly, a jade platform appeared in front of them. The jade platform was not large, about 2 meters in width. It was a stone Romo had obtained earlier. The jade stone was held up by magical power and slowly floated in the air. It landed in the middle of that depression. Ron then extracted a large amount of energy from his storage ring and filled the depression completely. Instantly, Ron and Norton could sense that this space was filled with powerful energy. They could also sense that their bodies had a lot of energy. Training here would have a lot of additional effects. Ron, quickly cultivate here. I won't disturb you anymore. Norton patted Ron's shoulder to express his encouragement before he left. All right, Ron replied, and handed the storage ring to Norton. Norton took the ring and walked toward the exit. In the previous visit in his dream, the old ancestor had said how the items in the storage ring should be arranged. Also, the treasures sent by Harris earlier were all being kept by Norton. He would see to it that they be distributed appropriately. The day passed quickly. Everyone in the Nicholas family palace had already begun to rest. On the cot bed beside Donna and her husband, Anthony had also entered dreamland quietly. What was different from usual was that what accompanied Anthony this time was not a toy but the egg of the 5-color peacock. Usually, Anthony would bite his fingers unconsciously when he slept. Tonight, he actually hugged the egg gently to sleep. The 5-color peacock, which was resting on the tree, smiled in relief when it saw that its offspring was getting along so well with Anthony. You have done very well. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the 5-color peacock's ear, giving it a fright. It quickly stretched its neck and revealed a surprised expression. It took a long while before it realized that Romo was talking to it. The 5-color peacock looked around and confirmed that Romo was not around. Romo must have communicated with it telepathically. However, the 5-color peacock did not understand why Romo had suddenly appeared. I've said that being the guardian beast of the Nicholas family clan will give you the rewards you deserve. Now, I'm going to honor my promise, Romo said. At this moment, Romo, who was in the ancestral hall, had also summoned the system and used the guardian spirit beast breakthrough talisman. Originally, Romo had planned to use this talisman later, but he had not expected the 5-color peacock's performance today to satisfy him. Therefore, it would be very worth it to use it today. It could also be considered a small reward for it during this period of time. Command confirmation: the Guardian Spirit Beast Breakthrough Talisman has been successfully used. Target confirmation: 5-color peacock, peak of level 6. Just as the system notifications sounded, the 5-color peacock sensed a different kind of feeling in its body. It was as if the energy in its body had increased. Only then did the 5-color peacock understand what its master had meant by what he had just said. Previously, it had experienced such a long period of bottleneck. It was actually about to break through now. This made the 5-color peacock very happy and very shocked. Chapter 170 I clearly came first. Focus, think about the breakthrough. Just as the 5-color peacock's thoughts had drifted off to God knows where, Romo's words brought it back to reality. Although Romo did not appear in front of the 5-color peacock, his words seemed to have a magical power that could quickly make the 5-color peacock concentrate. The 5-color peacock quickly regained its senses and placed all its attention on breaking through the bottleneck. For many years, the 5-color peacock had been stuck at a bottleneck. It had tried all kinds of methods but had not been able to break through. If it was not because of the talisman Romo had used, the 5-color peacock might not have been able to break through this bottleneck even till it died. Moreover, it had to concentrate when it was breaking through. Previously, when it was fighting with a giant python, the bottleneck had shown signs of loosening. However, the priority of the 5-color peacock at that time was to survive. It did not have the attention to concentrate on the bottleneck at all. Therefore, it naturally did not succeed in breaking through that time. The five-color peacock had not even sensed how the loosening of the bottleneck would feel. However, Romo appeared in time subsequently and helped the five-color peacock. Not only did he kill the giant python, he also gave the giant python's magic pill to the five-color peacock. This way, the bottleneck for the five-color peacock had loosened a little. If it were to cultivate normally, it would break through the bottleneck in at most 100 years. This was already very good for the five-color peacock. It was because of this that the five-color peacock was forced to become the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family. It did not take long before it was called here and participated in a battle. In the beginning, the five-color peacock was not especially willing. However, because Romo had sealed its soul, it had no choice but to listen to Romo's orders. However, it later discovered that staying in the Nicholas family clan was not a bad thing. Romo had not asked him to do anything during this period of time. It had only come once to fight, and it had not really risked its life. Although the five-color peacock was only a mythical beast, its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human. During the days in the Nicholas family, it had been observing the family clan. After weighing the strength of the Nicholas family clan and the difficulties it had encountered, the five-color peacock had changed its opinion about the Nicholas family. It had also discovered that it was very interested in the child Anthony, whom it felt would definitely be a genius in the future. Therefore, it had chosen Anthony. It might be destined to protect the Nicholas family for more than 100 years. Moreover, its offspring was about to be born. The most important thing now was to find a good home for its offspring. Anthony was obviously the best choice. In the end, the five-color peacock made an important choice. It would hand its egg to Anthony after Xibola and the others had left. This meant that it had chosen Anthony to become the master of its offspring. To a certain extent, this was also a gesture of goodwill to the Nicholas family. It did not want its offspring to be forcefully turned into a servant by the Nicholas family members. This was something it absolutely would not allow. If it had to be like this, it might as well choose a master for its offspring itself. This way, at least, the Nicholas family would be able to nurture its offspring well and the latter would not suffer any grievances. Unexpectedly, the five-color peacock's idea had pleased its master, and it had been rewarded. It seemed that the Nicholas family was not bad. However, there was no time to think about it now. The urgent matter at hand was to break through the bottleneck. Hence, the five-color peacock immediately immersed itself in cultivation. In fact, this guardian spirit beast breakthrough talisman had already helped the five-color peacock break through most of the bottlenecks. The remaining breakthroughs would take at least a few days or even a year. What's going on? Caramon suddenly sensed something and looked at the tree as if he had sensed something. It's actually so fast. Caramon had often observed the five-color peacock previously and knew that its bottleneck had been sustained for many years, and it would take at least 100 years before it could break through. However, it was actually about to break through today. Was it his imagination earlier, or did this five-color peacock have some special secret manual? The situation of the five-color peacock was too similar to that of the other members of the Nicholas family. Could all this be related to his master? With this thought, Caramon became even more envious. A mythical beast could have such good treatment, but he was still a servant and his cultivation base had not increased at all. The five-color peacock was soon in a state of cultivation. If it was maintained, a level 7 guardian spirit beast would appear in the Nicholas family in a few days. Romo had also suppressed the aura of the five-color peacock's cultivation. This way, no one would be able to detect it. Romo then called out the system and prepared to see the current situation of the family members. Currently, there were already many resources in the inventory. It was time to use them. Furthermore, the family clan was already stabilizing. It was time to increase everyone's aptitude. In terms of nurturing potential, it was natural that nurturing the younger generation had more potential. However, the cultivation base of the younger generation was too low. Unless they were like Lily, nurturing them would not be of much value in the short term. What the Nicholas family clan needed most now was to quickly increase the overall strength of the family, so that the juniors could be nurtured slowly. Therefore, Romo had set his sights on the descendants of the 15th and 16th generation. It was time for their strength to increase. First, it was Norden. Currently, his aptitude for cultivation was already excellent, but as a family head of the Nicholas family clan, this was far from enough. Therefore, Romo's first target was Norden. Command confirmation, aptitude enhancement talisman used. Selected target is the 15th generation descendant, Norden. Aptitude enhancement talisman has increased the aptitude level for cultivation to that of a genius. With the use of the aptitude enhancement talisman, Norden's cultivation aptitude increased in just a few seconds, followed by Zoro. Name, Zoro. Gender, male. Age, 65 years old. Identity, 16th generation descendant. Cultivation, level 3 innate realm, click to check out the details. Overall aptitude, medium, click to check out the details. Luck level, medium. Life experiences, click to check out the details. Zoro's cultivation aptitude was not just a little inferior to Norden's. Hence, Romo used 2 aptitude enhancement talismans at once. In this way, Zoro's cultivation aptitude became excellent. Chapter 171 The Foundations of the Nicholas Family. Although Zoro's current magical power talent was not that of a genius, it was an excellent one, so Romo did not use all his talent-strengthening talismans on Zoro. After all, the others also needed the talent-strengthening talismans. Romo planned to divide the family clan into several tiers and then nurture them to varying degrees according to the tiers. There were still another 4 talent-strengthening talismans. Romo gave them to the 3 clansmen of the 16th generation, raising their talents to the upper tier. This was already the standard of some disciples from the first-class mage academies, and it was enough for them. Moreover, as a clansman of the Nicholas family, not only would he have his own innate talent, he would also have the bonus from the family clan's talent. Therefore, outwardly, his talent would be much higher than his own. This was not just the case for talents, even the luck level was the same. After the talent-strengthening talismans had been used up, Romo also used the 100-fold cultivation speed talismans on the people who did not have them. He also used the 10-fold cultivation speed talismans on all the descendants who did not have the cultivation speed talismans. It could be said that everyone had the speed talismans to use. Then, he pulled out his information and took a look. Host, Romo. Identity, old ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. Status, ancestral spirit, special. Level, 3 longevity realm. Family clan rank, level 3, rising. Family clan luck, level 4, click to check out the details of the luck enhancement. Family clan size, 36 people, click to check the genealogy. Family reputation, rising reputation. Family clan protective formation, level 4, 30-fold cultivation halos attack rebound effect, realm breakthrough halo, enlightenment halo, inner demon purification halo. Family clan's forbidden ground level, level 1, increases comprehension by 2-fold, 10-fold experience, 10-fold healing. Click to check out the details of the family's assets, special resource, soap making technology, perfume making technology, special grade winemaking technology, item, realm breakthrough protection talismans x14, 100-fold cultivation speed talismans x12, 10-fold cultivation speed talismans x15, dream appearing talismans x21. Special discount store beckoning talisman x1, lost descendant search talisman x1, visitation talisman x20. Faith points, 43,800, faith doubling talisman in effect. This was roughly the current situation of the Nicholas family. Not only that, the Nicholas family still had a high-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique, a medium-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique, a top-grade spirit sword embryo, a low-grade spirit weapon, a top-grade magical weapon, and a high-grade magical weapon. They also had many treasures they had previously obtained. Romo looked at all this with satisfaction. If he were to look at the family background now, the Nicholas family would have the strength to fight against some top mage family clans. Even the 4 large family clans would not be a problem. Moreover, the Nicholas family still had a lot of potential. Those who were a genius of magical power, a son of destiny, a destiny's child, etc., would definitely be of use in the future. In other words, the Nicholas family clan would definitely become better in the future. The only flaw was that the overall strength of the Nicholas family clan was still a little lacking. Apart from a peak level 6 guardian spirit beast and a servant at level 4 of the divine power realm, the highest ranked family member was Ron, who was only 18 years old. If the Nicholas family wanted to improve, all they needed was time. Fortunately, looking at the current situation, the Nicholas family would not have too many problems for now, and the 4 large family clans would not come looking for trouble for the time being. However, Romo was looking forward very much to the arrival of the 4 large family clans, at least this would still be open and aboveboard. If the 4 large family clans really decided to plot against them covertly and catch them off guard, it would be much harder to deal with. Ever since this day had passed, Norton, Zoro, and the others could sense clearly that their efficiency had increased very quickly during their cultivation. Compared to before, this was a great improvement. Of course, such a situation could not escape Karamon's eyes. He had stayed in the Nicholas family for such a long time and was already used to it. He no longer envied the clansmen of the Nicholas family. Instead, he began to envy the family's guardian spirit beast, which often rested on the tree. The 5-color peacock had been in seclusion since the day it broke through the bottleneck. Romo had also given a strict order to everyone in the family not to disturb it. In the past few days, Romo had paid great attention to the increase in the overall strength of the family clan. In a few days, he would use a dream-appearing talisman to guide the cultivation of some clansmen. This would allow them to advance faster. Sure enough, after a few days of guidance, Norton and the others' levels had increased. In this period of time, everyone's attention on the 4 large family clans was decreasing day by day. After all, there was no movement from the 4 large family clans every day. Everyone slowly lost their interest in this matter, and at the same time, they were a little disappointed in the 4 large family clans. The discussions about the 4 large family clans had also declined. Everyone's interest had shifted to elsewhere. To the Nicholas family, this period of time had been very effective. After all, everyone's levels had made a qualitative leap. They were immersed in the joy of leveling up every day and did not have much time to care about the 4 large family clans. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the monthly special gift bag to be refreshed. This morning, as usual, when the members of the Nicholas family came to the ancestral hall to pay their respects, the system notifications sounded in Romo's ear. Ding! Your descendants have just completed a worship by the entire clan. You have received the right to a special gift bag. You can check the special gift bag in the system shop. Romo immediately called out the system to see what rewards there would be this time. Ancestral Blessing Talismans X10. Special price, 1000 faith points. Ancestral Protection Talisman. Special price, 10,000 faith points. Earth Tier Secret Manual, random. Special price, 10,000 faith points. Family Clan Luck Free Distribution Points X50. Special price, 20,000 faith points. Among the many items, Romo was only slightly interested in the second item. The Ancestral Protection Talisman was a very rare good item. However, from the faith points required, the other 3 were also very worth it. Hence, Romo bought all of them. Although a month ago, Romo had spent a large number of faith points to offset the side effects of the family luck plunder, and at that time, he only had 10,000 faith points left. Romo had used the incense doubling talisman again in this month, so his faith points quickly reached a peak. reaching more than 140,000. It was more than enough to buy these things. After he had made his purchase, Romo still had more than 100,000 faith points left. Romo immediately assigned the 50 family clan luck free distribution points randomly and added 18 points to the luck of magical power. After he was done, Romo smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 172 Divine Deterrence Technique. Command Confirmation, Earth Tier Secret Manual, Random, has been successfully used. Received Medium Grade Earth Tier Divine Power, Divine Deterrence Technique. Divine Deterrence Technique, Medium Grade Earth Tier Magical Power. It can release a powerful soul to suppress and intimidate the target. With the system notifications, some information about the Divine Deterrence Technique appeared in Romo's mind. However, Romo felt that this magical power was a little strange. If he had to categorize it, it should be an attack-type magical power, and one that was relatively rare against mental attacks. However, the Divine Deterrence Technique could not cause harm to the target. It could only intimidate the target. In other words, it was a bit of a bluff, without any substantial attack power. However, if it could be used well, it would not consume too much energy but could also serve as a deterrent to the other party. It could be considered a rather weird magical power. Furthermore, it was a medium-grade Earth-tier divine power. It could be considered to have some value, so it was kept as a backup. As for the Ancestral Protection Talismans and Ancestral Blessing Talisman, Romo had no use for them for the time being, so he placed them all in his inventory. Now that he had the Ancestral Protection Talismans, the Lost Descendant Search Talisman, which he had not used yet, should come in handy. Howl. A dog howl suddenly sounded. It sounded very miserable. Don't run. Play with me for a while more. It was Lily who was chasing behind. How boring. It's not even as good as that big spotted dog earlier. Lily was a little disappointed and a little proud as she looked at the little boy beside her, who was a head shorter than her. Is there no dog more fierce than it? The little boy nodded in surprise. This is really the fiercest dog. I'm very afraid of it now. Forget it, maybe it is already very powerful. It's just that I'm more powerful now. Lily clapped her hands and looked up like an adult as she said this. She had a lonely feeling of being invincible. Give him one of the candied haws, Lily commanded the two children, who had come out with her, like a big boss. The two children were squatting on the ground playing with stones. When they heard Lily, they immediately gave the little boy a candied haw. After the little boy had obtained the candied haw, he was very pleased. He had licked it and skipped his way home. This could be considered a reward for helping Lily find the dog. Lily, isn't it time for us to go home? One of the children asked, his voice full of worry. If we go back late, the family head is likely to reprimand us again. These two children were the ones who had been brought back together as lost clansmen. They usually played better with Lily, and since Lily's level was higher, they were willing to listen to her. All right, let's go home. We'll come again tomorrow to see if there are any more powerful dogs. Lily looked back a little indignantly. These few dogs are really too weak. They're not as resistant as those few dogs where I used to live previously. Over the past few days, Norton had finally lifted the order forbidding the Nicholas family members from going out. After all, the crisis of the 4 large family clans had been temporarily averted. This had made Lily very happy. She worked very hard every day to gain experience. Whenever she had the time, she would run out to find a few dogs to compete with. Lily really wanted to find someone to fight and see her current standard. However, the standards of the Nicholas family members were too high, so Lily thought of finding a vicious dog to test her skills. Lily had checked out all the vicious dogs in the city, but she could not find any vicious dogs who were her match. After all, Lily was already at level 5 of the physical body realm currently. Even if she did not use the energy in her body, those vicious dogs would not be her match. The three of them ate their candied haws as they skipped in the direction of the Nicholas family palace. Suddenly, they discovered a commotion in front of them. Many people were shouting and fleeing in all directions. Lily and the other two walked forward and found a beggar in ragged clothes on the street. Behind him was a large black dog that looked very fierce and looked like it wanted to eat people. "What breed of dog is this? It looks very awesome." When Lily saw the dog, her eyes lit up. She felt that she had finally found a dog to compete with. However, most of what Lily had seen previously were rural dogs. This was the first time she had seen this kind of dog. Ah! Suddenly, the beggar fell and cried out in pain. He scrambled to Lily's feet. The other two were frightened. Only Lily looked calm. She realized that the large black dog would pounce on anyone it saw. It looked like it had not eaten in days. Just as the big black dog was about to pounce on the beggar, Lily raised her leg and kicked the dog a few meters away. She asked the beggar, "Are you all right?" Howl! Not only was the large dog not injured, it seemed to have been provoked. It barked and charged at Lily. "I've finally met my match." Lily raised her fist excitedly. Just as the big dog was about to pounce on her, Lily's little hand punched the dog's head. "Stop!" Someone suddenly shouted. It was not known if the shout had been directed at Lily or the large black dog. Lily looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was a rich young master in gorgeous clothes, with several servants following behind him. "Little friend, you actually dared to hit my dog." The rich young master saw that the dog was a little injured and became a little angry. "Who has the nerve to hit my dog? It was obvious that your dog had bitten someone first before I taught him a lesson." Lily also felt that she had not done anything wrong. "And, is this dog of yours banned from fighting?" When the rich young master heard these words, he became even angrier. "Do you know how expensive my dog is? If you had injured it, can you afford to pay? Little kid, your tone is too arrogant. Arrest this little girl and the few people beside her. Arrest them all," the rich man ordered his servants. "I'm going to make her admit her mistake personally today." Just as the servants were about to go forward, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and said something in the rich young master's ear. The rich young master's expression changed from that of surprise to disbelief. "Wait a moment." The middle-aged man's words made the rich young master stop the servants. "Little friend, what's your name?" the rich young master asked. "My name is Lily, or Lily Nicholas," Lily replied proudly. Now that someone else had asked Lily whose family she was from, she could answer very boldly, because she was no longer a wild child without a home. She was currently Lily Nicholas, a descendant of the Nicholas family. Chapter 173 Second Search for Clansmen. Nicholas. The rich young master looked in disbelief, but his tone was no longer arrogant. "Are you really from the Nicholas family?" Lily looked irritated. To her, she still did not know what the Nicholas family meant. "I already said my name is Lily Nicholas. If my surname is not Nicholas, what else can my surname be?" The rich young master's tone instantly became very respectful. I'm sorry. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Don't be angry." Lily quickly took a step back. Seeing his attitude was so different now compared to earlier, Lily immediately felt that he was not a good person. And now his smile seemed a little wretched to Lily. "Let's go," Lily said to her two sidekicks. In the blink of an eye, she had fled and disappeared. The rich young master looked relieved. He retracted his flattering posture and said, "If we offend the Nicholas family, we're doomed." However, why does this child from the Nicholas family look like a wild child? After all, this rich young master was not a local of Winterfrost. He had only come here to discuss business. If he had offended Lily earlier, he would be unlikely to close the business deal. The rich young master quickly got someone to bring the large black dog over and also got someone to keep an eye on it. With this, he was no longer in the mood to shop, so he simply returned to the hotel. In the hotel, the middle-aged man, who had just persuaded the rich young master, also entered the room. The moment he closed the door, a black figure appeared in the room. "Have you investigated properly? Those are the lost clansmen whom the Nicholas family had found a month ago from a very far place. Furthermore, they are at least at level 3 of the physical body realm," the middle-aged man quickly replied. "At least? Level 3 of the physical body realm," the black figure asked doubtfully. "The cultivation technique she used to train is really a little special. I really don't quite understand. I'm useless." The middle-aged man's voice was a little trembling. "I'll go and investigate it for you later." "Continue to investigate," the black figure said calmly. "Yes. I understand." The middle-aged man quickly followed the order. When he looked up again, he found that the black figure had already disappeared. In the evening, everyone had almost fallen asleep. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan, Romo summoned the system again and activated the Lost Descendant Search Talisman in his inventory. Command confirmation: the Lost Descendant Search Talisman has been successfully used. A lost descendant has been randomly located. Target's current location: Verolan Continent, Gaze Nation, Cultivator State, Hardy County, Walls Village. With the system notifications, Romo could sense a map appear in his mind. It showed the location of the lost clansmen. Cultivator State? Romo could not understand. This place was at the border of the Valoran continent, much further than where Lily and the others had been previously. He really did not know why these clansmen had ended up in such a far place. However, Romo was almost certain that this time, it was not the lost clansmen of the Nicholas family who had relocated 50 years ago. It might be someone who had been separated many years ago. Romo thought about it carefully. After all, at the peak of the Nicholas family clan, there were more than 100 members in the entire family clan, and they were divided into 2 branches. There was gradually no news of one branch, and the other branch was annihilated by their enemy. It was normal for there to be many descendants of the Nicholas family outside. However, this was also a good thing. With the Lost Descendant Search Talisman, Romo was confident that he could find them and gradually strengthen the Nicholas family. Ding! New mission has been generated. Mission details: search for lost descendants and bring at least one lost descendant back home. The more descendants found, the richer the rewards. Mission time limit: 30 days. As expected, the system had generated a new mission. Furthermore, the time limit was double that of the previous one. Perhaps it was because the journey this time was even longer. Romo recalled the many rewards the system had given him after the completion of the previous clansman search mission. He became excited. Romo had to go all out. He quickly used the dream appearing talisman to appear in Ron's dream. After all, Romo had already thought of the most suitable candidate for the Nicholas clansman search mission. The next day, just after daybreak, Ron quickly left the Forbidden Ground to find Norton. Then, Norton summoned the Nicholas family to hold a family meeting in the hall. "Has the old ancestor given some instructions again?" Norton smiled and nodded. "That's right. The old ancestor has also given us some clues about the lost clansmen outside. He has given us the order to find them." When everyone heard this news, they were all very happy, including Zoro, who had participated in the clansman search mission previously. He was even more excited. "Where is it this time?" "Cultivator State, Hardy County, Walls Village," Norton replied. Unexpectedly, these clansmen were further away than the previous. Everyone was very surprised and stunned. As the highest-ranked person in the Nicholas family, Ron was indeed the most suitable candidate for this clansman search mission. Moreover, the cultivator state was at the border, and it was not that safe. There was also the covert threat of the 4 large family clans, so everyone also praised the old ancestor's decision. Moreover, the old ancestor's arrangement should have been to train Ron, and it would also be of some help to increase the strength of the entire family. After a short discussion, Ron rode out of Winterfrost alone and embarked on this lonely journey to find his clansmen. Although no one had noticed Ron leaving the city, they did not know that there were a few pairs of eyes watching the Nicholas family in the dark. In a hotel in Winterfrost, the waiter brought a plate of food and knocked on the door of the room. After he entered, he quickly closed the door and said to the guest inside, "We have just received news that Ron has left the city alone and is heading toward the cultivator state." The person turned around. He was about 40 years old and did not look like a martial artist. He said calmly, "Got it." The waiter left tactfully. Before he left, he said, "Please enjoy the meal. Call me if there's anything." Thus, the waiter immediately returned to his normal service appearance. He had completed his spy mission, so he restored his identity as a waiter. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Is this a trap or is there really something urgent to get out of the city? However, since you dare to come out, don't even think you'll live." Chapter 174 Ambush. Ron calculated the time and felt that a month was not too tight, so he chose to ride a horse instead of flying on a sword. Although he had to go to the cultivator state this time, and would have to go through a few boat rides in between, which would take at least 5 to 6 days, he could also get to that village on a flying ferry. If the journey was smooth, a total of 7 to 8 days would be enough. Including the return trip, there would still be more than 10 days to find the clansmen. There was really a lot of time. The day of travel quickly ended. Ron found a place to rest for a while. He fed the horse, ate something, and also had a short rest. It was already evening, but Ron did not sleep. He continued to ride his horse forward. When it was almost midnight, Ron set up a tent in a nearby grove to rest. The woods were very quiet. A hint of energy was gathering in the tent, and Ron was cultivating inside. Even when he was out looking for his clansmen, he could not ignore his daily cultivation. The moonlight was very bright in the sky, and the woods were very quiet. No one disturbed him while he was cultivating in this quiet atmosphere. Ron thought it was very good, but suddenly, the silence was broken. Suddenly, countless swords appeared in front of Ron's tent and stabbed directly at Ron. Rib. In an instant, Ron had gathered all his energy, and the tent was torn apart by the energy. The swords did not manage to stab Ron, but they instantly turned into a ball of poisonous fumes that enveloped Ron. Hidden weapons continued to stab at Ron from all around, and all the weapons had gone into the black fog. Immediately after, all those lying in ambush in the surroundings appeared, and they threw all their weapons at Ron. All the weapons were entangled together, emitting clanking sounds. As the battle was raging, the few ambushers suddenly discovered something abnormal and quickly took a few steps back. In an instant, the sound of a sword could be heard from the poisonous fumes. Accompanied by a red light, the sword flew out. It was very fast, like a meteor. The few people lying in ambush did not even see what weapon had killed them before they died. The sword circled in the air and quickly killed the 5 ambushers of the innate realm, and finally returned to Ron's hand. The series of actions just now had obviously been Ron's show of strength to them. Seeing this, the other ambushers instantly understood that Ron was not easy to deal with. Moreover, the sword in Ron's hand seemed to be a high-grade magical weapon. Although the opponent was so powerful, these ambushers were still experienced and had a certain level of professionalism. They could not give up easily, so they changed their battle plan again. After all, Ron was in the light, and they were in the dark. They still had the advantage. The ambushers quickly formulated a new plan, which was to keep a close eye on Ron and wait for the right opportunity to charge forward and kill him. After the poisonous fumes had dissipated, everyone found that Ron had disappeared. Where is he? What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't he still in the poisonous fumes just now? Why has he suddenly disappeared? Find him! Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground today. All the ambushers were very surprised. Ron had clearly been in the poisonous fumes just now, so why had he suddenly disappeared? But the sword was still there, as if it had eyes, and it stabbed at one of the ambushers. The ambusher quickly fled behind the tree, but no matter where he fled, he could not outrun the flying sword's speed. His throat was still slit by the sword. Immediately after, the sword did not stop at all. It turned around and stabbed at the next target. The ambushers started to panic and fled in all directions. However, they were only of the innate realm. No matter how well they could hide, they could not escape the eyes of the sword. Instantly, screams could be heard throughout the forest, and one corpse after another fell to the ground. "Don't kill me, don't kill me! My lord, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Spare me! Spare me!" Suddenly, an ambusher of the divine power realm looked up and discovered Ron. He shouted, "Up there, he's up there!" In the sky, Ron was standing in the air, looking calmly at the people fleeing on the ground. "How is this possible?" muttered the ambusher of the divine power realm. Then, he saw the sword coming for his neck. Before he could say anything, he had already collapsed to the ground. As corpses fell to the ground one after another, there was a dead silence in the forest again. The sword had also returned to Ron's hand after killing everyone. Despite having killed more than 10 people, there was no blood on the sword at all. It was still vibrating in Ron's hand as if it wanted to fly out and kill someone. "Your subordinates are all dead, and you can come out now. Don't stay in the dark if you have guts," Ron shouted into the forest. After waiting for tens of seconds, there was no response. Ron smiled and said, "I didn't expect the dignified head of the Mugwang Pavilion to be a coward. In the future, this would make the Mugwang Pavilion, anyway, I'm already at the peak of the divine power realm." As soon as Ron had finished speaking, a powerful energy erupted from his body, causing the entire forest to tremble. At this moment, Ron looked at the distant mountain range and said with a smile, "I've finally found him." The sword in Ron's hand flew out in that instant. At the same time, a figure appeared on the mountain range. It gradually distanced itself from Ron, as if it was about to escape. This person had wanted to flee directly, but before he could run far, Ron's sword had already reached his side. With a clang, Ron's sword was blocked by a shield. This middle-aged man looked to be around 40 years old. He was wearing a purple robe, and from his appearance, he had a hint of elegance. He did not look like someone who cultivated martial arts at all, but the energy he emitted was very sinister and cold. He was at level 4 of the divine power realm. "Ca. How can you be at the peak of the divine power realm? This is impossible." The middle-aged man in the purple robe looked at Ron in disbelief, and then he suddenly reacted. "You dare to trick me?" As soon as he had finished speaking, the powerful aura on Ron's body immediately dissipated, and he could no longer sense the energy of a person at the peak of the divine power realm. "Sorry, I've just learned it recently, and I'm not very familiar with using it." Ron smiled slightly. Chapter 175 First Battle of the Divine Power Realm. Ron had just used this move of being the peak of the Divine Power Realm to trick the enemy. It was the Divine Deterrence technique which the old Ancestor had taught him a few days ago. It seemed very useful now. In fact, from the moment Ron came out of the Nicholas Palace, he had already sensed that someone was following him, so he was especially careful. As long as the assassins did not take the initiative to attack, Ron would not provoke them. However, if they were to attack, no one would be allowed to leave alive. After he had left the city, it seemed that there were more people tailing him. However, Ron quickly confirmed the traces of those who were tailing him by their aura. Those assassins were all very powerful. In their eyes, Ron was only at the peak of the innate realm, so the assassins had thought that Ron would definitely not be able to discover them. SSA. SV. However, Ron was already of the divine power realm. No matter how brilliant those assassins were, they could not escape Ron's eyes. However, after Ron had discovered this, he did not act immediately. Instead, he chose to observe them as they continued to advance. He did not stay at the transit station. After all, if a battle were to break out, he might hurt some innocent people at the transit station. In the end, Ron chose to set up a tent in the forest. This was one of the ways to lure them out. The other party had indeed been tricked and had launched an attack on Ron. Moreover, the other party had been very confident that they could kill this mage at the peak of the innate realm very quickly. In the eyes of the assassins, their plan was foolproof. However, unexpectedly, Ron killed the assassins with ease instead. Ron did not care about these dead assassins. In Ron's eyes, they were just pawns who had been hired by others. His real concern was still their boss, or the one who had wanted to kill him. Immediately after, Ron sensed a powerful energy. The other party must also be a mage of the divine power realm. However, Ron had not been able to pinpoint his location, but he could sense a faint threat. Ron took another look at the symbols on these assassins and was almost certain that they were from the Mu Guang Pavilion. The person who had been watching him in the dark should be the chief of the Mu Guang Pavilion. However, the other party had not appeared at all, so Ron had no choice but to use the divine deterrence technique which the old ancestor had taught him previously. Originally, he did not have much expectations for this magical power. He did not expect it to succeed, but the other party really showed himself. The middle-aged man opposite him was shocked and a little afraid. He had not expected that after having traversed the pugilistic world for so many years, he would be deceived by this kid. When he had discovered that Ron was actually at the peak of the divine power realm, he was very frightened. His heart skipped a beat, causing his aura to become disorderly and exposing his location. In that instant, the middle-aged man had thought of countless possibilities. He had even thought that the real Ron was already dead, and that the current Ron was an impersonator at the peak of the divine power realm. In this case, he would definitely not be able to defeat him, so it was better to flee quickly. However, he was stopped by Ron's sword. In that instant, he could no longer sense the aura of a person at the peak of the divine power realm. Only then did he know that he had been deceived. This was really a great humiliation to him. He was even more angered by Ron's casual statement, "I've just learned it, I'm not very familiar with it." He wished he could kill Ron immediately to vent his anger. Die! The energy in the middle-aged man erupted and he charged toward Ron. Ron was not to be outdone. He released his energy, causing countless pieces of ice to condense in the air, turning into flying daggers that filled the sky, stabbing at the middle-aged man. Ron quickly cast another spell, and a protective shield with golden light instantly appeared beside him. It was also surrounded by many golden runes, blocking all the energy from the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man opposite saw this scene, he did not feel a hint of fear. A strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes which clearly caused his eyes to turn red. He immediately charged toward Ron. Boom! With a loud sound, Ron's flying sword flew toward the middle-aged man. After it was blocked by the middle-aged man, it flew toward him again, but was blocked by a magical weapon. Now that the middle-aged man was only about 100 meters away from Ron, the middle-aged man instantly gathered all the energy in his body and formed the most powerful move. Instantly, all the ice became a huge hand that stretched out toward Ron. The middle-aged man discovered that the energy Ron had erupted with had gradually increased from level 3 of the Divine Power Realm to level 4 of the Divine Power Realm, and to level 5 of the Divine Power Realm. "You still want to trick me?" The middle-aged man smiled, a defiant expression on his face. He even moved faster, maintaining an offensive posture toward Ron. Ron did not show any signs of weakness and delivered a punch. Boom! Instantly, the air was filled with a deafening roar, and a powerful energy appeared beside the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man did not have the time to dodge. He watched as the ice hand he had formed charged at him. Before he could react, a powerful force pressed down on him. As the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, he fell to the ground. Although the middle-aged man tried his best to stabilize his body, it was to no avail. In the air, the middle-aged man could not believe that Ron was really at level 5 of the divine power realm. He was not lying to him this time. Before the middle-aged man could fall to the ground, the sword appeared behind him and flew toward him. He managed to dodge the sword with great difficulty, and another beam of golden light appeared behind him. It dodged his shield and came before him. Only then did the middle-aged man realize that this was actually a top-grade magical weapon, a long golden rope. Although the middle-aged man wanted to dodge again, before he could react, he realized that the energy in his body was no longer enough to support his movement. One of his feet was immediately entangled by the demonic ropes, and his entire body was instantly tied up. The middle-aged man instinctively wanted to struggle, but he found that he could not break free at all. Although the demon binding ropes did not have much offensive power, once bound by it, almost no one could break free. Currently, it could be said that even if the middle-aged man were to scream, it would be useless. He was unable to even control the energy in his body, let alone break free. This battle had come to an end with Ron's complete victory. This was also Ron's first battle after he had advanced to the divine power realm, and he had won completely. The middle-aged man could not help but wonder if the person in front was really Ron. Could it have been someone pretending to be Ron? What level are you? He really did not want to accept that Ron was at level 5 of the divine power realm. Chapter 176 The Mugwang Pavilion That Does Not Go Away. Ron suddenly flew in front of the middle-aged man and said calmly, "You have no right to say this." The middle-aged man had not expected Ron to say this either and instantly felt humiliated. "You." However, before he could even say a word, he had already started to shout loudly. Tremendous fear appeared on his face. "Ah! Pavilion Master, wait!" The screams were very shrill. No one could imagine what had happened to make a mage of the divine power realm make such a sound. Ron had not expected this middle-aged man to have such a reaction. He thought that the other party was putting on an act, but when he saw the middle-aged man's expression, it seemed that he had suddenly seen something. He subconsciously stepped back quickly and erupted with all the energy in his body. At this moment, all the skin on the middle-aged man's body actually started to crack, as if some terrifying power was about to erupt from his body. With a loud bang, the middle-aged man's body exploded, turning into a gust of cold energy that permeated the surroundings. Even the ground was instantly frozen. However, it was fortunate that Ron was currently wearing a set of gold-tinted magical clothing that had a stronger resistance, so he was not injured, otherwise, he would have been frozen. This action still made Ron's heart palpitate. He had not expected that although he had already used the demon binding ropes to restrain the other party would actually use such a self-destruction method to injure the enemy and cause great harm to himself. However, Ron had also pieced together the situation earlier and believed that the self-destruction might not have been the middle-aged man's idea. There might have been a special energy in his body that could detonate the golden pill directly without his consent. All of this seemed to have something to do with the pavilion master of the Mugwang Pavilion, but the middle-aged man had already self-destructed. When Ron looked again, he found that even the corpse had vanished, so he could not get more information. Ron put away his flying sword and the demon binding ropes and let out a long sigh. He then found the medium-grade magic shield and storage ring which the other party had dropped. Perhaps there were some clues in the storage ring. Ron examined it carefully and found that there was pitifully little information inside. There were no valuable leads at all. Ron was still indignant. He carefully examined the corpses of the other assassins again, but there were still no leads. What was only certain now was that they were the assassins from the Mugwang Pavilion. They might have already been lurking here, waiting for Ron to appear. There might even be more of them in the city. As for why these people were doing this, it was very likely that they were taking revenge for those who had been killed previously. However, it was not known if they had any other motives. Ron turned around and looked in the direction of Winterfrost. He had no intention of going back. After all, the old ancestor would definitely know his current situation. Even if there was danger, there was still the old ancestor behind him. There was nothing to be afraid of. The only thing he had to do now was to complete the mission given to him by the old ancestor. Immediately after, Ron flew in the direction of his destination, because his horse had also been sacrificed when the middle-aged man self-destructed. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo had seen Ron's situation earlier through the visitation talisman. However, the system had not generated a new mission this time. It was probably because the system had predicted that Ron would not be in danger at all, so it did not need the protection of the old ancestor. 10 was. As for Ron's performance just now, Romo was also very pleased, especially when the divine deterrence technique, which he had just learned the night before, could be used under appropriate circumstances. Ron had already grown up. Since Ron had already resolved the battle and continued on his way, Romo turned off the visitation talisman. The Mugwang Pavilion really has their people everywhere. Romo muttered in his heart. What is the reason? Could it be to take revenge for what happened previously? However, as long as this group of people is alive, there will still be hidden dangers. I must find an opportunity to eliminate the Mugwang Pavilion. Romo thought again. At the same time, in a well-concealed place, in a dark hall, a man in white clothes was sitting on a chair. A beam of light had shone down from above his head, and he looked like he was cultivating. The chief is dead, the man said calmly as he suddenly opened his eyes. After about 2 seconds, a voice sounded in the darkness, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. The chief was only in charge of the investigation mission. Like the man, his tone was very calm. There was hardly any change in their emotions. It could be that he had acted on his own, or that he had been discovered by others, which triggered the cursed talisman on him, the man in white said calmly. It's not important if he's dead. Quick, find someone else to replace him, the voice in the dark continued, without any pity for death. The Nicholas family clan in Winterfrost seems extraordinary, said the man in white hesitantly. They have already killed the 2 pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion. They must die. In any case, the other 2 chiefs are about to arrive. When the time comes, let's discuss this together, said the voice in the dark. Immediately after, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. The man closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. No one had seen Ron's battle with the middle-aged man earlier. There were only some villagers who had seen the corpse later and thought that something supernatural had happened. Ron quickly arrived at his destination, and then he took a flying ferry to the Walls village. The Nicholas family clan in Winterfrost was also peaceful. Although there were still some spies from the Mugwang Pavilion, they dared not approach because of the old servant and the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan. As Romo's form was special, he could not sense what was happening outside the Nicholas family palace, nor could he take the initiative to attack. After that battle, everything went smoothly for Ron. He was about to reach his destination. Romo would also check on Ron's condition occasionally. From time to time, he would visit his descendants in their dreams at night to guide them on their recent cultivation. Suddenly, Norton brought back a piece of news. He had received news about the lost clansmen of the Nicholas family clan. Previously, during the most difficult period of the Nicholas family clan, which was 50 years ago, many clansmen had left their home and then separated. After the Nicholas family settled down in Winterfrost, they had not been found. After Romo had been awakened, Norton had been searching for them. He had many connections to help him search. Now, he finally had news. Chapter 177 Lost Clansmen. Romo had not expected there to really be clues. He was very surprised. If he could find another batch of descendants and expand the strength of the family, he would have more faith points in the future. However, this news had not been confirmed. After a discussion with a few family members, they decided to let Norton and Charles check out the situation. Their destination was north of Winterfrost, not far away. It was a day's journey. It was already evening when Norton received the news. The two of them decided to set off the next morning. However, Romo was disappointed that after the news had appeared, the system did not generate a new clansman search mission. Perhaps, a new clansman search mission could only be generated when the Lost Descendant search talisman was used, or perhaps the information was fundamentally false. If this information was false, then wouldn't everyone in the family be happy for nothing? Thinking about it, it might be a complete conspiracy. Just in case, Romo had given Norton a dream the night before and asked him to bring Caramon along when he was leaving. Norton would naturally obey the old ancestor's decision fully. The next morning, he called Caramon over, and the latter also obeyed his master's instructions completely. Moreover, he had nothing to do. It was just fetching someone, nothing difficult. After some preparations, Norton, Charles, and Caramon set off. After they had left Winterfrost, the three of them hurried on their journey and arrived at their destination in just a day. This was a place called Wad City. There were no people with magical powers in the city, and they were all ordinary citizens. By the time the three of them reached Wad City, someone had already been waiting here for a long time. This person was a businessman from Wad City, one of the distributors of the Nicholas family's soap business. The Nicholas family had spread the news through people related to their family businesses. They had wanted to get more leads through more people. However, they did not expect to really get some leads. This businessman was somewhat famous locally. According to him, a subordinate of his had provided a lead. He said that there were two families in a village outside Wad City who might be from the Nicholas family. Regarding this kind of news, one would rather believe it to be true than not. Moreover, what the businessman had said was only a possibility and not completely confirmed. To know if it was true or false, a few people would have to go and take a look personally. Then, Norton followed that subordinate to a small village outside Wad City, Talon Village. This subordinate's name was Carl. On the way, Carl said that a few foreigners had come to this village 50 years ago. He had heard that they had fled here after being pursued by bandits, and then they settled down in Talon Village. However, those people's surname was not Nicholas, but Jones. Previously, they were neighbors with this subordinate and they had been very familiar with each other since they were young. A neighbor with the surname Jones had often guided him in his martial arts. It was because of this that he was able to become the merchant's subordinate. Coincidentally, the merchant was in contact with the Nicholas family through the soap business a while ago and had also learned that the Nicholas family was searching for the missing clansman. The merchant did not care much and only passed the news to his subordinates. When Carl heard this, he immediately thought of the group of people with the surname Jones. He found them very suspicious. Although their surname was not Nicholas, Carl still went to investigate. He increasingly felt that they were from the Nicholas family. However, when Carl went to ask, the family members all denied it. This also made Carl feel very strange, so he told the merchant. The merchant naturally informed the Nicholas family. Norton had already seen this news when he was in the Nicholas family. From the looks of it, it was likely someone from the Nicholas family. The few of them arrived at Talon Village and were led by Carl to a small house. "This is the place." Carl pointed at the small house and said, "Why is there no one here?" The door to the house Carl was pointing at was tightly closed. It looked like there was no one in the house. "Uncle, big brother, are you guys at home? Is there anyone at home?" Carl shouted a few times into the house, but still, no one responded. "That's impossible. It's impossible for there to be no one in the house. This is too strange," said Carl, puzzled. "I'm sorry, I'll go to another house later to ask. Logically speaking, it's impossible for there to be no one." Caramon, who had been silent, suddenly said, "There's no need. They are not in this village at all. When he said this, whether it was Carl, Charles, or Norton, they all looked at Karaman strangely. Everyone is on the mountain. Karaman pointed to the mountain behind and smiled. The few of them quickly ran up the mountain and they actually found a small wooden house at the top of the mountain. Carl said that usually, this wooden house was a temporary resting place for hunters from the village. Carl was baffled by what Karaman had said. He did not understand that humans could sense such things. Norton and Charles naturally believed Karaman's intuition. They had just reached the door when they heard a swoosh. An iron fork had actually appeared. Norton seemed to have known all this would happen. He calmly took the fork and opened the door at the same time. Immediately after, a very tall figure charged at Norton. Norton was very surprised to see this move because it was one of the techniques of the Nicholas family clan. However, according to Norton's senses, the other party was only at level 3 of the physical body realm and could not perform this move completely. Therefore, Norton blocked it with a casual wave of his hand, and the other party fell to the ground. Then, Norton swept his gaze across the entire house. When he saw someone, his gaze became filled with surprise. "Brother Herbert! Is that you?" "Brother Herbert, it's Norton." The old man, who was almost 60 years old, was also very surprised to see Norton. "Norton, is this you, Norton?" "It's me. I'm Norton. I'm Norton, Brother Herbert." Although more than 50 years had passed, Norton could still recognize at a glance that this was his older brother, who had often played with him when he was young. His name was Herbert. The few of them chatted briefly about their childhood and it was confirmed that the other party was from the Nicholas family. Their conversation surprised everyone, and Charles was also very surprised. This meant that the family was really from the Nicholas family. They had not expected the information to be so accurate. The three of them had found their lost family members so smoothly. Everything had gone smoothly beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 178 Finding the Clansman. "Barry, Adam, why are you all here?" Carl shouted at the people in the house. Everything that had just happened had surprised Carl. He really could not understand why the old uncle could still sense this group of people on the mountain despite being so far away. Could it be that he had supernatural eyes and ears? Herbert was in the house, excitedly hugging Norton and talking about some things from their childhood. He could hear Carl's confusion and felt a little dazed. Norton patted Carl on the shoulder in approval and glanced at Charles. Charles immediately understood and quickly said, "Carl, thank you very much for leading the way for us. There's nothing more for you to do. You can go back and report to your boss." As he spoke, Charles took out a bag which contained a lot of money and handed it to Carl. After Carl took the bag, he did not think about anything else. Thank you. I'll be leaving now. Come and find me if there's anything." Looking at Carl's receding back view, Herbert sighed and said, "I have actually stumbled upon you guys. In the beginning, I thought it was a smokescreen scattered by our enemy." When Norton heard this, he could roughly guess what was going on. However, he also felt a lot more sorrowful. "Brother, let's go back to the village first. We'll talk later." Herbert quickly agreed. After all, the size of the wooden house was too small. In the wooden house, apart from Herbert and the others, there were 10 others. They were all from the Nicholas family. It appeared very crowded with the few of them standing here. Immediately, the group returned to the village. Along the journey back, Norton was very happy. He had found so many people all of a sudden. The old ancestor would definitely be very happy. As expected, Romo was also very surprised when he saw their progress through the visitation talisman. He did not expect to find them so smoothly. Norton and Herbert had been discussing the recent developments in the Nicholas family and many other topics on the way back to the village. They discussed this for a long time. Norton had also learned from the conversation what had happened to Herbert in the past 50 years since he left the Nicholas family. 50 years ago, during the process of the family clan's relocation, bandits had suddenly attacked them midway. This caused Herbert and the others to be separated from the family clan. At the same time, they were pursued by bandits. They had no choice but to flee for a day and a night. Eventually, they were able to shake off those bandits, but they discovered they had lost their way. Worried that they would run into the bandits again, they had no choice but to flee from the pursuit while searching for the route they had come from. In the end, they actually came to this remote small village. Coincidentally, Herbert's father had been seriously injured at that time, so the few of them had decided to stay in this small village for a while. However, after a period of time, Herbert's father still had not fully recovered from his injuries. At the same time, there seemed to be pursuers and bandits outside looking for the Nicholas family. Fortunately, the villagers here were relatively friendly. They would cover for their family. As such, they were lucky enough to survive. Later on, Herbert discovered that the situation then was really too dangerous. It was really not suitable for him to go out and search for his family clan. He had no choice but to change his surname and live here. The Herbert family had never revealed their cultivation identities here. At the same time, they had changed their surname to Jones. Unfortunately, Herbert's father passed away because of his serious injuries, leaving only Herbert, who was 16 years old at that time, and his mother. At the same time, there was also a 16th-generation descendant of the Nicholas family, Bori. As such, the three of them gradually integrated into the village and lived here. As the village was too remote, and information was very scarce, there was no way to obtain any information. Coupled with the pursuit by his enemies, Herbert gradually abandoned the thought of returning to his family. It was not a bad choice to stay here peacefully. Hence, Herbert got married here and had children. Now, he already had grandchildren. Although the Nicholas family clan had become famous because of their feud with the four large family clans, this small village, which had no access to information, still did not know anything. Herbert did not even know that the Nicholas family had already moved to Winterfrost. After all, moving to Winterfrost had been a last-minute decision made en route. Herbert had long determined that he would spend the rest of his life in this small village. Unexpectedly, some time ago, Carl suddenly came to ask if they were from the Nicholas family clan and said that the Nicholas family was looking for them. When Herbert heard the news, he could not believe it. The village was so remote. How could the Nicholas family have come knocking on his door? The only possibility was that their enemy was coming. So Herbert quickly denied it. Moreover, when Norton came over, he was discovered by the villagers, so Herbert and the others ran here at the last minute to hide. Norton had not expected the Herbert family to go through so much in 50 years. However, from what Herbert had told him, what Norton did not understand was that the bandits, who had been pursuing them relentlessly, did not seem to be ordinary bandits at all. In fact, the Nicholas family had already guessed this. Those might be the assassins hired by the four large family clans. After they had settled down in Winterfrost, the Nicholas family clan had investigated this matter, but they did not have any leads, so they dropped the matter. Norton also told Herbert about the situation of the Nicholas family for the past 50 years. He emphasized that the Nicholas family clan was no longer the same as before. When Herbert learned that the Nicholas family was already so powerful, he was also very happy for the family. However, Norton had not mentioned anything about the old ancestor, so in Herbert's opinion, the rise of the Nicholas family clan was simply unbelievable. "All right, brother, I've said what needs to be said. We're here to fetch you home today," Norton said quickly. When Herbert heard this, he was very excited. "All right, let's go home. You guys quickly pack up. We'll be home in a while," said Herbert to his grandchildren behind him. His other children, nieces and grandchildren, and so on, had listened to the conversation between the two of them, and they were simply baffled. However, they had understood that they would be returning to their original family clan. The few of them quickly went back to pack up. They then left the small village together. Apart from Herbert, the clansmen that had been found this time included his son, daughter-in-law, grandson, daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter. There were also his nephew, Bori, and his wife, and their children. There were a total of 11 people. Chapter 179 Encountering Danger on the Return Journey. After the few of them had packed their luggage, it was already evening. Norton and the others temporarily found a place to rest for the night. They planned to hire a few carriages to go home during the day. When the time came, the few of them would ride fast horses. However, since the old ancestor had not specified the time, and they had already found the clansmen, there was no need to be anxious on the way back. Norton and the others were about to go to the resting place. It was very secluded. On the way to Winterfrost, there were many mountain roads in the middle. It was said that bandits often appeared near the mountain path. They had not encountered them on their way here. However, these bandits were lucky. To these bandits, they were not a match for Norton and the others at all, and they also did not intend to sacrifice themselves. Norton and the others had some lunch before they continued their journey. In the afternoon, they finally completed that difficult stretch of road. There was only a small forest left before they could get to an inn to rest. Norton and Charles sat separately in 2 horse carriages. Caramon rode in front to clear the way. This really made Caramon feel a little aggrieved. A dignified expert of the divine power realm was actually riding a horse to clear the way. However, there was nothing to complain about. After all, he was just a servant. Unexpectedly, in the few days since he had come out, Caramon missed the time when he had nothing to do in the Nicholas Palace. As Caramon was thinking about these messy matters, he suddenly discovered something abnormal. Who is it? He quickly reined in the horse and pulled it to a stop, and the carriages behind him also stopped. The 2 carriage drivers looked at Caramon in confusion. Norton lifted the curtain and looked outside. Caramon? What has happened? Caramon did not look good. There seems to be an ambush ahead. Everyone, be careful. Norton and Charles's expressions changed when they heard this. They quickly got out of the carriages. Both of them looked around solemnly, but they could not sense anything wrong. Soon, Herbert and the others had also arrived at this place. They asked in panic, "What's going on?" The others were also panicking. Caramon quickly calmed everyone's emotions. "Everyone, get into the carriages. All of you, just guard the carriages." As soon as he finished speaking, Caramon flew directly into the air and looked down at the entire forest. A powerful energy erupted from his body, and a small portion of it formed a protective barrier around the carriages. The 2 carriage drivers stared with widened eyes as if they had seen magic. Herbert was also very stunned. Could this be the legendary divine power realm? He had not expected Caramon, who was only a servant of the Nicholas family, to be of the divine power realm. Suddenly, Caramon looked in a direction and said, "Come out, it's not too late yet, otherwise, you will all know the consequences. Unless all of you kill me, otherwise you bunch of trash won't be able to touch anyone else." After Caramon had finished speaking, there was still no response from the other party. The entire forest fell into a dead silence. Norton and the others started to become nervous. They carefully observed their surroundings, but they did not find any traces of the enemy. After waiting for a while, it was still dead silence. Caramon sneered and started to erupt with the energy in his body. He raised his hand and waved it in a direction. With a swoosh, golden light gathered in the air and instantly appeared in the distance. Wherever the golden light went, all the branches of trees were cut off. In the next second, 2 panicking and fleeing figures suddenly appeared in the woods about 100 meters away. However, their speed was no match for the speed of the golden light. Instantly, the 2 of them fell to the ground. Caramon did not think much of the other party because to him, killing them was as easy as killing 2 ants. "Are you still not going to come out?" Do you really want me to finish off all these useless people before coming to deal with you? These assassins lurking in the surroundings were all very powerful, but in front of Karaman, everything was meaningless. They were only of the innate realm. No matter how powerful their concealment techniques were, they could not escape Karaman's eyes. I didn't expect Karaman, who has always killed without blinking, to be willing to be a dog for others. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar and reverberated throughout the entire forest, appearing somewhat sinister and terrifying. And this voice seemed to come from every direction, making it impossible to tell which direction it was coming from. Even in the face of such unpleasant words, Karaman was not angry. He just sneered again. Stop hiding. You know your skills. You're far from being able to sneak attack me. As soon as he finished speaking, Karaman activated his magical power again. Countless swords with golden light appeared around his hand, and his energy had already locked onto all the assassins lurking in the surroundings. This time he did not even bother to warn them, but the enemy had already seen through Karaman. The moment before Karaman attacked, an even more powerful energy suddenly appeared in the woods ahead of him. It made a loud sound in the air, and a bolt of lightning appeared, slashing down at Karaman. Karaman was still very serious. He thrust most of his swords upward, and only then did they counteract the lightning. A huge burst of energy erupted in the air, and only a small portion of the swords stabbed at the surroundings. In an instant, several people fell to the ground. All of you, die! Suddenly, a figure appeared in the woods on the right side and erupted with huge energy. A huge net formed in the sky and covered Karaman. Through Karaman's perception, he discovered that the other party was actually at level 5 of the divine power realm. Karaman had not expected the other party to be of such a high level, so he began to think that things were not that simple. However, he did not back down at all and continued to resist with all his might. Scene. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo had also seen this scene through the visitation talisman. I didn't expect all of you to be so tenacious, Romo said calmly. Previously, Ron had been ambushed by the people from the Muguang pavilion. Romo had long thought that this group of people would not let the matter rest, so he specially called Karaman to accompany Norton and the others. Unexpectedly, they still attacked as Romo had expected. Ding! Warning! Warning! Found descendants in danger. Urgent mission has been generated. Mission details: save the descendants in danger, Norton and Charles. As Romo was thinking of a solution, the system notifications sounded in his ear again. Chapter 180 The Guardian Spirit Beast makes a move. After hearing the system notifications, Romo did not know if he should be happy or sad. He was happy that he would be rewarded again. He was sad that since the system had already notified him, Norton and Charles must be in a very difficult situation. Moreover, there were still 11 descendants who were about to be enfolded into the clan. However, they had not been approved by the system yet, so the system had not mentioned them. Although Karaman was around, this was not a foolproof plan. Or rather, Karaman alone would not be able to resist the other party. An urgent mission had appeared in the system, which meant that the current situation must be extremely urgent. Romo had been using the visitation talisman to observe the situation, but the visitation talisman could only allow him to see the situation. It could not allow him to sense the number of enemies around or their level. However, from the battle between the two sides, it could be seen that the other party's level was about the same as Karaman's, and might even be higher. Romo had given Norton and Charles an ancestral blessing talisman, but the power of this tool was very limited. When faced with a real attack, it could only block once before it would lose its effect. Now that the situation was so urgent, the easiest way was to use the ancestral protection talisman in the inventory. This way, the crisis would be resolved immediately. However, the ancestral protection talisman was too precious. Romo did not want to use it unless he had no choice. Furthermore, in the current situation, it was fine not to use the ancestral protection talisman. Romo had already thought of another method to cleverly resolve this crisis. With this thought, Romo focused his gaze on the tree behind the ancestral hall. After using the Guardian Spirit Beast Breakthrough Talisman on the 5-color peacock previously, the 5-color peacock had been in seclusion to train. It had already been a month. The 5-color peacock seemed to have sensed something. It quickly stood up and looked around in surprise. Its master had already sent it a message, but the 5-color peacock did not see its master. The 5-color peacock immediately read the information sent by its master. It pondered for a moment and listened carefully at other times. After it had understood the mission its master had given it, the 5-color peacock seemed a little reluctant, but it still had to go. It had no choice but to slowly stand up, spread its wings, and transform into a 5-colored beam of light, disappearing into the air. When the members of the Nicholas family saw this scene, they were all amazed by the power of the 5-color divine beast. Zoro, who had been at home, saw this scene and cried out. This was because the old ancestor had previously said that the 5-color peacock was about to break through and was currently in seclusion. Now that the 5-color peacock had actually flown away, there must be some danger. Zoro quickly thought for a moment and soon understood something. Could it be that Norton and the others are in danger? Then, Zoro quickly instructed the servants to get the people outside to come back immediately. Wow, what's that in the sky? Rainbow, I guess. But it's not raining. Why is there a rainbow? That looks like it was transformed from a divine beast. Divine beast? The one from the Nicholas family clan. Maybe. It seems to have flown out from that direction. But why is it leaving? Has something happened to the Nicholas family again? I don't know. Their family clan is mysterious. Who knows what happened? In Winterfrost, everyone who saw this scene started discussing it again. At this moment, in a luxurious hotel in the north of the city, an old man was standing by the window, looking out at the 5-colored light which was gradually disappearing in the sky. Something different appeared in his eyes. Behind him was a middle-aged man, the one who had reported the information earlier about the chief whom Ron had killed. This middle-aged man was also looking out the window. From his expression, he seemed a little worried. Chief, the guardian spirit beast seems to have flown in that direction. Chief, there won't be danger, would there? However, the old man did not think much of it. Don't worry, this is within expectations. Master will have a solution. Clearly, this sentence was not enough to convince the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still very worried, but he had to answer, yes, I understand. Pass down the order. Get someone to prepare to take action, said the old man. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged man immediately received the order and left the room. The old man looked in the direction of the Nicholas family palace and muttered to himself, I'll see today how many more secrets the Nicholas family has. With a loud rumble, a ball of lightning suddenly appeared and exploded in the sky. Instantly, countless electric currents appeared in the sky. A figure appeared from the countless electric currents and landed beside the 2 carriages. The energy was so powerful that the ground trembled. The carriage drivers had no choice but to pull on the reins with all their might to stabilize the horses. In the end, the horses actually kept shaking and eventually collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The 2 carriage drivers were also horrified. They could only hug each by the side of the carriages and shiver. Apart from the 2 carriage drivers, the people in the carriages were also very afraid. They did not dare to speak at all. Norton and Charles were fine, but Herbert was in complete despair. Norton watched helplessly as Caramon was struck down, but he dared not make any sound for fear of diverting Caramon's attention. Caramon did not have any time to rest. When he landed, he quickly gathered the energy in his body and formed a golden protective barrier above with his hands, protecting himself and the others. At the same time, the lightning in the sky struck down, but it was blocked by the golden protective shield. A loud bang sounded in the sky. Boom! 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 Lightning continued to strike down. Gradually, Caramon could not hold out much longer. The golden protective shield seemed about to collapse. Caramon could only grit his teeth and endure. This battle seemed about to be lost. After all, he was only at level 4 of the Divine Power Realm, while the other party was at level 5. He had already persisted for half an hour. Now, he was completely suppressed and had no chance to resist. Currently, Caramon had changed his strategy from attacking to defending, but he was still being completely suppressed. He would not be able to last much longer. In the air, an old man in purple clothes appeared. "You're really a good dog raised by the Nicholas family. If I didn't know your past, I would have been moved by you. What does the Nicholas family have that is worthy of your loyalty? How about I give you a chance to live? You can join our Mugwang Pavilion." Chapter 181 Another chief dies. The words of the old man in the purple robe seemed very convincing to outsiders. Even Norton was worried that Caramon would be convinced by him. Even though Caramon was a servant the old ancestor had placed at home, the words of the old man in the purple robe were too convincing. He kept smiling at Caramon. "What do you think? Consider my suggestion." Charles clenched his fists nervously, afraid that Caramon would betray them. If this was the case, they would not be able to get past this. After hearing this, Caramon did not react. Instead, he closed his eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. In fact, if it was possible, Caramon was also very tempted by the suggestion of the old man in purple robe. However, there was no such possibility, so the earlier question from the purple-robed old man was meaningless. Not to mention whether this purple-robed old man would really keep his promise and let him live to join the Mugwang Pavilion. If he really betrayed them today and his master were to find out, his life would likely be in danger. It was not that Caramon was very loyal, but the price for betrayal was too great. However, Caramon still had a trace of hope in the current situation. After all, there were more than 10 descendants of the Nicholas family present, and the old ancestor of the Nicholas family, Romo, would not sit back and do nothing. From the many dangerous situations previously, Caramon had long seen through everything. At the critical moment, the old ancestor would definitely intervene. The only thing Caramon needed to do now was to stall for time as much as possible and wait for the old ancestor to arrive. Caramon had pondered a lot and tried hard to convince himself that he would definitely make it out alive today. "Don't tell me you're trying to stall for time? You're already at death's door and you're still thinking of selling your life for the Nicholas family clan. What a good dog," said the old man in purple robe as he looked at Caramon, who had been thinking. After he had finished speaking, the purple-robed old man immediately gathered all the energy in his body, preparing to deal the final fatal blow to Caramon. Caramon had also sensed the strength of this energy. He thought that at most, he would perish with him, and an unprecedented vicious expression appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he erupted all the energy in his body and prepared to fight to the death. But before Caramon could release his energy, a loud sound appeared in the sky. Looking up, he did not expect a rainbow to cut through the sky and reach the purple-robed old man. Instantly, countless flying swords appeared in the sky. The purple-robed old man quickly took a few steps back and used his magical weapon to block the sudden swords. If it had not been for these swords, Caramon and the others would have died earlier. Caramon looked at the light in the sky excitedly. Norton and Charles also looked over and shouted excitedly, "Senior Alex, City Lord!" Unexpectedly, 2 powerful helpers had suddenly appeared. They were Senior Alex from the Yvonne Academy and the City Lord of Winterfrost. The 2 of them nodded in response to Norton's words. Senior Alex immediately turned his gaze toward the purple-robed old man. "Who is so bold as to wage a battle within the sphere of influence of our Yvonne Academy? Is there no one in our Yvonne Academy?" he asked calmly. The purple-robed old man looked at the two persons who had suddenly appeared in the battle which he was about to win and was very displeased. An indignant expression had already appeared in his eyes. He immediately gathered the energy in his body and summoned a large amount of lightning and thunder at the same time, preparing to attack the two rescuers first. However, the purple-robed old man had already seen that their levels were not low. He quickly took a few steps back to prevent himself from being accidentally injured. "You want to run?" Senior Alex sneered when he saw the purple-robed old man's expression. At the same time, he activated the energy in his body and waved his hand, causing a strong wind to blow in the sky. The wind was also mixed with lightning and thunder. It shattered the other party's lightning in an instant and continued to attack him. At the same time, a green sword stabbed at the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man did not have the time to dodge, nor escape. He had no choice but to keep fighting. An intense battle had begun between the few of them. The city lord of Winterfrost had not joined the battle. He came to Norton and the others first. "I'm sorry, we have arrived late." Norton finally relaxed. This battle was basically going to be a victory. "It's okay, it's not too late. We're already very grateful that you could come. However, why have you and Senior Alex come here?" "Actually, the Yvonne Academy and I have been investigating the whereabouts of the Mugwang Pavilion. This time, we have also obtained some leads and so happened to run into all of you." The city lord did not elaborate on more details. Previously, there had been a lot of news, but they had not expected a chief of the Mugwang Pavilion to suddenly go and assassinate Ron. In the end, all of them died, and the leads were cut off all at once. A few days ago, they finally discovered some more leads, and today, the Mugwang Pavilion had also made a big move. Only then did the two of them track them down. They had not expected to bump into Norton and the others. As the few of them spoke, the sounds of battle suddenly sounded around them. Norton and the others started to become nervous again. Karamon was also beginning to be nervous, but when he realized that there was no danger, he gave Norton a reassuring expression. "Don't worry, they're from the Yvonne Academy," said the city lord. Norton then realized that it should be someone from Senior Alex's Yvonne Academy killing the other assassins from the Mugwang Pavilion outside. In the air, the battle between the two magi of Divine Power Realm was also very intense. However, in the eyes of others, Alex had already secured an absolute advantage. To begin with, Alex's level was already higher than that of the purple-robed old man, not to mention that the purple-robed old man had already expended a portion of his energy fighting Karamon. A strong wind blew in the sky again. At the same time, a huge cage appeared in the sky and trapped the purple-robed old man inside. The purple-robed old man had no strength to fight back. All the magic power in Alex's body erupted, and at the same time, his sword flew out. He kept attacking the enemy, not giving the purple-robed old man any chance to catch his breath. After about 10 minutes, Alex felt that it was about time. He got ready to kill the other party directly. But at this moment, the purple-robed old man seemed to have realized that his death was imminent. The energy in his body suddenly increased tenfold, and his body became a bolt of purple lightning. He broke out of the cage and shot into the distance. This was an explosive type of magical power. Chapter 182 Heads delivered to the door. Alex was not particularly surprised. He hurried to catch up with him, but he did not have to chase for long before he realized the abnormality and stopped immediately. In the distance, the purple-robed old man was flying as he spat out blood. From time to time, he would turn around and take a look. He was relieved to find that Alex had not caught up with him. However, what the purple-robed old man had not expected was that a loud bang suddenly sounded from his surroundings. Instantly, the purple-robed old man also realized the abnormality, but he did not have the ability to resist. There was a dense demonic aura in front of him, and it had already locked onto the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man discovered that a 5-colored light had appeared in front of him. In the middle of the light stood a 5-color peacock. It flapped its wings slightly, and a strong wind blew. A storm tens of times bigger than before had appeared. It turned out to be the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan. The purple-robed old man immediately recognized this spirit beast. He wanted to erupt his magical power to resist, but he found that it was already too late. His whole being had already been swallowed by the storm. A few seconds later, even his aura was gone. Then, the storm stopped, and the entire world regained its calm. It was as if nothing had happened, and the purple-robed old man no longer existed. Alex and the others were also very surprised to see this. Could this be the legendary guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan? They had not expected to see the 5-color peacock, the guardian of the Nicholas family clan whom they had long heard of. They had not expected it to be even more powerful than the legend said it was. Moreover, its aura was about to reach level 7. The Nicholas family clan was about to have a level 7 guardian spirit beast. Alex recalled his visit to the Nicholas family a few months ago. In just a few months, the Nicholas family had changed so much. The city lord was not too surprised. Although he was not in Winterfrost when the Nicholas family clan and the 4 large family clans had a conflict, he had heard about it later and visited the Nicholas family clan to express his concern. He had also seen the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan. Norton and Charles knew in their hearts that it must have been sent by their old ancestor. As for Herbert and the others, their mouths were agape. They had never seen such a scene before. In the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan in Winterfrost. Ding! Mission accomplished. Received rewards: Special Grade Experience Talismans X5, Faith Doubling Talisman X1, 100-fold Cultivation Speed Talisman X1, Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman X1. When the 5-color spirit beast killed the purple-robed old man, Romo heard the system notifications. The rewards this time were not too much. It was probably because the system had not detected much difficulty. However, a tool that he had not seen before had appeared. It was the Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman. Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman, it can increase the Guardian Spirit Beast's bloodline and talent. The effect on a baby beast will be doubled. This was indeed a good tool, but Romo did not use it immediately. Instead, he placed it in his inventory first. After enduring for 1,000 miles, he used the 5 special grade experience talismans. However, the number was too small. His level had only increased by a little, and it was not enough to advance to the next level. Romo had also placed all the other tools in the inventory. The faith doubling talisman would expire in 2 days, so he had to use this next. After checking the rewards, Romo used the visitation talisman to check on Norton and the others. He also used the magic soul imprint to order the 5-color peacock to escort them back. What's going on? Romo suddenly discovered something amiss and quickly looked in the direction of the back door of the Nicholas family palace. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on Romo's face. I didn't expect someone to deliver their heads to my door. Although his tone was joking, his eyes were already full of killing intent. At the back door of the Nicholas family palace, there was a large forest. Ron usually cultivated here, and very few outsiders would come in. It was considered the secret base of the Nicholas family, and there were 1 or 2 servants guarding it. Why did the guardian spirit beast disappear? Where could it have gone? If you ask me, who can I ask this? This spirit beast might have been bored and had gone out for a walk. No way. How can the guardian spirit beast get out so easily? Could something big have happened? Impossible. Even if something big happens, it has nothing to do with us. There will naturally be someone from the Nicholas family to deal with it. You have a point. Do you think we can find a few more lost clansmen this time? I hope so. This way, the Nicholas family clan can become stronger. The 2 guards were chatting idly, not realizing that a figure had appeared behind them and had entered the Nicholas palace. This figure was very well hidden. Before entering the Nicholas Palace, it had already snooped around every corner and then turned into a gust of wind, entering the door of the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. Outside the ancestral hall, there were servants walking up and down, but no one had seen this figure. This figure was an old man with a hunched back. He looked at the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan with excitement but also disbelief. Then, the old man turned around and looked at the back door of the Nicholas family clan. He gave an order. At this moment, one figure after another followed the old man and entered every corner of the Nicholas family clan. Now, with just a command from the old man, they would emerge and slaughter the Nicholas family. They were very well concealed. Currently, there were people coming and going in the Nicholas Palace, and no one had discovered them. Even Zorro, who had always been alert, had not discovered them. It's not like that. You guys have done it wrongly. You have to follow the way I do it. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Aya, that's not right. Both of you, practice a little more. Why are you so stupid? I'm so angry. This way, yes, yes. This was Lily teaching others how to fight. Suddenly, the sword beside Lily moved without warning. Lily instinctively looked to the left. What is it? Nothing. There seems to be a sound on the other side. Even so, Lily did not take it seriously and continued to practice. On the tree directly above Lily's line of view just now, there was a small figure. Could she have discovered me? The figure thought worriedly. He was relieved to find that Lily did not do anything else. He waited patiently on the tree for the chief's order. His mission naturally was to kill the 3 children in front of him. The hunched old man stood in front of the ancestral hall and looked at the ancestral tablets of the Nicholas family clan. His gaze stopped on the uppermost tablet for a while, as if he was looking for something. Chapter 183 Great Archmage. He knew that what he was looking for should be the greatest secret of the Nicholas family. The hunched old man was just about to walk forward when he discovered that his body was no longer under the control of his brain. He was actually unable to move. His pupils began to dilate, and a terrifying expression appeared on his face, as if something terrifying was about to happen next. What was even more terrifying was that the old man did not have any premonition, nor did he have any sense of being attacked. He just suddenly could not move. With the old man's many years of premonition, he knew that this was definitely not a good sign. He subconsciously erupted with all the energy in his body and used the strongest escape magical power. However, to everyone's surprise, with a bang, the old man's body instantly exploded. This spell was called the Blood Shadow Escape Technique. It was a high-grade earth-tier escape spell. After the hunched old man's body had turned into a blood mist, he was about to disappear into the air as if nothing had happened. But suddenly, a loud bang sounded in the air, and the space also shook. The blood mist had actually returned and started to roll violently. It looked like it was in great pain. It tried its best to take human form, but it was to no avail. Suddenly, an invisible energy appeared and erupted in the center of the blood mist. Half of the blood mist, which was making a human form, was suddenly scattered. A large hand suddenly appeared in the middle, grabbed a ball of blood mist, and pulled it back. That ball of blood mist that had been pulled back quickly condensed, turning into a circular golden object about the size of an egg, a core. And a translucent figure had appeared above the core. It was the hunched old man earlier, and now, what was seen was already his magic soul. The remaining blood mist seemed to have lost its value and quickly disappeared into the air. No. The translucent old man let out a heart-wrenching cry, but it did not prevent all of this from happening because what had dissipated was his physical body. This meant that he was completely dead. The blood shadow escape technique he had used just now had suddenly been interrupted, causing his core and soul to be constrained. He was unable to exercise the last part of his magical power, which was the part that would consolidate his physical body again. Therefore, after the blood mist had disappeared, he would no longer have the chance to remodel his physical body, which meant that he was already dead. With his physical body gone, even if his core and soul were still around, there was no way he could survive. Even if he could find a way to stabilize his soul, he would just barely be a ghost. The hunched old man had not even dreamed that his blood shadow escape technique would fail. He was very confident in his ability to use this magical power. This was also his last life-saving magical power. It was because of this magical power that he was able to enter the Nicholas family palace without fear to search for secrets. Even if something extraordinary happened, he could still use this magical power to escape quickly. Unexpectedly, reality had given him a tight slap. Not only had this magical power not helped him, it had also compromised him. Longevity Realm. Who are you? Who are you? The hunched old man had already lost all hope. He kept sweeping his gaze across the ancestral hall, hoping to find some clues, but he could clearly sense that the power that had controlled him earlier had definitely come from the strength of the Longevity Realm. However, this was where it did not make sense. It was impossible for the Nicholas family to have a mage of the Longevity Realm. If there really was such a person, he should have exterminated the 4 large family clans a long time ago. How could he allow them to come to their door to seek revenge? Previously, the Mugwang Pavilion had also guessed that the mysterious assassin who had killed 8 magi of the Divine Power Realm from the 4 large family clans was related to the Nicholas family. He might not have been able to show himself for some special reason, so he had not killed them directly. Everyone's prediction of this person's level was only the peak of the Divine Power Realm. After all, if he was at the Longevity Realm, there was no reason to be so secretive. The Longevity Realm was a level that every person who cultivated magical power had to look up to. The 4 large family clans alone were of no match at all. Only now did the old man understand that the Nicholas family must have a mage of the Longevity Realm. Unfortunately, it was already too late. This had far surpassed the old man's guess and had caused great harm to his heart. Ah! Why? Who are you? Come out quickly! The old man had already collapsed completely and was shouting loudly. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly started to tremble. His eyes widened, and they were full of despair. Let go of me! No, no! After he had finished speaking, his gaze started to look at the location of his heart. As his body was already completely translucent, he could clearly see countless runes appearing above the core of his heart. His core was also trembling non-stop. Cracks had actually appeared on it, and it was about to explode. This was a magical seal that only the Mugwang Pavilion had, the sacrificial curse. However, this magical power was not used against the enemy but against the people of the pavilion. Moreover, only a chief was qualified to use this magical power. If a chief was caught by the enemy and had no ability to resist, the sacrificial curse would activate, causing the soul of the person being controlled to explode. Similarly, if he revealed the secret of the Mugwang Pavilion, he would also explode. This was also the reason why almost no one knew the secret of the Mugwang Pavilion. And the sacrificial curse on this hunched old man was about to be activated. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Mugwang Pavilion. In that gloomy hall, there was only one beam of light. Directly below the light, a man in a white shirt was leaning against a chair. He was holding a small jade ball in his right hand and playing with it, his left hand resting on the armrest. This man was one of the 2 pavilion masters of the Mugwang Pavilion. He was known by everyone as the White Angel. He seemed to have sensed something, and his expression was very serious. This chief is actually dead too. What? He can even die from using the blood shadow escape. Another voice sounded from the darkness. That's right, just now, the sacrificial curse had been activated. Perhaps that person in the dark had been too excited, his figure actually started to float. That person was the other pavilion master, the Black Angel. The 2 of them were called the Black and White Angels. Usually, what they were best at was hooking the souls of people and taking their lives. In a short period of time, the White Angel had already sensed that the two chiefs had died one after another. This had completely exceeded their expectations. It seemed that things were no longer under control. Chapter 184 The Chief Who Had Been Played With. The White Angel said solemnly, "It looks like the Nicholas family clan is not simple. There are many powers hidden behind them. They are far beyond what we know. But, the Nicholas family clan shouldn't have a mage of the longevity realm," said the Black Angel with a smile. The White Angel quickly shook his head and rejected the idea. Impossible, definitely impossible. If their family clan really had a mage of the longevity realm, they would not have been bullied by the four large family clans. Perhaps the chief did not die in the hands of the Nicholas family. Let's wait for the report. The White Angel could only sense whether the sacrificial curse had worked, and not what was going on at the scene. Therefore, everything was just speculation. The Black Angel said, "No matter who killed the chief, we have already lost 4 chiefs. I won't let this matter rest." A strong murderous intent had already appeared in the eyes of the Black Angel. "Why don't the two of us make a trip? It has been many years since we last fought. It's not time yet. Let's wait for all the chiefs to return before we discuss this further." The White Angel did not want to act rashly. As the Black and White Angels were discussing countermeasures, screams kept echoing in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan. Anyone who heard them shuddered. However, no one outside the ancestral hall could see or hear what was going on inside. The screams had lasted for a while. Thereafter, the hunched old man's eyes revealed some fatigue. Although he was already a soul now and his soul would not sweat, it could be seen from his eyes that he was already mentally and physically exhausted. Although there was a lot of fatigue in his eyes, at the same time, there was also some surprise because he had discovered that he had not died, and that the sacrificial curse had actually been neutralized. He seemed to have walked out of the gates of hell just now, and his life had been spared. Furthermore, the sacrificial curse at the core of his heart had completely disappeared. The old man had already prepared to die. He had felt a very powerful energy enter his body and then into his core. The stimulation from the pain made him, who was at level 8 of the divine power realm, almost unable to bear it. It was as if his soul was about to dissipate. Although he had been tortured by the pain until he seemed to have lost half his life, it was a good thing that he had been able to survive. The old man thought for a while and then reacted. It should have been that mage of the longevity realm who had helped him neutralize the sacrificial curse, and he had also saved his life. Although it was extremely painful, the outcome was good. Could it be that he had not died because he was lucky? Or could the mage of the longevity realm have some ulterior motive for saving him? The old man had recovered a little by now and was beginning to think carefully about what had just happened. He then realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. There had to be another reason why the mage of the longevity realm had saved him. And the most likely motive was to continue torturing him. The old man did not dare to continue thinking. "Senior, please spare my life." "Thank you, Senior." After the old man had finished speaking, there was no movement in the entire ancestral hall, as if no one had ever been in the ancestral hall. However, he knew that perhaps the mage in the longevity realm was somewhere he could not see. After all, the core in his body was still in his hands. If the mage had even the slightest intention of killing him, he would not be able to survive at all. After another minute or so, the old man felt like he was about to suffocate. He felt like he was about to collapse. Although he had tempered his calm state of mind in the past 200 years, it was completely useless now. "Please, don't torture me anymore. Tell me quickly." Just as the old man was about to collapse, a voice sounded from the ancestral hall. "Answer my question, or you die." "Senior, ask quickly. I'll definitely tell you everything I know." "Senior, please spare my life," the old man quickly agreed, afraid that he would miss this opportunity. Humans were naturally afraid of death. Previously, because he had the sacrificial curse on him, there was nothing he could do. Now that the sacrificial curse was gone, it meant that the heavens had given him another chance to live. He had to treasure it. The old man answered all the questions raised in detail. Romo also learned a lot of information about the Mugwang Pavilion which he had not known previously. After all, if the old man did not answer, he would die. After losing the sacrificial curse, the old man no longer had any sense of belonging to the Mugwang Pavilion. Naturally, there was no such thing as a betrayal, so he simply told him everything he knew. "Senior, please spare my life. I'm willing to serve you," he said as he looked in front. Although there was no one in front of him, what he did not know was that Romo was floating on the largest tablet on the altar beside him. Romo was not affected by the old man's plea. "If you really want to live, it will all depend on your luck. If you can survive, then you are lucky." The old man did not have the chance to think about the meaning of Romo's words. His entire body experienced another heart-wrenching pain, and the entire ancestral hall reverberated with screams. Ah! This time, it was different from the previous pain. This time, a powerful energy seemed to have entered his brain, flipping through all the information without restraint. This was the soul-searching magical power. The soul-searching magical power did not have any technical requirements. It did not consider the feelings of the target being soul-searched at all. It simply searched the memories of the target in a very harsh manner. After about 10 minutes, the old man's nightmare finally ended. His eyes became dim, and his soul seemed to be unable to hold out anymore. It was as if he would close his eyes in the next second, and he looked as if he had been played with. Romo, however, did not have the time to care about it. He quickly checked the information he had obtained from the soul search earlier. Although the other party had already explained a lot, Romo was still worried. He had no choice but to use the soul-searching technique to check everything to see if there was anything he had missed. Although the soul-searching technique had caused great harm to the other party, Romo did not care about the old man's life at all. If he were to die, it would have fulfilled Romo's intent. If he were to live, it could be considered that he was lucky. Romo, who was at level 3 of the longevity realm, could easily use the soul-searching technique on a person who no longer had any autonomy. Romo had obtained many clues about the Mugwang Pavilion through the soul-searching technique. Chapter 185 The Secret of the Mugwang Pavilion. Although most of the information Romo had obtained from the soul search was messy, he had also collected a lot of useful information. Not only could he verify what the old man had said earlier was true, he also obtained more details. Previously, it had only been a unilateral explanation. Now, what he had obtained was a recollection which was as if he had personally experienced it. Romo had extracted some information which was most useful. One was the overview of the Mugwang Pavilion, which included all the information on the chiefs and the 2 pavilion masters, as well as the address of the headquarters and branches of the Mugwang Pavilion. The second piece of information was everything about Mugwang Pavilion's planned operation for winter frost. The last was what shocked Romo the most. The reason why the Mugwang Pavilion had targeted the Nicholas family clan this time, in addition to the previous feud, was because they had been commissioned to assassinate the Nicholas family. It was obvious without a doubt that the client was from the 4 large family clans. Previously, Romo had blown up their ancestral graves and killed their 8 magi of the divine power realm. The 4 large family clans seemed to have calmed down outwardly. Their family clan luck had been plundered, and the 4 large family clans faced many troubles. On the surface, they did not seem to have made any moves, but behind the scenes, they had actually commissioned the Mugwang Pavilion to assassinate the Nicholas family. Romo had not expected the 4 large family clans to be so dishonorable. Although they had been badly frightened by Romo's beating, they should not have used such a sinister move. The reason the 4 large family clans had chosen the Mugwang Pavilion was not only because of its reputation, but also because the 4 large family clans knew that the Nicholas family clan had a feud with the Mugwang Pavilion. Regardless of their request, the Mugwang Pavilion would definitely assassinate the Nicholas family clan. And their request was equivalent to a catalyst between the two. Moreover, the four large family clans had not only paid the Mugwang Pavilion, they had also told the Mugwang Pavilion some secrets about the Nicholas family clan, including the fact that Ron had a spirit weapon magic robe. Such a mission could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone for the Mugwang Pavilion. Not only would they be able to take revenge, they would also be able to obtain a large sum of remuneration and also a spirit weapon magic robe. As expected by the 4 large family clans, after the other party had received this large business deal, the Mugwang Pavilion immediately took action on the Nicholas family clan. The Mugwang Pavilion had learned that the Nicholas family clan was not simple. From the intelligence they received, their family clan had a guardian spirit beast at the peak of level 6. At the same time, they also had a descendant at the peak of the divine power realm with a high-grade magical weapon. They were all not ordinary people. As a precaution, the Mugwang Pavilion first sent 3 chiefs to check out the situation. Unexpectedly, one of the chiefs did not listen to the order and was too anxious to assassinate Ron without permission. As a result, he lost his life. With this lesson from the chief, the other 2 chiefs, who had rushed over, were very careful in their actions. They observed carefully every day. When they finally discovered that Norton, Charles, and the others were going to search for their clansmen, they knew that the opportunity had come, so they started to act. After confirming that Norton's actions were not suspicious, they had gotten ready to assassinate them. The other chief, who was at level 8 of the Divine Power Realm, stayed in Winterfrost to continue to watch the Nicholas family. However, when this chief, who was level 8 of the Divine Power Realm, discovered that the 5-color peacock had left, he thought that the Nicholas family clan no longer posed a threat, and actually entered the ancestral hall of the family clan without permission, intending to check out the secrets of the Nicholas family clan first, and carry out his assassination mission if he had the opportunity. The old man did not hesitate at all when making this decision. Firstly, he had definitely not expected the Nicholas family to have a mage of the longevity realm. Secondly, the old man had relied on the fact that he knew how to use the blood shadow escape technique and thought that he would be able to escape if he were to encounter any mishaps. What he did not know was that the other 2 chiefs had long been annihilated. From the old man's words, Romo had obtained information that the Mugwang Pavilion had sent 3 chiefs to Winterfrost. The old man was not sure if there were more behind. However, whether there were more of them or not, Romo was not afraid. Even if the pavilion masters were to come, Romo would take them on till the end. This information was enough. Romo was ready to take the initiative to attack. Those who came for revenge would always come one after another. This would really disturb Romo's rest. It was better to wipe them out at one go this time. In just a few minutes, Romo had a plan to make a trip. What's going on? Romo suddenly looked ahead. Although the old man had already woken up, his entire body was trembling like a candle in the wind, about to extinguish at any moment. The expressions on his face kept changing. Sometimes he was horrified, sometimes he was curious, sometimes he was excited, sometimes he was deranged. From time to time, he would say a few words as if he had gone mad. Romo also knew that this was the side effect of forcefully searching his soul. Currently, the old man's memory was completely messed up and he was delirious. As for whether he could wake up, Romo could not guarantee. It was something impossible to predict. His broken soul might dissipate before the old man could wake up. Although Romo had the ability to help him wake up, Romo did not plan to save him because he deserved it. Moreover, he had no value now. If his willpower was strong enough, Romo could consider using him to assassinate the 4 large family clans and the others. This would be his last value. However, now that things had turned out like this, Romo decided to leave it to its own fate. After all, he had already known of his existence, and it would be risky to let him go out again. Romo waved his hand and wrapped the old man's soul with energy, fusing it into the core. In an instant, the old man's soul floated above the core as if it would explode at any moment. Then, Romo placed the core behind the tablet and hid it temporarily. The ancestral hall of the Nicholas family clan regained its usual calm, as if nothing had happened. However, Romo had one more thing he had not done. He had not dealt with the others who had been lying in ambush in the Nicholas family palace. A hint of icy killing intent appeared in Romo's eyes. How long has it been? Why hasn't the chief given the order? I'm about to fall asleep. The assassin lurking in the tree watched Lily and the other two children play together, waiting for the chief to give the order. He was almost going to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a snapping sound. Before he could react, his entire body had turned into a ball of blood mist. Romo had snapped his fingers in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family. Chapter 186 Abnormal Actions. From his clothes to his person and even the weapon in his hand, they all turned into a mist of blood in an instant and quickly dissipated into the air. The entire process did not make any sound, and no one knew. The three children were still playing happily together. They did not know what had happened around them. Of course, it was not just the assassin who had vanished into thin air. All the assassins who had been lying in ambush in the Nicholas family palace had vanished. They were all in a corner that no one cared about. In fact, Romo had already sensed their auras in the beginning. The reason why they were able to enter the Nicholas family palace successfully was because Romo wanted them to come in. Otherwise, they would have been blocked by the formation outside. The chief had thought that it was because of his strong magical power and the lack of vigilance of the Nicholas family. He had not expected this to be Romo's move. From the beginning, they had no chance to harm the members of the Nicholas family clan. After all, with the old ancestor Romo around, he would definitely not allow anyone in the family clan to be harmed. The assassins had finally been gotten rid of. Romo checked to see if anyone had escaped the net. Only then did the Nicholas family regain their former calm. However, apart from Romo and the dead assassins, no one knew what had just happened to the Nicholas family. After settling the matter at hand, Romo opened the visitation talisman again, intending to take a look at Norton's situation. The five-color peacock was escorting Norton and the others in the direction of Winterfrost according to Romo's orders. The city lord and Alex were also accompanying them. In Winterfrost, the citizens were still discussing the sudden flight of the Nicholas family's guardian spirit beast when someone suddenly discovered that the five-color peacock had returned. Look, is that the five-color peacock? That's right, it's back so soon. With a five-colored light, everyone saw the five-color peacock in the sky. It is the five-color peacock. What has it gone to do? Could the Nicholas family have encountered some trouble again? Look, is there something behind it? A carriage? It's actually a carriage. There seems to be someone in the carriage. An expert of the divine power realm. Look, that person looks like the city lord. That's right, it's the city lord. Why has the city lord returned with the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan? Could there have been another battle just now? However, we did not see it. Winterfrost became lively again. Everyone was discussing why the five-color peacock had suddenly flown away and returned so quickly. Finally, the five-color peacock stopped in its tracks directly above Winterfrost. The citizens took a closer look and saw that there were two horse carriages on the back of the five-color peacock. Although it seemed to be carrying them, they did not come into direct contact with it. There seemed to be an invisible force in between, and there were several people sitting in the carriages. Beside the five-color peacock, there were three other figures. They were the city lord, Alex, and Karaman. The few figures quickly returned to the Nicholas family clan. Zorro and the others also waited in the palace with the entire family, preparing to welcome the arrival of the new clansmen. The five-color peacock slowly landed in front of the Nicholas family palace. The two horse carriages also landed steadily on the ground. Zorro and the other family members were also very shocked and did not understand why such a situation had occurred and why the five-color peacock had appeared here. Norton and Charles alighted from the carriage. Everyone had also seen the city lord and senior Alex, and they were even more perplexed. Why had the city lord returned together? City lord, senior, why are you guys here? Zorro asked quickly. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later, Before the city lord could finish, he suddenly discovered that the five-color peacock was in a different state. Suddenly, the five-color peacock let out a cry and suddenly flapped its wings to fly into the sky. Moreover, its entire body was emitting an unusual energy. Its entire body seemed to have entered an offensive state. This behavior not only confused the city lord and Alex, but also the entire Nicholas family. They did not know what the five-color peacock was going to do next. The five-color peacock actually flew toward the center of Winterfrost. City lord, what happened? The city lord was at a loss. I don't know either. Alex could not wait anymore. He quickly activated the energy in his body and followed the five-color peacock to check. Immediately after, the city lord and Caramon also flew into the city, one after another. Something must have happened for the five-color peacock to have such an abnormality. The three of them could only follow behind to see what was going on. They did not dare to stop it. After all, if it really attacked, the three of them would not be able to defeat the five-color peacock even if they joined forces. The city lord was panicking. He was worried that the five-color peacock had gone berserk. What if it caused a scene in Winterfrost? With a loud rumble, the city lord's heart also trembled. He discovered that when the five-color peacock passed by a house, the house suddenly exploded, and a figure appeared from the wreckage. Before the city lord could think of anything, he saw that figure flying toward him. The city lord had no choice but to catch that person subconsciously. Upon sensing this person's energy carefully, he should be a mage of the innate realm. Upon closer look, wasn't this person the spy from the Mugwang Pavilion? Just as he could see this person's face clearly, he heard a loud bang. The five-color peacock had already flown far away and grabbed another person from the house. At this moment, the city lord finally understood what had happened. He quickly flew in the direction of the five-color peacock. However, as the city lord had expected, the five-color peacock threw that person to him. He seemed to be telling the city lord that it would leave these people to him. Immediately after, the city lord watched as the five-color peacock flew around Winterfrost and caught 4 spies. Now, they were all in the city lord's hands. Currently, these people had been completely restrained. They were surrounded by the city lord's energy, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. In fact, apart from the first person whom the city lord had a faint impression of, the remaining 3 were all unfamiliar faces. However, from his guess, they should all be from the Mugwang Pavilion. It seemed that they had been lurking in the city for many days. It was not known what evil intentions the Mugwang Pavilion had. Chapter 187 Destroy the Mugwang Pavilion in 30 days. After the city lord had seen these few people clearly, he felt a hint of admiration for the five-color peacock. He had not expected the guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan to be able to accurately find the spies from the Mugwang Pavilion who were lying in ambush in Winterfrost, and at such a fast speed. In just a few minutes, the five-color peacock had flown back to the sky above the Nicholas family palace and landed slowly, as if it had completed its mission. At this moment, Alex and Caramon had finally arrived beside the city lord. They had also seen the 4 people who had been restrained by his energy. Could all 4 of them be from the Mugwang Pavilion? Alex asked. I think I've seen that person somewhere. Alex had also recognized one of them. After all, they had previously investigated the Mugwang Pavilion and obtained some information. However, the information they had obtained was limited. They did not know what the subsequent actions and goals of the Mugwang Pavilion's chiefs would be. It looks like this is the case. The city lord nodded and replied, the five-color peacock is really powerful. It was actually able to find them instantly. There shouldn't be anyone from the Mugwang Pavilion in the city now. From their conversation, Karaman's mind was racing as if he had thought of something, but he did not say anything. Currently, the entire city was in chaos. Almost all the citizens had come out to take a look at the five-color peacock. The city lord said helplessly, "I have to apologize to both of you. I still have something which I need to settle. Both of you can return to the Nicholas family palace first. I'll be there in a while." Alex nodded and returned to the Nicholas family palace with Karaman. The city lord went to the officials with the 4 spies. He told them to bring the spies back and lock them up, as well as to calm the citizens of the city. In the Nicholas family palace, the 5-color peacock landed on the tree in the backyard immediately after it returned. It did not seem to see everyone's surprised expression as it emitted a cold aura. Norton had also guessed that the 5-color peacock's actions might have had something to do with the old ancestor, or perhaps it was an order from the old ancestor, but he dared not say anything. Finally, when Karaman and Alex had returned and told Norton that nothing major had happened and that they had caught a few spies from the Mugwang pavilion, Norton's worried heart was finally relieved. Then, Alex was invited to the main hall, and Charles also went to rest. The newly found clansmen too went to rest first. After the guests had settled down, they would carry out the ancestral worship ritual. The servants of the Nicholas family clan started to get busy, but Karaman did not appear in the hall. He returned to his old place. Although he usually felt bored, after this experience, he felt unprecedentedly relaxed when he saw the chair he had been sitting in. He had thought initially that this mission would be extremely easy, and had not expected to almost lose his life. Fortunately, reinforcements had appeared in the end, and also the help from the 5-color peacock. As Karaman was thinking, he was about to sit down when he suddenly discovered something unusual. He sniffed carefully and could actually smell a hint of blood. What had happened here? Although the smell was faint, Karaman could still smell it. And from a guess of the time, this stench of blood had appeared not long ago. But after looking around, everything was normal. Karaman began to wonder if he had been hallucinating. If not, it could only mean that someone had solved the problem. Karaman turned around and looked at the tree behind the ancestral hall. He guessed that this matter might have something to do with the 5-color peacock, but it did not even look at him. He could not tell what had happened. In fact, the 5-color peacock had also sensed that something was amiss earlier, but the 5-color peacock did not think too much about it. In any case, it had already completed the mission its master had assigned to it. Its next task was to go into seclusion to train. After Romo had ordered the 5-color peacock to wipe out the assassins hidden in winter frost, he was relieved. He deliberately did not let the 5-color peacock kill those people but let it hand them over to the city lord. After all, those few people were just small fries. They were not of any real value. As for the secrets of the Mugwang pavilion, Romo already knew about them. Furthermore, he already had a plan to deal with the Mugwang pavilion, and did not need anyone's help. Ding! New mission has been generated. Mission details: destroy the Mugwang pavilion. Mission time limit: 30 days. Suddenly, the system notifications sounded in Romo's ear. After hearing them, Romo was overjoyed. He had not expected the system to be of the same mind as him, and that a new mission had even appeared. This was the first time. Previously, missions would only appear after the descendants had encountered danger or had used special tools. In any case, Romo also wanted to finish off the Mugwang pavilion. This way, he would also be able to obtain a large reward. However, on further thought, this was normal. After all, the Mugwang pavilion had posed a huge threat to the Nicholas family, so it was within expectations that this mission would appear, and the timing was just right. The time limit for the mission was 30 days. This had not exceeded Romo's expectations. He had planned to finish the Mugwang pavilion within 30 days. Soon, the city lord arrived at the Nicholas family palace. Zoro heard from Norton and the others what had happened during their journey and could not help but feel a lingering fear. It was fortuitous to have the city lord and senior Alex's help, so he quickly thanked them. However, it was true that the city lord and Alex had been a great help. If the two of them had not appeared in time, Karaman might not have been able to hold out till the five-color peacock arrived. If that was really the case, Romo would probably have to waste an ancestral spirit protection talisman. The Nicholas family also knew that the city lord had been investigating the Muguang pavilion recently. It was a huge coincidence that he could help the Nicholas family. The city lord and Alex left without staying for too long. After they had left, Norton told Zorro about the situation of Herbert and the others. During this period of time, the servants of the Nicholas family had already prepared everything necessary for the ancestral worship ritual. As the ancestral worship ritual began, Romo heard the system notifications. Ding! Lost descendants have returned to the family. Identities confirmed. The descendants who have returned have joined the family genealogy. Number of descendants who have returned: 11. First worship by the clansmen who have returned. Received tenfold faith points. Received a total of 8,000 faith points for this worship. The faith doubling talisman has been activated. Received an additional 8,000 faith points. After these 11 people had joined the genealogy, the Nicholas family clan had become stronger again. The number of family members had increased to 47. Chapter 188 Rewards for Efforts. Of the 11 people who had returned to the family clan this time, 2 of them were old family members who had been separated for more than 50 years. However, their situation was much better than that of Aaron, who had been separated earlier. They had all cultivated, and not like Aaron and the others did not know anything about magical power. However, due to the limitations of the environment and resources, although they had cultivated before, their levels were not too high. Their knowledge of magical power had basically stopped 50 years ago. Herbert was already 66 years old, but he was only at level 5 of the physical body realm. Bori was already 53 years old and was at level 4 of the physical body realm. After he returned to the Nicholas family clan, he became the oldest person among the 16th generation of the Nicholas family clan. Bori's father was Norton's cousin. He had been seriously injured more than 50 years ago and did not survive but died of illness soon after. Herbert had a son and daughter. The son's name was Elijah. He was 40 years old and was at level 3 of the physical body realm. The daughter's name was Luna. She was 37 years old now and was at level 2 of the physical body realm. There were also 4 juniors of the 17th generation who had returned together. They were William, the son of Elijah, 15 years old, and Aida, Luna's daughter. Bori also had a pair of children. His son, Kennedy, was 22 years old, and his daughter, Ash, was 20. The few young persons could be regarded as having just entered the elementary level of magical power. All these people who were related by blood to the Nicholas family clan, including their wives and husbands, had entered the Nicholas family genealogy. As for Luna's husband, he was considered to have married into the family, but he had no objections. Romo looked at their personal information briefly and found that although they had briefly come into contact with magical power, their cultivation talent and aptitude were not especially high. They were all ordinary people. In this way, he could only let them come into contact with higher-tier cultivation techniques first. Norton would guide them. If they could obtain better tools from their missions in the future, he would then give them better resources. Fortunately, with the addition of these 11 clansmen, Romo could obtain a lot more faith points every day. After the ancestral worship ritual had been completed, the servants started to prepare dinner. The entire Nicholas family was immersed in the atmosphere of having found their clansmen. After the meal, everyone from the Nicholas family returned to their rooms to rest. The Nicholas family palace finally quietened down and regained its usual calm. However, on the tree in the backyard of the palace, the 5-color peacock, which had already closed its eyes to cultivate in seclusion, suddenly opened its eyes and looked around warily. It seemed to be a little helpless and also a little reluctant. It was as if it had suddenly been woken up from its sleep. The five-color peacock had been awakened by its master, Romo. "Don't worry, I'm not giving you an order this time. Go into seclusion and train well in the next few days." The five-color peacock quickly received Romo's thoughts. "However, you have performed very well in this mission, so I have something for you." Suddenly, something flew out from the direction of the ancestral hall. The five-color peacock took a closer look and saw that it was actually a core. A pleasantly surprised expression immediately appeared in the eyes of the five-color peacock. It immediately spread its wings and pounced on the core, swallowing it instantly into its stomach. When the core flew out from the ancestral hall, a faint figure could be seen on it. However, the five-color peacock did not have the chance to see it clearly before it excitedly ate it. After it had finished eating, the five-color peacock's expression seemed to be that of great satisfaction. At this moment, Kariman, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes as if he had sensed something amiss. He looked in the direction of the five-color peacock. What happened just now? Has the five-color peacock eaten a core? Kariman thought to himself. Moreover, according to his senses, there seemed to be a soul that had not completely dissipated in the core which the five-color peacock had eaten. Where had this soul come from and whose was it? It was too strange for a core to suddenly appear. Kariman thought for a moment and associated it with the bloody odor he had smelled earlier. It might be related to that. This meant that the bloody odor had come from a mage above level 7 of the divine power realm. And from the looks of it, the five-color peacock had nothing to do with it. In that case, who was the one who had dealt with this person? Kariman thought for a while and could not figure out who in the Nicholas family could have destroyed a mage at level 7 of the divine power realm without much effort. He had even made a core and fed it to the five-color peacock. Kariman dared not think further. The secret of the Nicholas family clan was too big. If he were to find out some secret one day, he might not even be able to survive. As Kariman was lost in his thoughts, Romo was communicating with the five-color peacock with his mind. After eating the core, the five-color peacock excitedly conveyed its joy to Romo. Romo smiled and sent a thought over. "Don't be too happy yet. There's still another reward." With that said, he summoned the system and chose the Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman in his inventory. Command confirmation: use the Guardian Spirit Beast Nurture Talisman. Successfully selected target. Nurture successful. Target's bloodline and talent have been enhanced, the baby beast has received double the effect. As soon as the system finished speaking, in the crib beside Anthony, the egg of the spirit beast which Anthony was holding suddenly emitted a few weak lights, and the patterns on the egg became even deeper. When the five-color peacock saw this scene, an incredulous expression appeared in its eyes. At the same time, it was also mixed with tremendous surprise. It had already sensed the change in the spirit beast egg. After being shocked for a long while, it finally remembered to express his gratitude to Romo. "There's no need to be so excited. Be a good guardian spirit beast of the Nicholas family clan. You won't miss out on such benefits in the future," Romo said. Kariman, who had been resting, opened his mouth in surprise. Clearly, he had also sensed the change in the spirit beast egg, but he did not know what had happened. As Kariman was thinking, a familiar voice sounded above him. "Your performance today was very good. I'm very pleased." This voice pulled Kariman's thoughts back to reality. Only then did Kariman realize that it was his master, so he replied respectfully, "Master, all this is what I should do. You have made contributions this time, so you should be rewarded," Romo said without any hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Kariman sensed a large amount of information in his mind. Chapter 189 Hardy County. Kariman carefully sensed the information and suddenly discovered that it was actually a series of cultivation insights, and it happened to be from level 4 to level 5 of the divine power realm. This was what he needed badly. Now, Kariman had been at level 4 of the divine power realm for more than 10 years. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. Even though he had previously trained using a higher-tier cultivation technique and thought that there might be an opportunity, he still did not succeed in breaking through. The great insights Romo had imparted to Karaman earlier was very useful to Karaman, and it also gave him a glimmer of hope. After just a few quick look-throughs, he could already sense that he had been enlightened, and the bottleneck seemed to be showing signs of loosening. However, it was still difficult to say if he could break through the bottleneck now. Karaman had no choice but to suppress his excitement and concentrate all his attention on sensing these insights, hoping that he could understand them deeper. It did not take long before he reached the realm of cultivation. As for the insights Romo had bestowed upon Karaman, they were the insights he had gained when he was alive. After all, he was a mage at the peak of the divine power realm previously. It was more than enough to help Karaman break through level 4 of the divine power realm. Looking at Karaman, who had already entered a cultivation state, there was still a lot of hope. Romo used another dream appearing talisman from his inventory and gave Norton a dream. He first checked on the progress of the recent cultivation and instructed him on the arrangements for the clansmen who had returned. He also told Norton some information about the Mugwang Pavilion and also warned him to be careful of them. The night passed quickly. The next morning, before the sky was fully lit, Karaman had already opened his eyes slowly. He sensed carefully the energy in his body. He was pleasantly surprised. Currently, Karaman had successfully broken through the bottleneck of more than 10 years and had successfully reached level 5 of the divine power realm. It was precisely because of the cultivation insights bestowed by his master that he was able to break through overnight. This time, Karaman was even more grateful to Romo than the last time. With these insights and experience, Karaman seemed to have found a new method to train magical power. Many cultivation techniques which he did not understand previously became clear in an instant. Moreover, the reward his master had given him last night had made Karaman understand that his master had been secretly observing the Nicholas family clan, but no one knew where he was observing from. Karaman had another bold guess. The 5-color peacock's action yesterday in coming to his aid had probably been ordered by his master. The smell of blood in the ancestral hall and the core of the 5-color peacock might even have something to do with his master. Karaman was becoming more and more curious about his master. He did not know where his master was, how he could still observe the entire situation, and why he had not appeared. However, Karaman also knew that these were not things a servant like him should care about. The first rays of the morning sun shone on Karaman's face, interrupting his thoughts. It also made Karaman feel warm inside, as if everything was getting better. Karaman felt that staying in the Nicholas family like this would be a good choice. However, Karaman was now convinced that his master had been protecting the Nicholas family in secret, so his life should not be in danger. After all, the Nicholas family had just found 11 clansmen, and they had also dealt with the assassins lying in ambush in Winterfrost. This was a small lesson for the Mugwang Pavilion. They would not make any more moves in the short term. Although these were Karaman's unilateral speculations, they were probably not far off. After the Mugwang Pavilion had lost the lives of 3 chiefs in one go, they would not attack so soon to take revenge. If they were to really come, they would simply be courting death. However, once the Mugwang Pavilion decided to take revenge, it would definitely be a huge battle. Even the pavilion masters might be mobilized. Karaman was actually a little excited. He could not wait for them to deliver themselves to his door. This would save him the trouble of going out to look for them, and he could also finish them off immediately. When such a big thing was happening to the Nicholas family, Ron had actually been very free the past few days. There was no danger. Perhaps this had something to do with him being on the ferry these few days. Ron had been traveling on the ferry these few days. The journey was much longer than previously, and there were many passengers on the ferry. The assassins from the Mugwang Pavilion most probably had not found a suitable opportunity to make a move. Unlike the trial realm previously, Ron was now of a higher level and richer than before. The last time he had been on a particularly slow small ferry, currently, he was able to take a better grade ferry. On the 7th day after he left home, Ron finally arrived in Hardy County. This place was vast and had a lot of grasslands and forests. Unlike the large cities with a concentrated population, Hardy County was mostly filled with nomadic tribes. Perhaps because of the geographical environment, the people in Hardy County were all relatively strong. They often fought with the wolves. Even the combat strength of ordinary people was not low, let alone those who had years of martial arts experience. And this place happened to be at the border between two countries. There were frequent conflicts, and sometimes, the authorities turned a blind eye to this place and could not be bothered with it. Hardy County was actually the closest to the border. The citizens inside had also ignored the laws of the country, and it could be said to be the most chaotic place. The two countries had never gotten along. Although there had never been any substantial war, there had been constant friction between the two countries. Hardy County had become the center of the battle between the two armies. Even the control of the two countries had constantly changed hands several times between the two countries. However, later on, the two countries gradually discovered that there was no point in snatching control of Hardy County. It was simply a thankless task, so they stopped fighting over it. This place had also been neglected by everyone. The higher UPS would only intervene if there was a particularly large riot. When Ron arrived in Hardy County, it was just noon, so he found a random restaurant to eat a little. At the same time, he asked about the local situation and got ready to go to the Walls village. Have you heard that they have been recruiting demon extermination teams recently? I heard that the remuneration to get rid of some demonic beasts outside is very generous. Again? Haven't there been several recruitment drives this year? Could there really be so many demonic beasts outside? Could it be that a demonic beast tide is about to erupt? More than 20 years ago, one had taken place. It shouldn't be so soon. Why? Are you planning to go? Ron listened to the conversation as he ate. Chapter 190 Information on the Walls Village. I'll consider it again. What's the use of the generous remuneration? Look at the injuries and deaths previously. I'm afraid I won't have the life to take this money. With your little guts, how can you still have the face to say that you have experienced magical power before? If you're afraid of death, why have you come to Hardy County? Say it again. I'm not afraid of death, but I won't kill my way to my death. Believe it or not, if you carry on talking, you'll be kneeling on the ground and begging me now. Why? Are you itching to show me the cultivation technique you have just learned 2 days ago? So be it. Who's afraid of you? So be it. It is just nice that my fists have been itching these few days. Let's go fight in the open. Ron, who was sitting on the second floor of the restaurant, looked down and suddenly saw two figures jumping out of the window. Ron had also heard most of what the two of them had said just now, and they had actually quarreled before he could hear any useful information. Now that they had already gone outside to compete, Ron was a little speechless. He was bored anyway, so Ron watched their duel with curiosity. The other commoners in Hardy County seemed to be very enthusiastic about this matter, and they were also very calm, as if everyone was already used to it because it happened often. As such, Ron could see the local culture more clearly. The two of them were competing in the middle. There were people cheering non-stop, and some were even betting on who would win. Although the two of them were both at the physical body realm, one was at level 7 and the other at level 8, no matter how intense the battle was, it would not cause too much harm. Want to bet? A voice sounded in his ear when Ron was watching intently. It was the person in charge of the betting platform, and he was smiling. Ron had not planned to place a bet, he just wanted to take a look. However, on second thought, he could ask him about the Walls village, so he was suddenly interested. Ron took out 3 spirit stones from his pocket. I bet that the person at level 8 would win. The other party happily put away the spirit stones because Ron was the last person he asked. Everyone else in the restaurant had placed a bet. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked, "Young master, you're not a local, right?" "Yes, this is my first time here." As such, the two of them started chatting. "Young master, what's your surname?" "My surname is Nicholas." "Young master, do you want to ask me something?" The person opposite him was indeed experienced and could tell at a glance Ron's intention. "Yes, I'm new here and would like to ask about something." Ron was very straightforward and did not hide anything. "You've found the right person, then. I've lived here for decades, and there's nothing I don't know. Go ahead and ask. Nothing can stump me." "Is there a place here called Walls Village?" said Ron quickly. "Isn't this village pretty close to here?" "Walls Village? It looks like the young master doesn't know much about this place. You must have come from a very far place, otherwise, you would have known. This village is very famous. Are you going there to refine weapons?" "Refine weapons?" Ron repeated, perplexed. He had not expected the village he was looking for to be so famous. "I'm going to find someone." From the person's words, Ron had a rough idea that the Walls village was also called a weapon refining village. There were many experts in refining weapons in the village who could create extraordinary weapons. Although they were not comparable to magical weapons, they far surpassed ordinary weapons. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away, there was also a famous family clan called the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Although they were not particularly powerful, they were top-notch in weapon refinement. In the eyes of those who tempered magical power, magical equipment and medicinal pills were all very important requirements. However, most magi did not have the energy to refine pills themselves. Even if they had the energy, they would sometimes be limited by their talent. Therefore, refiners and alchemists had always been a very good profession. As the only weapon refining sect in the vicinity, the Spirit Ribbon Academy had always had a lot of people coming to seek knowledge. There was also an endless stream of people who came knocking on their door, spending a lot of money to request for weapons to be made. Sometimes, even if they had to wait a year or so, it might not even be their turn. As for the Walls village which Ron was looking for, most of the people in the village had a certain connection with weapon refinement. It was also said that everyone in the Walls village was a master of weapon refinement and could build very powerful weapons. The previous few generations of the villagers were disciples of the Weapon Refinement Academy, or perhaps some had received pointers before. In short, almost everyone knew how to forge weapons. Although they were not comparable to the weapons forged by the Spirit Ribbon Academy, the weapons forged by the Walls village could only be considered half-magical weapons. After all, not everyone could obtain the weapons from the Spirit Ribbon Academy, so many people had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. They came to Walls village to find a half-magical weapon. It was not just the magi who would come here. Many prominent family clans would also come here, spending money to hire people to build magical weapons. This was also the reason why the Walls village was famous. Foreigners would come here all year round after having heard of its reputation. After hearing this person's story, Ron was very shocked. He had not expected there to be so many talents in this place. He wondered if the clansmen whom the old ancestor had asked him to find were from the Walls village. They might also be able to build magical weapons. In this way, when Ron brought them back, he would be able to build magical weapons. If young master wants to go to Walls village, I suggest that you don't go alone. It's really not safe. It's best if you go with the caravan. After the person had finished speaking, he felt uneasy and advised. Thank you. As soon as Ron had finished speaking, there was a burst of cheering. He had not expected the battle outside to have ended. Ron had guessed wrongly. The mage, who was at level 7 of the physical body realm, had won. Young master, you've guessed wrong. Ron did not care about this outcome. He raised his hand and gave the person 3 more spirit stones. It's okay, consider this as a consultation fee. Before the person could react, he was already surrounded by the winners, who all wanted the money they had won. After they had finally calmed down these people, Ron could no longer be seen. After Ron had left the restaurant, he walked in the direction of the village, but he did not listen to the suggestion to travel with the caravan. Instead, he bought a random map by the side of the road and walked in the direction of the Walls village himself. He had seen all kinds of dangers along the way, so he was naturally not afraid of these. If he were to wait for the caravan, there might be people asking all sorts of questions. He was already used to walking alone on this journey, so it was better for him to walk freely. Chapter 191 There's a show to watch. The man in charge of the bet was called Orville. After watching Ron leave, he came to a restaurant on the other side of the street. As if with some purpose, he walked very quickly and came directly to a room at the end of the second floor of the restaurant. 2 people were sitting in the room, recuperating. They were the 2 who had fought outside earlier. When the 2 of them saw Orville arrive, they seemed to have temporarily forgotten their pain. They stood up excitedly and said, "Brother Orville, how much have you won? Did you gain a lot this time?" Orville did not care too much. Instead, he rolled his eyes and threw the bag on the table. "Normal standard. This belongs to the 2 of you. You can split it among yourselves." "Why is it so little?" One of them quickly opened the bag and asked in disappointment. "It's all because your acting was too fake. It had already been seen through by others, so I deducted a little." "Next time, act more realistically," said Orville. "That's impossible. Look at the injuries on both of us." "We were really fighting," said the burly man on the left. "That's right, especially the last attack. It was all real. How could anyone have seen through it? Don't tell me you were just saying it casually because you wanted to deduct money from us." The burly man on the right echoed. "Hee, even the onlookers today have good tempers. If it had not been for someone who had long exposed you, you might have been beaten to death," said Orville. The 2 burly men were instantly speechless from the rebuttal. They did not say anything and went to distribute the treasures in the bag in satisfaction. These 2 burly men were both magi of very low levels, and they did not have any fixed jobs. However, there were still many ways to earn money here. Their days were quite comfortable. However, there were pros and cons. Sometimes, people would lose their lives for various reasons in this place. For example, if the 2 of them were really exposed today, they might really be beaten to death. Orville recalled Ron's expression before he left. He had already seen through everything but did not have the heart to expose it. He felt a wave of lingering fear. He had not expected the seemingly harmless young master to be able to see through their little tricks. The 3 of them had colluded earlier and had worked together more than once. 2 of them pretended to start a fight, while the other was in charge of collecting the bet and deciding who would win according to the situation. The 2 burly men whom Orville had found were basically of similar strength, so it was not strange whoever won or lost. In the beginning, the 2 of them fought for real and maintained an evenly matched strength. In the end, the outcome would be determined by Orville's secret signal. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to discover. Could it be that Ron was a mage of the divine power realm? Orville thought so, but he quickly rejected his idea. It was impossible. "Everyone, go and watch the show. Quick, let's go." "What happened?" "There's something interesting happening outside the city again. It looks like someone is about to make a move." "What?" Teg and the others seem to have found another fat sheep. "They're out of the city now. Could it be that they want to fight outside the city? They're getting bolder and bolder." They suddenly heard a discussion outside. For some reason, there seemed to be someone running desperately on the roof, and figures could be constantly seen above the window. The 2 burly men who had just distributed the money were attracted by the sounds. One of them shouted excitedly, "Look, it looks especially lively over there." Orville was obviously attracted by the commotion. In an instant, he teleported directly outside the window, and then he jumped onto the roof and hurried toward the commotion. This was because to Orville, not only could he watch the show, it might also be a good opportunity to earn money. Anything could make money. This had always been Orville's way of life. Moreover, he had only occasionally found some people to do some small tricks. Most of the time, he would bet normally, but he would earn less. Orville immediately followed the group to the top of the city wall outside. This kind of thing could be said to be commonplace in Hardy County. Although there were guards on the city wall, under most circumstances, as long as it was not a particularly intense altercation, they would pretend not to see. Soon, 20 to 30 onlookers had appeared on the city wall. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. "Come, come, everyone, place your bets. Those who want to place your bets, hurry up. If you miss this chance, there won't be another," Orville shouted. "Ayo, it's really not a bad opportunity to make money." "What are the odds this time?" someone joked. "Same old rules. Same old rules. How much do you want to bet?" Orville took out a pen and paper, as usual. 2 spirit stones. That kid won't last half an hour. 3 spirit stones. He'll lose in an hour. I'll bet with 1 spirit stone. I'll bet on him winning. Instantly, everyone's interest was piqued. Usually, when they were bored, this was their way of entertainment. Orville looked outside as he collected the money. The first thing that came into view was a bully notorious in this area. His name was Teg. Usually, he relied on robbing outsiders to survive. No one dared to provoke him. Suddenly, Orville seemed to have seen a familiar figure in the crowd. He was instantly stunned, and his expression froze as if someone had hit his A-cup ointment. "It's him? Didn't I remind him not to act alone earlier?" Orville thought. "Why is he leaving the city alone?" At the same time, more than 1,000 meters away from Orville, Ron was suddenly surrounded by a group of people, but Ron was not afraid at all. "What's the matter?" he said calmly. "Yo, aren't you afraid?" "Why are you so calm?" said a sharp-tongued man in the lead. "Are you new here? Do you know nothing? Do you know who we are?" Quite a number of people beside him also laughed. "It's fine. He'll know who we are in a while. He might even have to address the two of us as Grandpa." Another person, whose face had the words "I'm a bad person" written all over it, revealed a fierce expression. "I don't care which family clan you're from, or which academy you're from. If you don't want us to beat you up, hand over all the spirit stones and silver you have." Ron said disdainfully, "Are you guys going to rob me in broad daylight? Ha ha ha, looks like you're really new. You don't know the rules here at all. Do you believe that I can kill you directly?" the leader said viciously. Chapter 192 Decisive Killing. Ron ignored this and just looked at them coldly. "Do you know that even if I kill you now, no one will stop me? If you know what's good for you, quickly give us everything you have," said the leader. Ron laughed disdainfully. "Then it won't be a problem if I kill all of you directly." Once Ron had said this, the leader was stunned, and so were the onlookers. Then they all looked at Ron as if he was a fool, as if he did not know the immensity of the world. "Ha ha ha, young master, listen to my advice. Hurry up and admit your mistake." The kind person beside him was about to advise Ron, but before he could finish, he heard a swoosh. The sword beside Ron made a sound, and he suddenly saw a flash of red light. And, then, it fell into darkness. Before anyone could react, someone's head had already hit the ground. Before most people could react, the sword light had pierced through the neck of the few of them. Instantly, a few heads rolled onto the ground, accompanied by several streams of blood. "Ah, sword! Ah, run! The others were finally woken up by the blood. They quickly shouted, but their brains had short-circuited. They could not even run. Teg, who was in the lead, was already frightened out of his wits. He had never seen such a powerful mage. He could only bully ordinary people. Teg quickly unleashed all the energy in his body to run forward, but he did not run at all. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, too frightened to move. It turned out that a sword had already been pressed against his throat. Young master, have mercy. I was blind not to recognize such a mighty person as you earlier. I hope you can spare my life. Teg's entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and he quickly begged for mercy. Who instructed all of you to come here? Tell me and I'll let you off, said Ron coldly. No one has given instructions, said Teg after a moment of hesitation. In the next second, the sword before his neck pierced right through his neck. Teg seemed to have something else to say, but he was powerless. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with immense fear. Ron looked at the group of corpses on the ground. How discerning! In fact, Ron had already discovered that these people were following him before he left the city. In the beginning, he had suspected that they were related to the Mugwang Pavilion, but now that he saw the levels of these people, he guessed that they were probably not related. They were just a group of ordinary villains. The reason Ron had not listened to Orville and chose to go out of the city himself was to see if he could lure the Mugwang Pavilion out if they were really following him. However, with his senses, he had not been able to discover the presence of the Mugwang Pavilion. However, he had still discovered some people following him. However, from their concealment techniques, he knew that they were not from the Mugwang Pavilion. Since they had not come out yet, it was possible that the Mugwang Pavilion had not made a move yet. Ron, on the other hand, had lost his interest in drawing them out. He rode his sword directly and flew into the distance. In a short while, he had disappeared into the air. On the city wall not far away, the onlookers were already dumbfounded. They took a long time to react. Teg is dead? He died just like that? So soon? Who is that young master just now? He's so powerful. He must be at least at the divine power realm. Is the sword in his hand a high-grade flying sword? This is really amazing. He must be of the divine power realm. He's already at the divine power realm at such a young age? That's impossible. He's at least at the peak of the innate realm. However, Teg and the others have had their retribution. They actually encountered such a tough opponent and ended up losing their lives. They deserve it. They have been too arrogant recently. It's time to make them pay the price. Hey, I just won the bet. Orville, give me the money. Sigh, another loss. Orville, you have made a killing today, haven't you? The commoners on the city wall were all discussing fervently about Ron and their bets. Only Orville was still in shock. He had not expected the young master whom he had met previously to be so powerful. Not only was he able to kill so many people in an instant, he also had a high-grade flying sword. Orville knew that his experience, level, and family background were definitely not simple. When he regained his senses, Orville felt a lingering fear. He had actually put up a show in front of him previously. He wondered if the other party had seen through it. With his level, he had probably seen through it long ago. However, it was lucky that he did not expose it. Orville, what are you thinking about? Have you made a killing today? You don't have to be so shocked. Seeing that Orville had been silent, someone patted his shoulder. Nothing. Only then did Orville get out of his thoughts and compensate the few people who had made the right bet earlier. He reckoned that Ron would not be coming back anymore. Only then did the fear in his heart dissipate a little, and he realized that he had earned so much today. Ron had been flying on his sword the entire journey. An hour later, he saw a mountain peak, and a small village at the foot of it. However, the size of this small village was not really small. It was comparable to most towns. When Ron saw the small village, he put away his sword and walked into the village. There were many small paths on the main road leading to the village. One of them led to the village, and the other led to the Spirit Ribbon Academy. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. After walking for a while, Ron finally arrived at the entrance to the village. He looked up and saw a huge plaque with the words Walls Village. The entire village was also very prosperous. The streets were full of people, and the streets looked very luxurious. This gave Ron a headache. In this case, it did not seem easy to find people. After all, Norton had said that the last time they had found Lily, the address had been precise to the name of the alley. This time, he only knew the village. It would be a little difficult to find the descendants of the Nicholas family in such a large village. Fortunately, there were still 10 days left, which was enough. As Ron calculated, he walked into the Walls village. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo was also watching Ron's progress with the visitation talisman. Seeing the situation in the Walls village, Romo was also a little shocked. It was as Ron had thought. It was indeed much more difficult than the last time when they searched for Lily and the others, but fortunately, there was still plenty of time. If it really did not work, he would buy some tools from the store with faith points to help Ron. Chapter 193 Unexpected Discovery. Although Romo had been to this place once when he was alive and had also heard of the Spirit Ribbon Academy, he had never come to this village. Romo did not care much about Ron killing the few bad guys previously. It was not a big deal to kill a few people in that kind of place. Over the past few days, Romo had been most worried that the people from the Mugwang Pavilion would come to take revenge on Ron. Although Ron's current level was not low, there were really many experts from the Mugwang Pavilion. If the few chiefs were to take action at the same time, Ron would probably not be able to deal with them. Romo had already thought of a countermeasure. If it really did not work, he would use the ancestral spirit protection talisman. However, if he used it earlier, his subsequent plans would all be messed up. If only I had a few more ancestral spirit protection talismans, Romo muttered in his heart. Or perhaps some tools that can allow me to leave this place, this will make things easier. Forget it. If the ancestral spirit protection talisman has really been used, I'll use the special discount store beckoning talisman in my inventory. I might be able to get a lot of good stuff. Romo planned in his heart. On this side, Ron had encountered a lot of obstacles in the Walls village. Hello, do you know anyone with the surname Nicholas? I don't know. I don't know. Hello, have you heard of someone with the surname Nicholas? No. There doesn't seem to be anyone with the surname Nicholas in our village. Have you come to the wrong place? Ron asked a dozen people, and all of them, without exception, did not know of such a person or whether there was even anyone with the surname Nicholas in their village. Ron felt that he was in big trouble, and that this family had probably changed their surname long ago. They were no longer using the Nicholas surname, so it would be difficult to find them. After all, the possibility of this was very high. After all, it was the bloodline of the Nicholas family clan which had separated many years ago. If that generation had been female, it was normal for the surname to change after marriage and having children. There was another situation, which was that they had concealed their identities for special reasons. This was what Norton and the others had encountered previously. It was lucky that they had been able to find Lily and the others so smoothly the last time. If they had also changed their surnames, it would be as difficult to deal with as Ron. What should I do? I don't have any clue. Ron was vexed as he walked. I can't just ask everyone I see if they're from the Nicholas family. Even if this person was really from the Nicholas family clan, what if he did not know at all? Ron was lost. Ron went to get something to eat. After that, he got back on his feet and planned to check out the entire village. This might give him some leads. Currently, this was the only method Ron could use. "Old elder, do you know anyone in the village with the surname Nicholas?" Ron had no choice but to check each person individually. After about an hour, Ron was already halfway down the streets of the Walls village. The people whom he had asked questions ranged from a child of a few years old to an old man of more than 100 years old. In the end, all of them knew nothing about the Nicholas family. Although he had only asked half of the people, Ron was feeling increasingly worse. There might really not be anyone with the surname Nicholas in this village. However, there was still the remaining half. There might still be a chance, so Ron had no choice but to continue asking. Now, Ron had walked to the center of the entire village, which was the most prosperous place in the village. This no longer looked like a small village. The place was as prosperous as the city center of Winterfrost. There were luxurious restaurants, but there were mostly weapon stores. One store after another, there were people constantly coming in and out. Everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Most of the weapons here were half-magical weapons, so most of the people who came here were ordinary people with money, or magi who were not of too high levels. Therefore, Ron had not seen a mage of the divine power realm after walking for such a long time. Hey! As he walked, Ron suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the weapon store in front of him. He hurried over because the store was much larger than the other stores. The plaque on it had the words Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion written on it. Ron hurried over, a look of surprise in his eyes. He also looked at the ring on his right hand and walked toward the weapon store again. "Senior brother, you must help us. Please." "That's right, senior brother. We really have no choice now. If you don't help us, there won't be anyone to help us. I'm no longer your senior brother, so I'm really helpless. Senior brother, just lead the way for us. It won't take up too much of your time." "That's right. We have all been taught by the same teacher previously. Help us this once. This is your mission. Go and complete it yourselves. It's not good for me to intervene. There are guests here. If there's nothing else, leave." In the weapon store of the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion, the hall was very spacious. All kinds of weapons were displayed in the surroundings. The most eye-catching was a saber that looked to have been there for a very long time. It seemed to be a blue moon saber. Although it was a distance away, it still gave off an ancient feeling. There were also many customers in the hall who had come to see weapons, but they seemed a little distracted. While pretending to select weapons, they were also secretly listening to the conversation of the few people in the corner. In that corner, there were a total of 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. The man looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He was very handsome, and the 2 women were about 20 years old. They were wearing very magnificent clothes. Someone recognized at a glance that they were the uniform of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. These 2 women must be from the Spirit Ribbon Academy. What everyone had not expected was that the person whom they had called senior brother was actually the shop assistant of this store. That man had obviously sensed something as well. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the saber on the wall. "Senior brother, please help us," the woman said again. The man clearly did not want to say anything else. At the same time, he stopped the female disciple. "Leave. I have already made up my mind. I won't help you." As the man spoke, he looked at the door of the store, and a young man in white walked in. The 2 female disciples from the Spirit Ribbon Academy seemed to be a little unwilling to give up. They wanted to continue begging senior brother for help, but senior brother was clearly distracted. "Forget it, let's go. If it really doesn't work, we can come again in a few days." "But in a few days?" Before the woman could finish speaking, she was pulled out of the weapons store by the other woman. There was a hint of helplessness in both their expressions. Chapter 194 The Strange Movement of the Dragon Flame Flying Sword. Back then, Ron had been attracted here by an inexplicable pull. After entering the weapons store, his gaze was immediately attracted by the saber hanging on the wall, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, the man who had been called senior brother earlier came forward. "Sir, welcome. Is there anything you need here?" "I was just looking around," Ron replied politely as he walked over to the saber. At this moment, the two female disciples from the Spirit Ribbon Academy walked past Ron. After they had gone out, they looked back. It was not known if they were looking at Ron or their senior brother. Although Ron did not eavesdrop openly like the others, he still learned the identities of the two women from the conversation of the others. They were disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. However, Ron did not care much. After the two women had left, the entire store returned to its usual lively state. The customers who came and went were all admiring the various weapons and discussing them. Every weapon displayed here seemed to be glowing, but this was only for ordinary people. To a mage of Ron's level, these weapons had no lethality at all. Although before the old ancestor had manifested himself, the few best weapons the Nicholas family clan had when they were in dire straits were only half-magical weapons like these. Ever since Harris had given them some treasures, including those the five-color peacock had brought back, the Nicholas family clan had many magical weapons, not to mention the magical weapons bestowed to him by the old ancestor. After looking around, Ron came in front of the blue moon saber again. Looking at the magical weapon, he asked, "How much for this saber?" "Sir, you have really good eyesight. However, this saber is called the Blue Moon Saber, and it is considered the treasure of our store. Usually, it is not for sale. Although you can see that it has some years, it was once a top-grade magical weapon," said the young man. "It's not usually for sale? So under what circumstances will you sell it?" Ron pressed. "If we encounter a fated person, then we will sell this treasure." As soon as he had finished speaking, he heard an old voice at the door. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw a white-haired old man with a cane appear at the door, and he was looking at Ron with a smile. The young man was very shocked. He quickly went forward to support the old man. "Grandpa, why have you come out?" When the others in the store saw the old man, they also bowed respectfully. Ron sized up the old man. Although he was stooped and his face was covered in wrinkles, he looked to be in his 80s. He might have been older in reality, but his eyes did not resemble those of an old man. They looked very bright. Ron immediately sensed that the other party should be at the peak of the innate realm, or had even once been at the divine power realm. After sensing this information, Ron was very surprised. He had not expected there to be such a high-level mage in the Walls village. This old man must have been seriously injured for some reason, so his level had dropped. Ron had also noticed that the man who had received him earlier was not ordinary. The man had only used his left hand to support the old man, but his right arm had not moved at all. It was obvious that his right arm had been completely crippled. Although he was at level 7 of the innate realm, Ron could sense that the energy flow in his body was not very smooth. He should have been seriously injured before. "Elder Senior, I really like this saber. Can you sell it to me?" Ron did not have the time to care about other people's private affairs now. Instead, the saber had attracted his attention. The old man looked Ron up and down, a hint of shock in his eyes. "Sir, can we go to a place to talk?" "All right," Ron agreed readily. After the old man nodded, he said to the man, "Dick, come here too." The man named Dick also nodded. As he spoke, he helped the old man to the hall. After the three of them had arrived in the hall, a servant came forward to serve drinks and left. There were only 3 people left in the room. "Elder Senior, so can you sell me that saber? I really like it." Ron was the first to break the silence. "Sir, your love for the saber is so obvious. Are you not afraid that I will ask you for a high price?" The old man teased. "If the price was especially high, I wouldn't be able to afford it. I can only express my regret," said Ron with a smile. What the old man said next shocked Ron. Do you have a magical weapon with a dragon soul on you? Was. How did you know, Elder Senior? Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and asked. Master, please don't misunderstand. I did not privately check on your situation. I guessed it through the weak reaction of the saber. It was just a guess, just a casual remark, said the old man with a smile. Ron raised his eyebrows and said, so that magical weapon also has a dragon soul. Previously, Ron had entered the store because he had sensed the abnormality of the dragon flame flying sword in his storage ring when he was outside. After entering the store, the abnormal feeling drove Ron to the blue moon saber. Ron could even faintly sense the same aura between the two. Ron also recalled what the old ancestor had said. Although the dragon flame flying sword was only a high-grade magical weapon, it still had value for growth. If he could gather enough of the inner dragon souls, it would have a chance to become a top-grade magical weapon. Based on Ron's deduction, there should be a trace of a dragon soul in the blue moon saber, so Ron wanted to buy it and inject it into the dragon flame flying sword. Upon hearing Ron's question, the old man smiled again and nodded at the same time, looking a little proud. That's right, there was a dragon soul in that magical weapon. I had to risk my life to protect it previously. Can Senior refine this trace of the dragon soul into my magical weapon? Ron asked. When the old man heard Ron's words, he smiled again. I've never agreed to sell it to you. Are you already thinking of getting me to help you refine the weapon? Ron naturally had some confidence in saying this. Senior, since you're willing to receive me and have told me so much, it shouldn't be just to chat with me, right? This magical weapon is really very important to me. I can sell it to you. But regarding weapon refinement, the old man paused for a second, and a hint of despair flashed in his eyes. I would have been able to help you earlier, but I really don't have the ability now. Chapter 195, The Difficulty in Finding One's Clansman. Although he could not help Ron refine the weapon, Ron was still very happy when he knew that the old man had agreed to sell it to him. Thank you, Senior. Thank you so much. How many spirit stones does this saber cost? The old man smiled and said, although there is a wisp of a dragon soul in the blue moon saber, it is very difficult to take it out and integrate it into another magical weapon. If it fails, your money will be wasted. Do you want to reconsider? No, you can name a price, Senior, said Ron decisively. Actually, this saber is very fated with you, mister. It doesn't matter even if I give it to you for free. However, this saber is, after all, our store's treasure. If the price is too low, it will damage our store's reputation. If you're willing, just 10,000 spirit stones will do, said the old man. 10,000 spirit stones is still considered a token sum. Ron muttered to himself, instantly overturning his earlier impression of the old man. With so much upfront padding, Ron had thought that he would give it to him for free or sell it at an extremely low price. In the end, he had asked for 10,000 outright. Indeed, there was no merchant who was not shrewd. At this moment, Ron started to hesitate. After all, 10,000 spirit stones was not a small sum. There was still the mission to find his clansman next. Moreover, he did not know if the wisp of dragon soul could be injected into his dragon flame flying sword. This would be a huge risk. This saber was not of much value to those who did not need dragon souls, but to someone like Ron, who needed dragon souls, it was a peerless treasure. He did not want to miss it at all. After all, he did not know when he would be able to find another dragon soul like this. Ron was now the second kind of person. Faced with the exorbitant price and the risk, he became conflicted. Elder Senior, didn't you say that you would only sell it to someone fated? Can it be cheaper for the person who is fated? Ron was about to offer the Elder Senior a price. Mister, do you want to buy it? The old man asked again. Ron really did not want to miss it. Yes, he said resolutely. The old man had not expected Ron to agree so readily. He felt a hint of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for a higher price. However, a gentleman would keep his promise. Since he had already said so, there was no room for regret. Mister, if you want to refine a weapon, although I can't help you, I can write an introduction letter for you. I recommend that you go to the Spirit Ribbon Academy and let the elders help you refine the weapon. This way, the success rate will be a little higher. However, the fee for refining a weapon is not included in these 10,000 spirit stones. When Ron left the store, he had 10,000 spirit stones fewer in his pocket, but gained an almost useless magical weapon. He also had a letter of recommendation. However, Ron sensed the old man had a deep relationship with the Spirit Ribbon Academy. His introduction letter would likely be of great value. However, Ron could not go to the Spirit Ribbon Academy to refine his weapon yet. He had just asked the old man about it. If extracting the dragon soul from the magical weapon and fusing it with his dragon flame flying sword was a difficult task, even if he did not care about the success rate, it would still take more than 10 days. Ron's first priority now was to find his clansmen, so how could he have the time to go to the Spirit Ribbon Academy? However, this thing was already in his hands. Was he still afraid that it would run away? There would be many more opportunities in the future. Before he left, Ron continued to ask the old man if there was anyone with the surname of Nicholas in the village, but he did not get any leads. Ron's heart fell to rock bottom again, but he still had 10 days. He could not give up, he could not let the old ancestor down. Therefore, Ron started to ask one household by one household. At the same time, in the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion, Dick watched Ron's back view disappear from his sight and said to the old man beside him, "Was that gentleman just now of the Divine Power Realm?" The old man smiled and said, "Although I can't be sure, it's most likely true." After all, the old man had also been in the Divine Power Realm previously. Even though his level had regressed, his vision was still there, and his intuition and senses were more sensitive than that of ordinary people. The moment he saw Ron, he had already sensed that Ron should be a mage of the Divine Power Realm. And when the old man had said earlier that the treasure of the store would only be sold to the fated person, it was actually also partially true. If Ron wanted to snatch it by force, the old man would not have the ability to stop him. He might as well take the opportunity to sell it to Ron. From his conversation with Ron, the old man had also sensed that Ron was an upright person and would not do such a thing as robbery. Seeing that he really wanted it, he had set the price a little higher. After all, it was considered a treasure of the store, and he would lose out if he sold it too low. Is the Nicholas family from Winterfrost the family clan that was often in the news a while ago? Dick suddenly thought of something and asked. Perhaps. Rumors? They could be real or they could be false. Although the old man said this, he still had some doubts in his heart and also a hint of curiosity. In a corner of the Walls village, Ron was still making inquiries at each household. After an afternoon, he still did not have any useful clues. Not only was there no one with the surname of Nicholas, no one's ancestors had come from the Nicholas family clan. This clansman search mission was simply too difficult. As Ron thought about his next move, he came to a restaurant to replenish some energy. In fact, there was still a chance. Ron had no choice but to place his hopes on the outsiders living in the village. "Sir, do you need help?" Suddenly, Ron heard a voice from the corner. He looked up and saw a petite man looking at him with a smile. Ron quickly sensed that he was a mage at the peak of the physical body realm, and he did not have any hostility. "What is it?" said Ron. "Sir, don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions. I have just accidentally heard that you seem to be looking for someone." "Do you need help?" the other party quickly explained. Ron immediately understood what he meant. "If you can really help me find the person, money is naturally not an issue. It just so happened that Ron needed such a person whom he could pay to get things done. Money was not a problem. It was more crucial to help Ron find the person. I wonder who you are looking for, sir. I've lived in Walls Village for 10 years. I know most of the people in the village, said the other party quickly. I want to find someone with the surname of Nicholas. If there is really none, it's fine if the person's ancestors are related to the Nicholas family clan. The only thing I can be sure of now is that he appeared in this village 8 days ago. I don't know if he's a villager or an outsider, said Ron quickly. Chapter 196, Bloodline Sensing Talisman. Just as Ron finished speaking, he saw that the expression of the man opposite him had become very conflicted. With just Ron's clues, it was really difficult to find the target person. No wonder Ron had not been able to find the person after searching for an entire afternoon. Now, he had to resort to paying someone to find the person. There are 10 spirit stones in here. If you can help me find the person, I'll give them to you later. Ron placed the spirit stones on the table. The man, who had been conflicted, became excited when he saw the spirit stones. He quickly placed all the spirit stones into his bag, afraid that Ron would go back on his word in the next second. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely help you find him. I'll let you know as soon as I find him. My name is Colin. Tell me if you need anything. All right, do it faster. There will be more spirit stones the faster you are. Ron nodded and left. The man named Colin quickly checked the spirit stones in his bag. His eyes were spinning, and no one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Colin quickly looked behind and saw that the table where the two of them had been sitting had suddenly shattered into two. Before the fragments could even hit the ground, they had turned into powder form and were scattered by the wind. Colin was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that this should have been done by the person who had given him the spirit stones to do his job. However, how had he done this? All of a sudden, Colin understood. This was a warning to him. He had wanted to use this money to drink and make merry to his heart's content, and then just deliver a slipshod job. Now, it seemed that this method would not work. He had no choice but to deliver the work he had been paid for. Ron stayed in the Walls village for the time being. Despite having hired Colin, Ron continued to look for leads on the descendants of the Nicholas family every day. The person called Colin had also found some subordinates to search for leads. He had made great efforts. At the same time, Romo, who was in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, had also been paying attention to Ron's situation all the time. Now that he saw that Ron was stuck at the bottleneck of finding people and had not made any progress, Romo was a little anxious. He had already thought of buying some tools from the shop to help Ron if he still did not make any progress. Updates by Com. In the past few days, nothing abnormal had happened in Winterfrost. The Nicholas family members were training as usual. Although the days were peaceful, they were also very fulfilling. In this manner, another 7 days had passed. It had been 15 days since Ron left the house. The time set by the old ancestor was already halfway up, but there had been no progress at all now. Ron became more and more anxious. Day after day passed, and the hope of finding the clansmen became more and more remote. Over the past few days, whether it was Ron or Colin, they had been searching for leads and asked almost everyone they could find or ask, but there was still no news. Even Colin and his men had planned to give up. After all, everyone they could ask had been asked, and there were still no clues. Sometimes, Colin would think that it might be better not to earn this money. Ron had no choice but to continue to increase Colin's remuneration, so Colin kept helping Ron search. During this period, he had also found a few people with the surname of Nicholas, but when he interrogated them carefully, they were not the ones Ron was looking for. That night, Ron was resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly entered a familiar dream world. In this world, Ron saw the old ancestor of the Nicholas family. "Old ancestor," said Ron excitedly. It has been hard on you these few days in your search for the clansmen, replied the old ancestor. I'm sorry, old ancestor. I have let you down. It has been so many days, but there are still no leads, said Ron guiltily. It's okay, old ancestor has seen your performance. Don't worry, if there's really no other way, I'll help you, Romo quickly consoled. After the dream visit had ended, Romo quickly summoned the system shop and bought a tool called the Bloodline Sensing Talisman. Bloodline Sensory Talisman, a descendant can be blessed. This descendant will be able to sense the members of the same clan within a range of 100 meters. Effective duration is 3 days. This tool actually cost 20,000 faith points. As its time duration was too short, and the range was relatively limited, it was impossible to use it on a daily basis in the search for clansmen. The previous 2 searches for clansmen had also been exceptionally smooth, so it had not been used. But Ron was clueless this time, so he had to use it. At this moment, Ron, who was in Wall's village, woke up from his sleep. He sensed something unusual in his mind, something he had not felt before. It was as if there was a compass in his head, guiding him in the right direction. Could this be the bloodline sensing the old ancestor had mentioned? Ron muttered to himself. Then he quickly mobilized the energy in his body to sense it, but after a while, Ron opened his eyes in disappointment. What's going on? There's none. Ron sensed again in disbelief, but the result was the same. He was currently in the Wall's village. If the clansman was really a villager, he should have sensed it. Could he really have been an outsider who just happened to be here a few days ago? Ron thought. However, if he were really an outsider, the probability of finding him was not high even with the bloodline sensing talisman. Didn't sense anyone? What's going on? This matter is going to be difficult. Romo had seen Ron's expression through the visitation talisman and had guessed that Ron had not sensed anyone. This meant that there were no clansmen of the Nicholas family clan nearby. This was already his last hope. If the bloodline sensing talisman could not even be of use, then this mission could only end in failure. Even so, Ron still did not give up. Now that he had the bloodline sensing talisman, he did not need to ask each household one by one. Instead, he started to comb the area with the Wall's village as the center. He could not sense anything even when he had returned to Hardy County. Another day had passed. After breakfast, Ron wondered where he should go to search today, when Colin suddenly brought him good news. Young master, I've found someone. He basically matches the clues you mentioned, Colin said excitedly. Quick, let me see him, said Ron, his spirits soaring. This person's name is Baloo Nicholas. Young master, during the period you mentioned previously, he happened to just come to the Wall's village, and his hometown seems to be the place you mentioned, Colin explained. Where is he now? Said Ron quickly. He has joined a Demon Beast Crusade team. I have already found out where he is, Colin said. Chapter 197, Important Clues. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. When Ron received the news, he was overjoyed. He did not want to waste any time, so he quickly packed up and left the Wall's village, heading toward the place Colin had mentioned. Ron had almost fallen into despair earlier, but now a new hope had been rekindled. The person's surname was Nicholas, and he was a little proficient in magical power. He was not from the Wall's village. He had passed by Wall's village a few days ago, bought a weapon and left. These clues corresponded with the clansman Ron had been looking for. When Ron had just arrived in Hardy County, he had heard that the number of demon beasts in the Black Forest had suddenly increased, so the city lord wanted to gather a group of magi to suppress them and eliminate them immediately. However, Ron had not paid much attention to it in the beginning. It was best to find a mage to do this kind of thing. After all, compared to the soldiers, it was a more convenient and efficient method. Before coming here, Ron had also heard from the old ancestor about some things in Hardy County. Back then, the old ancestor had been surrounded by demon beasts in the Black Forest. The Black Forest was known as the Black Forest because there were many black ironwood trees inside. It was about 300 meters away from Hardy County. The Black Forest was vast and boundless, and it bordered many other countries. There were many demon beasts in the Black Forest, and the level of danger was extraordinary. If an ordinary person with no knowledge of magical power were to enter and come out alive, it would be a tremendous blessing. Legend had it that most of the demon beasts here were level 5 and level 6, and there were even some level 7 demon beasts. However, these were all rumors, and no one had verified whether they were true or false. Under normal circumstances, the demon beasts in the periphery of the Black Forest were all of relatively low levels. However, sometimes, the level 5 and 6 demon beasts in the center would attack the periphery. This was regarded as the Beast Tide Rebellion by everyone. Although large-scale rebellions were very rare and only occurred once in about 100 years, small-scale rebellions would happen sometimes. Therefore, the city lord would often gather the magi to go and get rid of the demon beasts. At the same time, the Black Forest was also a treasure land. Many magi would come here to train and search for treasures. There were also some magi who relied on the search of treasures in the Black Forest to earn spirit stones. And every time a rebellion occurred, there would be many more magi in the Black Forest than usual because they could also obtain the city lord's bounty for getting rid of the demon beasts. However, usually, only those magi of higher levels would appear. After all, this was a matter with a higher risk factor. If one was not careful, one could lose both life and wealth. Just after Ron had just received the news, he was very worried about Baloo's safety. After all, he was a level 5 mage of the innate realm, and the area he was in charge of was more dangerous. Ron was worried that he would not be able to handle it. Updates by Com. Therefore, Ron needed to make the most of his time. He used a little magical power to accelerate his flight. In less than an hour, he had entered the area Colin had mentioned. Everywhere he looked, he could see the shadows of demon beasts and magi fighting. There were a large number of demon beasts, and after fighting one, there would still be another. It was as if there was an endless stream. The level of danger here had far surpassed Ron's expectations. Along the way, Ron had also seen many fallen magi, which made Ron even more worried. The closer he got to the central region of the Black Forest, the more tragic the casualty situation became. In the midst of this, Ron even encountered some demon beasts that tried to stop him, but they were only level 4 demon beasts, so they posed no threat to Ron at all. Later on, Ron could clearly sense that the number of level 5 and level 6 demon beasts had increased, and there was a huge commotion not far away. After walking a little further, he arrived at the area where Baloo was. There were a total of 8 people inside, and they were engaged in an intense battle with a group of demon beasts. According to Colin's information earlier, a total of 15 people had joined the team, and there were a few corpses lying on the side. Ron dared not think further. Ah! A scream could be heard from afar. A mage had been torn into two by the demon beast and thrown casually to the ground. Everyone, quick gather! Everyone, be careful! A tall and powerful man hurriedly shouted loudly. As he shouted, he slashed dead a demon beast. There are too many demon beasts. We don't have many people left. If there's really no other way, let's retreat. It's not worth losing our lives for this bit of money. That's right. This is not a small rebellion. It's a large-scale one. Quick, retreat. You guys leave quickly. Brothers, you guys retreat first. I'll cover the rear. Amidst the sounds of battle, there were also the sounds of the magi lamenting. Just as these magi were being forced back by the demon beasts, a demon beast in the form of a mantis suddenly appeared in the middle of their group. It waved its sickle, preparing to chop a mage into two. The mage did not have the time to dodge at all. His brain could not react at all. He could only stand still, unable to move. He had already closed his eyes to welcome death. Suddenly, a beam of red light appeared in the sky, and the sound of a sword could be heard in the air. In the next second, the demon beast's sickle and body were both cut in half. Immediately after, a red light carried the sword in a circle in the air. With the screams of the demon beasts, most of the demon beasts were killed. It was not known whether the group of magi had been scared silly or shocked by Ron's swordsmanship. Their mouths all opened wide, and they did not speak for a long time. They could only look in the direction of the red light trying to figure out who had saved them. Only then did they see a person slowly descending from the sky. "Hello, Orville, we meet again," said Ron when he saw an acquaintance. "Why are you here?" Orville looked at Ron in disbelief. He was very shocked. Now, he was certain that Ron was a mage of the divine power realm. "You're indeed extraordinary." "I'm here to find someone," said Ron. Since he had encountered another familiar face, the situation was much easier. As long as nothing unexpected happened to the descendant of the Nicholas family, he would definitely be able to find him. "Do you have anyone here named Baloo?" Ron said as he swept his gaze across the crowd, hoping to get some clues. The other magi seemed to have just recovered from their shock. They looked at Ron in disbelief and suspicion, and all of them looked in the same direction. Ron looked over happily in the same direction as them and his heart sank. He had not expected what he had been worried about to happen, because what they were looking at was a corpse. Chapter 198, Disappointment, Anger, Surprise. Ron instantly had the urge to kill. "Is this Baloo?" he asked, looking at everyone. Clearly, Orville had sensed Ron's anger, and he shuddered involuntarily. "Yes, his name is indeed Baloo, but I wonder if he's the person you're looking for." "Is he from the Holy Light City?" Ron asked again. "I think so." "I think I've heard of it before," Orville replied quickly, afraid he would provoke Ron. "Do any of you know more about him?" "He's someone I had been looking for a long time." Ron had no choice but to place his hopes on the other magi. This team had only been temporarily formed, so most of the magi had not seen him before, and everyone was naturally not familiar. Just as everyone was looking at each other, the man at the peak of the innate realm, who had stopped them in the beginning, walked forward. "Young master, I'm quite familiar with this Baloo person you're talking about. He grew up here from a young age, but I can be sure that his ancestors were indeed from the Holy Light City." Ron heard the answer and was basically certain. But the person was gone now, and there was no use anymore. "Do you know if his parents or any of his other siblings are still around?" "His parents seem to have died more than 10 years ago in a small beast-tide rebellion. He does not have any other siblings." This man took a look at Baloo's corpse, feeling sorry for him, as he spoke. He also knew that it was precisely because of his parents' death that Baloo ignored everyone's objections and resolutely joined the team to encircle the demon beasts. He had not expected himself to die here. Ron did not know what to say. Should he bring the corpse back? He had not expected the person he had been searching for so many days to die just when he was about to find him. At the same time, Ron fell into endless self-blame. If he had come a little earlier, he might have been able to save Baloo's life, and the Nicholas family would have another member. As Ron's guilt deepened, the murderous intent within him became increasingly obvious. The Magi and also Orville were all trembling in fear by the side. They were afraid that Ron would kill them all because of one wrong word from them. During this period, they could only rely on their eyes to communicate. The tall and powerful man used his gaze to signal to Orville to ask what they should do. Orville could only shake his head helplessly, indicating that he did not know either. Updates by Com. After all, from the group, only Orville and Ron knew each other before this. Orville had no choice but to be bold and ask, "Young master, what's your relationship with Baloo?" Clearly, Ron was not in the mood to chat. Instead, he looked toward the center of the Black Forest. "You guys go back first. Be careful on the way." There shouldn't be any demon beasts. As soon as Ron had finished speaking, everyone could sense the earth trembling and the roars of demon beasts. The sounds were getting louder and louder, and the demon beasts seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. A large number of demon beasts have already run here. The Beast Tide Rebellion has come, it's coming, a timid mage shouted. However, no one had expected the reality of the situation to be much more serious than what they got from their intelligence reports. It was not an ordinary demon beast outbreak, but a Beast Tide Rebellion. Let's go. The man in the lead also understood what Ron meant. Ron wanted to finish off these demon beasts personally, and he also believed that Ron was completely capable of doing so. The other magi quickly walked to the side of the leader and expressed their gratitude to Ron together. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. After all, they knew that with their strength, if Ron had not appeared, they would not have been able to survive until now. Although Ron looked much younger than them, there was a rule in the mage world: strangers had to respect each other according to the level of magical power, so they had addressed Ron as Senior. You guys get going. Ron gradually walked deeper into the forest. Senior, you have to be careful. We'll wait for you in Hardy County, Orville said to Ron in parting. Orville and the others had not walked more than a few meters when they heard the tree in front of Ron suddenly fall. A level 4 demon beast was charging toward Ron like a heavy tank. Ron immediately gathered all the energy in his body and punched the demon beast just as it was about to hit him. With a bang, the demon beast was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. The skin on its body started to crack, and it knocked down many of the demon beasts behind it. Then, Ron took out his dragon flame flying sword and killed the demon beasts in front of him one after another under the glow of the red light. Although he was not completely sure if that person was the one he had been looking for, Ron was ready to vent all his anger on these demon beasts. At the same time, in the ancestral hall of the Nicholas family, Romo looked at Ron's situation through the visitation talisman and signed heavily. If the dead mage was really a descendant of the Nicholas family, it would be a great pity. Romo did not blame Ron. After all, it could be seen that he had tried his best during this period of time. Moreover, such a Beast Tide Rebellion was a piece of cake for Ron. Helping them deal with the demon beasts would also benefit the citizens. In the sky above the Black Forest, Ron and the dragon flame flying sword had killed all the demon beasts approaching them. Along the way, he had also helped many teams of magi that had been ensnared by the demon beasts. They were all in awe of this mage of the divine power realm who came and left swiftly. The magi in the periphery were basically all of the physical body realm and the innate realm. After all, magi of such levels could only deal with low-level demon beasts. The remaining magi of higher levels were all basically concentrated in the central area. Ron flew all the way into the depths of the Black Forest. Although he had already vented all his anger, he could not sit back and do nothing when he saw the magi besieged by the demon beasts. He treated all this as going through training. After dealing with these demon beasts, he would then look for clues on the Nicholas family clan. If there were really none, he would have to return empty-handed. Suddenly, Ron sensed that a large number of level 5 and 6 demon beasts were emerging in front of him. He was about to go and take a look when he suddenly sensed something unusual in his body. What's going on? Ron quickly calmed himself down to sense it, and then he looked to his right. In that instant, Ron suddenly felt the abnormality in his bloodline sensing. This meant that the descendant of the Nicholas family clan might not have died, but was someone else. Chapter 199, Is it you? This was simply good news for Ron, who had been disappointed. Perhaps Baloo, who had died earlier, was not a clansman of the Nicholas family whom he had been looking for, or perhaps there were other Nicholas family members here besides Baloo Nicholas. Regardless of which possibility it was good to not return empty-handed. He might even be able to find more than one clansman. Moreover, there was no way to verify the identity of the dead Baloo. Instead, there was a change in the bloodline sensing talisman, which meant that there must be some clansmen of the Nicholas family nearby. Ron did not want to wait a minute. Afraid that something like what had happened earlier would happen, he instantly changed the direction of his flight and advanced toward the target. As there was also a large group of demon beasts there, Ron did not want to waste any more time. If another clansman were lost because of him, he would not have the face to go back and report to the old ancestor. What are you doing? Do you know that what you have done is making our Spirit Ribbon Academy your enemy? A young man in purple clothes asked a person in front of him with a cold expression. Around this young man were many people wearing the same clothes as him. These people were all disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. The person who was talking to the young man was a man in luxurious clothes. His tone had a certain sarcasm. Brother, you must be joking. I'm very close to your Spirit Ribbon Academy. How can you say that I'm your enemy? The person I want to deal with is not someone from your Spirit Ribbon Academy. He looked at the person in the cave behind the young man and said, Dick, have I not told you before that if you dare to take a step out of the Walls village, your life will be in danger? If you come out obediently now, I might be merciful and let you live, but if you still don't come out, not only will you lose your life, you will also implicate everyone in the Spirit Ribbon Academy. With that said, he looked a little smugly at the disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. But let me put this bluntly. Although I won't attack them, when the large number of demon beasts arrive later, I can't guarantee that they can escape. As soon as the man's voice fell, a large number of demonic beasts appeared, but a group of people were blocking them. Leading them was an old man in yellow clothes. He was at level 2 of the Divine Power Realm, and the rest were all above level 7 of the Innate Realm. The old man in yellow was currently engaged in an intense battle with a level 5 demon beast. For a while, it was difficult to determine the victor. The remaining few people were all dealing with the level 5 demon beast. And these people had all been brought here by our. However, the situation of the Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples was completely different. The highest level among them was only at level 8 of the Innate Realm. The remaining 5 were of the Innate Realm, and the other 2 were only of the Physical Body Realm. Apart from the 6 disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy, the young man in the cave was the store assistant from the Spirit Dragon Treasure Pavilion, Dick. Currently, Dick was in a very bad condition. His face was pale, and there was a lot of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. Beside Dick were 2 female disciples from the Spirit Ribbon Academy. They were the 2 who had begged Dick for help in the store earlier. It seemed that Dick had agreed to the request of the 2 female disciples and had come to the Black Forest. The words Our had said earlier had made the 2 female disciples very angry. Our, you've gone too far. Now that you've already expelled senior brother Dick from the sect, what else do you want? He can no longer use one of his arms now, and he won't be able to refine weapons in his lifetime. What else do you want? Back then, it was clearly you. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Dick. Don't say any more. It's all in the past. Then Dick said to the group of Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples, you guys go first. A large number of demon beasts will be coming soon. It's too dangerous. Go quickly. Senior brother Dick, if we leave together. One of the female disciples said. That's right, we were the ones who pulled you here. We can't leave you here. Let's leave together, said another female disciple. Let's protect senior brother Dick together and then walk out of this black forest, the 2 female disciples said. At the same time, they looked at Our. Currently, Dick is no longer a disciple of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Moreover, he has come out purely because we asked him for help. The feud between the 2 of you had already been resolved back then. Why are you still hanging on to this matter? Clearly, Our did not heed these words. He sneered and said, I've already said that this is between me and him. There's no need for outsiders like you all to intervene, but if all of you insist on intervening, there won't be a good outcome. After he had finished speaking, Auer ordered the two subordinates beside him in a low voice. The two subordinates immediately stopped in the midst of their battle, and a gap instantly appeared in the defensive line. The demon beasts instantly charged toward where the Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples were. Everyone, leave quickly. The disciple with the highest level quickly let the other disciples go first. He held a magical sword and started an intense battle with the demon beasts. As a disciple of the Spirit Ribbon Academy, although he was only of the innate realm, he was holding a mid-grade flying sword magical weapon in his hand. He was not the only one. The magical weapons held by all the disciples beside him were also not inferior. At the same time, Dick, who was surrounded in the middle by everyone, charged toward the periphery. Auer looked at everyone who was fighting with the demon beasts in satisfaction. He then gave a snort. Thereafter, he found the right time, took out a magical sword, and stabbed it at Dick. Auer's behavior was very dishonest, causing all the disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy to fail to react in time to stop him. Senior brother Dick, be careful. The female disciple wanted to go up and stop him, but she was repelled by the light waves generated by the sword. She could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed at Dick's chest. At this critical moment, a sword chime suddenly sounded in the air, and a red light instantly appeared in the sky. Just as the sword was about to stab at Dick, it was bounced off. Auer's sword instantly fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Everyone was shocked. They looked into the sky and wanted to know who had done this, and they found that the other party was holding a high-grade flying sword. A person flew down from the sky and landed in front of Dick and the Spirit Ribbon Academy disciples. The other disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy were still in shock and could not recover. After a long while, Dick finally reacted. "Aren't you the young master we met in the shop earlier? Is it you?" Dick asked. Chapter 200, Those who hurt my clansmen should die. The person who had come to save them was naturally Ron. Compared to Dick's shock, Ron was in even greater shock now. However, he was not shocked because Dick, whom he had already seen previously, had appeared here and was in such a sorry state. Instead, he was shocked that the person the bloodline sensing talisman was pointing at was Dick. This meant that he had already met the clansman of the Nicholas family, whom he had been searching painstakingly for in the weapon store earlier. However, he had not known at that time. Ron shook his head and found this a little ridiculous. The person whom he had been searching for so many days was actually him. Ron was about to say something when he heard a scream in the air. It was from Auer, and the scream revealed shock and a hint of fear. Ron looked coldly at Auer, and without another word, he activated all the energy in his body. In the next second, the sword beside Ron flew directly toward Auer and went straight for his forehead. Auer looked at the sword approaching, but it was as if his acupoints had been frozen. He could not move at all. He could only wait quietly for death to arrive. He felt as if half his soul had already left his body. "Stop!" Just as the sword was about to pierce Auer's head, a voice suddenly sounded, and a powerful energy erupted, blocking Ron's dragon flame flying sword. A powerful energy erupted in front of Auer. The energy generated by the collision of the powerful saber and sword momentarily overwhelmed Auer. He fell back, and countless wounds appeared on his body. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky and caught Auer, who was covered in blood. Unexpectedly, it was the old man at level 2 of the Divine Power Realm. He looked at Ron angrily and said, "Who are you? Are you trying to make an enemy of the Hardy County's Brown family?" The old man was also very afraid. He did not know Ron's background at all, so he had to mention the Brown family to scare Ron. However, Ron did not care. "I don't care which family you are from, but let me tell you, if you want to kill the descendant of the Nicholas family here, I will definitely not agree to it." The old ancestor had told him this rule. As long as Ron was around today, he would not let Dick be harmed again. As soon as Ron finished speaking, the dragon flame flying sword in front of him lit up again and stabbed at Auer and the old man. Ron's words had shocked everyone present. Everyone looked at Dick in unison. Slash. Dick was also lost. A descendant of the Nicholas family? Was he talking about himself? What did this mean? Before anyone could react, they saw Ron's sword flying toward Aur. The two of them had no choice but to run backward, but Ron's sword did not give them any chance to react. Although the old man's saber could block Ron's dragon flame flying sword, it still had difficulty withstanding the continuous attacks of the dragon flame flying sword. Moreover, everyone could tell from Ron's attack that his killing intent was very obvious. He was determined to kill the two of them today, and was not going to waver at all because of the appearance of someone from the Brown family. What shocked everyone the most was that Ron was at level 3 of the Divine Power Realm, even a little higher than the old man. When his level, weapon, and even his condition were not as good as Ron's, there was no way the old man could win this battle, so the only chance for him to survive was to flee. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to escape from Ron, who had the intention to kill. In an instant, the energy in Ron's body doubled, and his sword was much faster. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the two of them. Ah! Before the old man could react, he had already been stabbed in the body by the sword. Instantly, his entire body lost its energy. He also lost the strength to hold Aur's hand. The two of them fell from the sky. Ah! Bursts of miserable screams could be heard in the air. Aur was completely dumbfounded. Before he could fall to the ground, Ron's sword had killed him directly. It had only been 20 to 30 seconds since Ron intervened and he had already killed the two of them. When the other disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy saw that Ron had really killed Aur and the old man, they looked at the two corpses on the ground in shock. Dead. Ah, Senior is dead too. What should we do? Should we run quickly? Ah! The other people Aur had brought over were even more shocked. They did not know if they should quickly run or kneel down to beg for mercy. However, there were demon beasts nearby, so they could also not run far. Ron looked at them coldly, raised his hand, and threw the dragon flame flying sword out, charging into the demon beasts. Soon, Aur's subordinates and also the demon beasts were lying on the ground. Now, at least there were no more threats around. When Ron had put away his sword, he looked at the disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy. Their eyes were full of fear because they were afraid that Ron would kill them too. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll only kill those who deserve to die. Ron had also seen through their emotions and quickly comforted them. Senior, are you talking about a descendant of the Nicholas family clan? The disciple with the highest rank asked Ron. Ron did not speak. He looked at Dick and smiled. It's you. You're the descendant of the Nicholas family I was talking about. Dick was so shocked that he did not know what to say. It's me? I'm a descendant of the Nicholas family. Yes, that's right, let's talk in private, said Ron, and then they turned around and walked behind a large tree. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm, I won't hurt you. I've been looking for you for a long time. The other disciples of the Spirit Ribbon Academy were so shocked that they did not know what to say, but they were still a little worried. After all, with Ron's level, it would not be difficult for him to kill anyone present. Senior brother Dick, I'm worried. One of the female disciples looked at Dick and said. It's okay, he shouldn't have any ill intentions. He won't hurt me. Don't worry, I'll be out in a while, comforted Dick. After all, Ron no longer had any murderous intent, and his face was even filled with a kind attitude. He did not know if it was because of their blood relationship, but from the moment Dick saw Ron, he had a strange sense of familiarity. This was also an important reason why Dick had developed trust in Ron. After consoling everyone, Dick and Ron walked and came to the back of a large tree.